The methyl group is one of the simplest yet most important structures in organic chemistry. Despite its basic arrangement of one carbon atom bonded to 3 hydrogen atoms, it plays a crucial role in countless chemical reactions, biological functions, and industrial uses. It appears in fields ranging from synthetic chemistry to environmental science, showing remarkable versatility and value. The methyl group has a compact and symmetrical form, shaped like a small pyramid with the carbon at the center and the 3 hydrogen atoms forming its base. Because of its shape, it can fit easily into many molecular structures without taking up too much space. It also has a hydrophobic nature, meaning it does not mix well with water, which influences how compounds containing it dissolve and interact in both chemical and biological environments. Even though it is small, it greatly impacts the reactivity, stability, and behavior of the molecules it is part of. In chemical synthesis, a process called methylation is used to attach a methyl group to other molecules. This can change a compound's physical and chemical properties, often making it more effective or longer lasting. There are different types of methylation depending on where the group is added. In oxygen methylation, a methyl group is joined to an oxygen atom, often in alcohols or phenols, which can improve a drug's ability to be absorbed and stay active in the body. In nitrogen methylation, a methyl group is added to a nitrogen atom, changing the way the compound interacts with cell membranes or receptors, which can alter its potency and duration of action. Carbon methylation is when the group is attached directly to a carbon atom, which can modify a molecule's structure and lead to changes in its reactivity and biological effects. In living systems, methylation is vital for many processes. In genetics, the addition of methyl groups to DNA can silence certain genes, ensuring they are only active when needed. This plays a role in development, cell specialization, and disease prevention. Proteins called histones, which help package DNA, can also be methylated. Depending on where the methyl group is placed, this can either encourage or block gene activity. Methylation is also key in metabolism. For example, converting the amino acid homocysteine into methionine requires methylation, and methionine is essential for producing a compound that donates methyl groups to many other molecules in the body. Problems in these pathways can lead to serious metabolic disorders. Industrially, methyl groups are used in the production of fuels, plastics, and other valuable materials. In fuels, they can be part of additives that improve performance or reduce emissions. In materials science, they are part of polymers such as acrylic, which is lightweight, strong, and resistant to damage, making it useful for everything from airplane windows to eyeglass lenses. Methylation processes also affect the environment. For example, when mercury in water becomes methylated, it turns into a highly toxic form that can build up in fish and pose risks to both wildlife and humans. On the other hand, methylation can be used in environmental cleanup, such as breaking down pollutants or capturing carbon dioxide. Research into methylation is ongoing and expanding. Scientists are finding new ways to use it in medicine, such as targeting specific genes in disease treatment, and in synthetic biology, where organisms are designed to produce useful chemicals through methylation. With its small size but wide-reaching effects, the methyl group continues to prove itself a key player in science, technology, and the natural world. The question remains whether this resurgence of physiognomy, disguised in the sleek frame of modern technology, will ultimately enhance our understanding of the human condition or lead us further into a mechanized vision of identity that strips away the subtlety and dignity of individual lives. Sir Francis Galton, a 19th-century English polymath, is remembered both for his intellectual ambition and for the troubling implications of his work. Among the many disciplines he explored was a method he referred to as anthroposcopy, which involved the observation and classification of human beings based on their physical features. Galton's version of this practice extended beyond mere curiosity. He aimed to create a systematic way of understanding human character, intelligence, and potential through external traits such as the shape of the head, the features of the face, and the structure of the body. Though the term anthroposcopy was less widely used than other labels for similar work, it became a foundation for more controversial lines of inquiry that followed. Galton approached the human body as a visual document, one he believed could be read for clues about heredity, temperament, and aptitude. He maintained that by collecting and analyzing measurements, photographs, and descriptions of physical features, he could identify patterns that pointed to the qualities of mind and moral strength within individuals. This belief led him to create composite photographs, a method by which he would overlay multiple faces of individuals belonging to the same group, such as criminals or medical patients, to produce an averaged image. His goal was to uncover physical types and thereby, in his view, essential truths about behavior and identity. He believed that these composites would help society recognize individuals predisposed to certain traits, including what he considered moral or intellectual excellence, as well as perceived degeneracy. The foundation of Galton's work was shaped by a belief in hierarchy, not only among individuals but among entire populations. He held that certain traits, including intelligence and virtue, were inherited and could be predicted or influenced through selective breeding. His observations and theories contributed to the development of a broader worldview that sought to use science to control and shape human populations according to those inherited qualities. Galton's efforts to categorize people based on appearance were not mere scientific exercises, they reflected a deep interest in using these observations to influence public policy, education, and even reproductive practices. Anthroposcopy, as Galton practiced it, was not simply the observation of people's physical traits. It was a structured and methodical process tied to measurements, comparisons, and classifications. Galton made use of tools such as calipers and scales, and he maintained detailed records of head sizes, nose shapes, and eye distances. He viewed these details as pieces of a greater puzzle, believing that if he could collect enough data, he could derive universal truths about human nature. This obsessive focus on measurement and visual comparison was rooted in his desire to bring the rigor of the natural sciences into the study of humanity. Though Galton's methods were often cloaked in the language of objectivity and scientific rigor, they were guided by subjective assumptions about what constituted superiority and inferiority. His work often blurred the line between observation and judgment, especially when applied to social groups or entire races. He believed that physical features revealed the worth of individuals and groups, and he used this belief to argue for structured societal changes. These included educational reform, marriage restrictions, and other interventions designed to encourage the propagation of what he called desirable traits. Galton's belief in visual classification led him to propose that society could be improved through observation-based selection, wherein individuals would be judged not only by their behavior but by how they looked. His work with anthroposcopy laid the groundwork for a range of practices aimed at determining who was fit to participate fully in civic life and who was not. These ideas fed into policies and beliefs that were later expanded upon by other thinkers and institutions, many of which justified discrimination and exclusion under the guise of science. Critics of Galton, both in his time and especially in the generations that followed, pointed out that his work rested on dangerous assumptions. The belief that character and potential could be determined from outward appearance ignored the complexity of human development, the influence of environment, and the role of culture. Furthermore, it encouraged a vision of society in which the worth of a person could be boiled down to measurements and images, stripping away the richness and unpredictability of human life. Galton's legacy is therefore not only scientific but deeply ethical, raising enduring questions about how knowledge is used, and for what purposes. Despite the widespread rejection of his conclusions in many modern scientific circles, Galton's influence endures. His insistence on classification, measurement, and visual analysis continues to echo in technologies and policies that seek to categorize people based on external traits. The idea that we can know someone by their appearance alone, while discredited, still finds subtle expression in certain areas of surveillance, hiring, law enforcement, and social analysis. Galton's use of anthroposcopy may seem like a relic of a misguided past, but its echoes remain present in systems that prioritize uniformity, prediction, and control. Throughout history, human beings have been drawn to the idea that the face holds secrets about who someone truly is. This belief, known as physiognomy, has lingered in the background of cultures for thousands of years. Even when dismissed or ridiculed by science, it has never fully disappeared. In fact, in recent years, it has taken on a new form, one built not on mystical insight or folk tradition, but on complex machines that measure, compare, and predict. This rebirth of physiognomy no longer relies on the human eye, but instead on the cold gaze of machines trained to find meaning in the slope of a nose or the tightness of a smile.
Hello everybody and welcome to another episode of Tech Talk. Today is going to be another day closer to watching Mark Edworthy's head explode. We have been debating on how long it's going to take for this to happen, but I do believe that it's coming close because today's topic is yet again about freaking artificial intelligence, as he hates to
Yay.
hear it being referred to. Specifically, what we're going to do is we're going to get more into the linguistics area of what we were talking about. Now, there was a lot of things that we did discuss, and then I went through and browsed over some keywords that were important to all this, and I want to focus on that and not go back over all the crazy stuff that we had already discussed before, because Mark and
you would just make me cry.
Yeah.
It would make me very, very sad if we did that.
Now, not only that, but Mark is a very, very dear friend of mine, so I don't really want to see his head explode. To be honest, I just don't. I don't want to see that. So, with that, I guess the best way to do it, to open this all up, is to go ahead and just make the reading. And if anything sticks out to you that you want to make a comment on, make a comment. Okay, and I'll stop the reading, mark where I left off, or where I stopped at, and then continue from that point on. Sound like a plan, Mark?
Yeah, carry on.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, first I want to start out, like I said, in linguistics, and start out with tokenization. Now, tokenization is a fundamental process in linguistics and natural language processing that involves breaking down text into smaller, manageable units called tokens. These tokens typically represent words, but depending on the approach or model, they can also include subwords, characters, punctuation marks, or even word pieces. The purpose of tokenization is to transform raw text into a structured format that computational models can process, analyze, and learn from. In traditional linguistic terms, tokenization is the first step in parsing language. It separates a continuous stream of text into distinct elements, allowing for syntactic and semantic analysis. For instance, the sentence, "The dog barked loudly," would be tokenized into "the dog barked" and "loudly." Now, this step is essential because most natural language tasks, such as part of speech tagging, named entity recognition, and sentiment analysis, depend on understanding individual elements of a sentence. Now, in modern computational linguistics, especially within large language models, tokenization can become more complex. Many contemporary models use what is called subword tokenization, which allows for the breaking of rare or unknown words into smaller known components. For example, a word like unhappiness might be split into happy with an I and ness with NESS. This technique helps models handle large vocabularies with fewer out-of-vocabulary issues, as they can still process part of words they have seen during training. Now, byte pair encoding, which is BPE, and WordPiece are two popular subword tokenization methods used in models like GPT and BERT, which I've never heard of BERT before, respectively. Now, tokenization can also be sensitive to punctuation and spacing. In a language where words are clearly separated by spaces, like English, tokenization is relatively straightforward. However, in languages like Chinese or Japanese, where words are not separated by spaces, more advanced segmentation algorithms are needed to accurately identify word boundaries. From a computational perspective, tokenization also serves as a bridge between the human language and machine reading input. Each token is usually converted into a numerical representation, such as an index in a vocabulary or a vector in an embedded space. Now, these numerical tokens are what the model actually uses to perform computation. Tokenization is related to, but distinct from, part of speech tagging. While tokenization breaks down a sentence into smaller units, which are tokens, part of speech tagging assigns grammatical labels to each of those tokens, identifying their syntactic roles within the sentence. Both processes are fundamental in natural language processing, but they serve different purposes and occur at different stages in a language analysis pipeline or analysis pipeline. Now, part of speech tagging, also known as POS tagging or grammatical tagging, is the process of identifying and labeling each word in a sentence with its corresponding part of speech, such as noun, verb, adjective, adverb, pronoun, proposition, conjunction, and interjection. Now, these tags may also include more specific classifications like singular, plural nouns, verb tense, and comparative or superlative adjectives. POS tagging provides valuable information for downstream tasks like syntactic parsing, semantic analysis, machine translation, and question answering. It helps clarify the structure of a sentence and resolve ambiguities. For instance, the word book could be a noun, I read a book, or a verb, please book a room. POS tagging uses context and often statistical or machine learning models to determine the most likely tag for each word in a given sentence. Several methods exist for performing PLS tagging. Rule-based taggers use predefined grammatical rules, while stochastic or probabilistic taggers use statistical models like hidden Markov models to predict tags based on the likelihood of word tagging sequences. More advanced approaches use machine learning, including neural networks, to learn tagging patterns from large annotated corpora. Tokenization breaks text into units that are meaningful to the model, while part of speech tagging adds a layer of grammatical understanding by labeling each token with its role in the sentence. PLS tagging is not a part of tokenization, but follows it as a separate and crucial step in the process of understanding language structure. Now, after that, it goes into sentiment, okay, which is sentiment analysis. Now, that is a subfield of natural language processes that involves determining the emotional tone or subjective meaning behind a piece of text. The goal is to identify whether a given expression conveys a positive, negative, or neutral sentiment. In some advanced applications, sentiment analysis can also detect specific emotional states such as joy, anger, sadness, or sarcasm, where it might assess the strength or intensity of the sentiment. Now, the process begins with text that has usually been tokenized and annotated, either manually or through automated processing. After breaking the text into manageable units such as words or phrases, the system uses linguistics, statistics, or machine learning techniques to interpret meaning based on context and word usage. Earlier approaches to sentiment analysis relied on lexicons, lists of words that carry known sentiment values. For example, words like great, happy, or love might carry positive weight, while words like terrible, angry, or hate might carry negative ones. Now, these words' level evaluations are aggregated to infer that the overall sentiment of the entire sentence, paragraph, or document. However, language is often nuanced, and sentiment is not always expressed through overtly emotional words. For that reason, modern sentiment analysis systems frequently use supervised learning models that are trained on large corpora of labeled data. These models learn patterns and associations in language that go beyond individual words and include syntax, idioms, negations, and even domain-specific expressions. For example, a phrase like "not bad" might imply positivity despite containing a negative word. Similarly, "I guess it was okay" might carry a mild or ambivalent sentiment that requires context to properly evaluate. Some systems take it further by incorporating deep learning architecture such as recurrent neural networks or transformers to capture long-range dependencies and settle contextual cues in language. These models are capable of understanding more sophisticated linguistic constructions. figurative language and the relationship between words across longer passages of text. Sentiment analysis is widely used in a range of applications. In business and marketing, companies monitor social media, product reviews, and customer feedback to understand public perception of brands or services. In finance, sentiment analysis is used to gauge market mood by analyzing news articles, reports, and investor commentary. In politics, analysts might access public reaction to speeches, debates, or police sentiment or policy announcements. It also plays a role in mental health applications where sentiment analysis of written or spoken language can help detect patterns of distress or mood fluctuations over time. Despite its usefulness, sentiment analysis still faces challenges. Sarcasm, irony, cultural idioms, and emotional neutral language with loaded implications can be difficult to interpret correctly. Moreover, the sentiment associated with a word or phrase can change depending on context. As a result, accuracy and reliability depend on the quality of the training data, the sophistication of the model, and how well it adapts to the specific domain or audience. Sentiment analysis is a powerful tool for interpreting subjective language. It provides insights into emotional tone, opinion, and social mood across a wide array of text-based media. Its effectiveness depends not only on linguistics processing, but also on context awareness and the ability to model human subtlety in communication. Now, emotional tone refers to the effective quality or mood conveyed through languages, and it plays a role in how communication is interpreted by both humans and machines. Now, in natural language, emotional tone reflects the speaker or writer's underlying feelings, attitudes, or psychological state. This may be consciously expressed or unconsciously implied through choice of words, sentence structure, rhythm, and context. Recognizing emotional tone allows systems such as sentiment analyzers, conversational agents, or customer service bots to respond in a more sensitive, intelligent, and human-like way. Emotional tone is broader than just positive or negative sentiment. It accompanies a spectrum of emotions such as happiness, sadness, anger, fear, surprise, disgust, pride, and embarrassment. While traditional sentiment analysis might classify a message as simply positive, negative, or neutral, emotional tone detection seeks to identify the specific emotional category being conveyed. For example, the phrase "I'm thrilled with the results" and "I'm furious about what happened" both have strong emotional tones, but they represent opposite ends of the emotional spectrum, joy and anger, respectively. Detecting emotional tone involves analyzing not only the words themselves, but also how they are used in context. Tone can be affected by modifiers, intensifiers, and syntactic constructions. For example, exclamation marks can intensify excitement or urgency, while ellipses might suggest hesitation, uncertainty, or subdued tone. The phrase "well, what was something" could imply sarcasm, resignation, or disappointment, depending on the surrounding context. Recognizing emotional tone requires the ability to interpret both literal content and nuances of delivery. Modern computational systems often approach emotional tone analysis using machine learning and deep learning techniques trained on large datasets annotated for emotional content. These models are designed to pick up on linguistic cues such as emotional charged words, figurative language, emoticons, or even punctuation patterns. More sophisticated systems might use attention mechanisms or context embedding to grasp subtle shifts in tone across longer passages of context or conversation. Voice-based systems add another dimension to emotional tone detection. In speech, tone is conveyed through prosody variations in pitch, volume, speed, and rhythm. An emotionally intelligent voice assistant or virtual agent can analyze the user's vocal tone to adjust its own responses, making interactions feel more personalized and empathetic. For instance, a soft, calm voice might be used in response to stress or sadness, while a more upbeat tone might be used in cheerful context. Emotional tone analysis is valuable in many domains in customer service. Understanding a caller's tone can help prioritize urgent or emotional charged issues. In education, tone analysis can monitor student engagement or emotional well-being. In mental health applications, shifts in emotional tone across messages or journal entries can provide early indicators of psychological distress. It is also used in social media monitoring, marketing, and public opinion tracking, where understanding tone helps reveal the emotional context of public discourse. However, accurately interpreting emotional tone remains a challenge. Emotions are complex, culturally influenced, and often expressed indirectly. Yeah, sarcasm, irony, and humor can distort literal meaning. Furthermore, for some people may mask their true emotional tones deliberately, or express mixed emotions that are hard to categorize. For computational models to handle emotional tones effectively, they must be able to combine linguistics, contextual, and even behavioral information to approach the richness of human emotion handling. Now, right there, I wanted to stop because there's two things that I relate to on this. And one of them is the fact that in the past, I've had times where I've used text to speech narrators to go through and use the narrators for a voice. And I had to go through and manually listen to them so that I could change the words around sometimes to where it would sound more human-like, and for me, I noticed that when you go on the internet and you watch videos with narrations, people don't usually do that. They just usually have it playing through and it sounds synthetic, like that it's freaking a drone or a robot or whatever. Sounds like it, at least. I know that mine doesn't make it as human-like, but at least it comes closer. When I was doing that narration for John G on Minds, that's what I did. I went through and I made sure that the words, I didn't edit the words, but I went through the actual recording and I made sure it sounded as close to human as possible. That was one thing that stuck out to me. And then another thing that this really sticks out to me about is there was a TV series, It might still be out, but I'm not sure. But it's named Bull, and it's about a guy who uses this kind of technology in courtrooms so that freaking he can analyze the behavior patterns and the attitudes of people in the jury so that he could determine which ones would be best to put on the jury for trial. That is something that really stuck out to me when I was reading through that. So um, I'm gonna stop that right there, and then maybe we can go on further if you want to say something, Mark.
Uh, you're just talking about linguistics as a general sort of concept, more than anything to do.
No, actually, this has something to do with it. Like you keep bringing that up and everything, but like this is actually what we've been talking about. This is a part of computer analysis.
Yeah, but it's also part of human speech.
Right.
More just because something is associated with a computer doesn't mean it originates or it's people who write books use linguistic structure. People who talk out in the streets use linguistic structure. You just
Everything that I just freaking read has to do with how computers deal with linguistics. You see?
I would say that's how humans deal with linguistics.
No, they don't. This
No,
is
what?
this is a complex freaking way of dealing with linguistics and computers. Okay, they don't teach this to people who are trying to learn linguistics. They don't. They teach the concepts of this, but this goes deep into it. Okay, they're
So
trying to teach. They're teaching computers how to freaking hear what a person's tone is so that they can determine if freaking they are being freaking subjective or critical or anything like that. Literally teaching a computer how to freaking tell what a person's tone and their emotions are. Okay. I mean, that's pretty intense. Okay, and I said it before the stream, before I started the point where I'm going to turn this into a video, and I'll say it again. Okay, this is going to become a privacy issue. I just mentioned a show where freaking I'm going to find out more on it, but I think freaking this can be used in courtrooms. Okay, because this is exactly what they're talking about when it comes to freaking that show, where they are freaking listening to people and going off of their behaviors and the tone of their voice to find out if they want them on the freaking jury or not.
yeah, but wouldn't a lawyer and you?
I don't know. That's the thing. If it's true, then they can do that kind of stuff, and they could
They
also.
don't need a computer to do that. You just need an understanding of the language you speak and
The
ears.
computer. No, the computer itself can do it without any human assistance. So whenever.
So now you're just saying, let's fire all translators and stick computers in their place.
That's not what I'm
You'd
saying.
a massive help for the
what
the
this is
economy.
That's what this is saying.
Uh,
Yeah, that's what this is about, man. Why should we
Okay.
have all those translators and all those linguistics or experts on there? We can just put AI in there to take its place, and then it's
Oh,
gonna.
AI, not natural language processing isn't
Yeah,
AI. I would
natu-
argue, and
yeah,
I have argued on many occasions.
machine learning and stuff of that nature.
Uh,
Now, the one thing too is it's like I'm wondering if because I don't know how well I know that with the Chat GPT, their narrators on there, I'm not really any more impressed with them than what I am with like using freaking Notebook. On Microsoft. I've used both of them, and to be honest, I've never found anything that was actually impressive, even with the AI version of it. Now, I don't know for sure if Notebook itself is AI or if it's just.
I'm not familiar with the product.
Oh, it's Microsoft. It's where you can go in and put your. Well, like me, I take my notes and I put it on Notebook, and then I can use a freaking narrator to go through and read it out loud.
Yeah.
But that's what.
Hello, guys.
Hey, Tan. How you doing today?
Doing all right. I'm still catching up on some work, but I thought I'd just join to listen in at least.
Okay. Have you ever heard of a TV series called Bull?
What is it?
Bull, Bull.
Bull. No.
The guy that used to play on NCIS, the young one, that always got his head slapped in the back of his head. I forgot his name, but he played on it, and what his job was on the show was they would have the lawyer that went in to do the case, but he would have an entire team that would go in and analyze the jury members to freaking with computer technology to determine which ones would be acceptable for the juries on the jury. And from
Dr. Jason Bull?
Yeah.
It's a fairly new series, huh? Started in 2016?
Yeah, well, that's not fairly new.
Yeah, old would be like from 1980s.
Yeah, yeah. Well, but from the stuff that I had just read, man, that's exactly what I was getting from it. That they've got this program where it's set up and it can listen to your voice and it can tell what tone your voice is. It's supposed to also try to detect emotions and things of that nature. And tokenization and things. I don't know if you've gotten into any of that before and what that entails. But
tokenization?
Yeah, and sentiment analysis. Things like that.
Are you talking about the same kind of process as in like those deep learning algorithms?
Yes. That's exactly what it is. Now, Mark came close to having his head explode because he seems to feel that this is nothing more than linguistics, and it has absolutely nothing to do with computers.
I didn't say I wasn't going to do with computers, but the sort of things that you were talking about, we've been doing for hundreds, thousands of years.
But it's doing it faster. It's actually doing it in real time while freaking the discussion is taking place.
I know what is real time. I mean, I'm doing it to you now.
If I had the program
to you in real time.
If I had the program set up right now, I would know exactly when your head was about to explode. Just saying. I mean, it is that freaking technical. This stuff is doing it in real time. That's what makes it. Now you know as well as I do, and I don't understand why you don't understand this or you don't want to understand it. But freaking, computers run way faster than we do. Okay, so
just because something runs faster doesn't mean it's of use or interest or people just because something moves faster doesn't mean.
Yes, it does. It does. It means quite a bit of it. I mean, it's very, very important. I mean, I so. What do you think about all that, Tan?
Sorry. Well, what are you talking about again?
He he uh, he doesn't think that the fact that it runs faster it's an important issue. That
Like
the
the algorithms runs
Well,
faster?
I rephrase that. It's not an essential issue.
I think it really is a potential issue. This is more and more of this is actually going to lead down to privacy issues. I seriously do see
Okay.
that coming. We went through a lot of stuff before, which you didn't seem to find of interest. You thought that it was just linguistics, but this is computer learning. This is stuff that's a part of it. You know what I mean? And it amazes me too because you're real big on
What
privacy.
I'm arguing is are you separated each of those elements? That's no more different than how humans are taught how to speak their language and sentence structure and.
Well, that is pretty significant that they're teaching this stuff to a computer now. Okay. Now, I mean, okay, they're teaching us. Okay, they've been teaching us this stuff, but the fact that a computer is learning this stuff and actually doing it, okay, they're taking and they're literally freaking duplicating the human mind and simulating it. And you don't think that that's even closely to amazing? It doesn't have to be real. It's the fact that they are simulating it.
Okay, I'm not sure if teaching and learning the concept of computers are the correct terms. But yeah, it's just a simulation.
Well, you were talking before about these NCUs, okay, and that's one thing that I do want to get into more of. I think we kind of tapped on it the last time we were talking about it.
No.
Now, deep learning uses freaking GPUs to simulate.
Well, some of it, some deep learning frameworks do. Some,
And then you brought in the NCUs, which are the
NPUs, natural language processing units.
Now that's not simulation. That's what's so amazing about that. So it's really, really interesting how that works out because like this is going from a simulation to actually programs that's real time. You know what I mean? Because we know the difference between what a simulation is and what freaking I use simulator games. You know what I mean, on video gaming. So not only that, but freaking I used VirtualBox too when I was on Linux. I know exactly what that's all about. There is a difference between simulation and what's really going on in the computer. So that right there is something that really does spark my attention. Does that make you guys can still hear me, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
We're following you.
Still listening, but
I was reading and it got to the point where it was talking about freaking detecting emotional tone. It can actually they're coming up with emotional tones in these programs where they can actually detect what the mood is of a person when they're talking. So like we're having this conversation. If we had that program set up, it could tell us exactly what your emotions are by the way you're talking. You know, I find that really interesting. And that's the thing that really gets me about all this stuff. I mean, these programs, I should say, or algorithms, or whatever you want to call them. They're actually doing this, and they're really getting complex. It might not be freaking, you know, what you're thinking of as intelligence or nothing, but it is significant. It's nothing that you just turn a blind eye to. You know.
So how is this going to affect our daily general lives?
It will. Okay, if you get in trouble,
And give us examples.
when you like sitting on this internet having a conversation, right? Now, what if you turn around and you get introduced to a new program that's put on all these platforms that listens to your every word, and when you freaking start acting inappropriately according to the tone of your voice, you're kicked off. You're gone.
I wouldn't be using those platforms.
What if,
I'm somebody who reads the agreement.
you know? I mean, this stuff is becoming mainstream. It's going to be in everything.
Everything.
Yeah. They, I was talking the other day about Windows 11 and the messed up stuff they're doing. Now they're forcing stuff onto us without actually us allowing it. Okay, like, and then they put things on the freaking the program that's on by default. So you have to go through and you have to make sure that
they're not forcing you to do anything. Either you want to use the product and purchase the product, or you don't want to use the product.
I mean, the thing of it is when you use it, you should be given the information. Now this brings me back to what I was talking about before. Like when it comes to privacy issues and what we're discussing here, you don't seem to think that it's important, but you're big on, terms of service and people's privacy and stuff. But you don't understand how this is actually going to be very, very serious when it comes to people's privacy and the terms of services and things of that nature. You know what I mean? They're going to be implementing this stuff into everything.
Not everything.
You watch. I guarantee you. They're already talking about putting these into bots for customer services. And it's
in just certain products. You're going to have that in certain products. But you still want certain customers still will want that human communication. As an example, why do you think people go to use clothes tailors rather than sending their clothes through postal services to get their clothes tailored?
They're already doing it according to apps.
Yeah, but
I mean, you're so
you can still go to your local tailor and actually have a human contact.
You're so 1980s, I swear. Like they're doing that on the internet now, dude. Like that's
yeah, but you as the consumer have got the choice to use them or not.
Okay. And
And
how many people are going to use that app to freaking get their clothes sent to them through the mail? And how many?
I'm just saying that there will be more. There are more discerning people out there.
There's not very many. We both know that. I mean, how many other streams outside of TikTok have we been on where people don't freaking really discern? They don't really care. They just want to freaking get what they want when they want it and how they want it. Like the average person doesn't
Yeah,
think.
how they want that. If they want good customer service, they'll go to human.
Oh, I don't know. Do you?
Or if they want excellent customer service, they'll go to human.
Well, I mean that all sounds fine and dandy if you're living in the 1980s, but that's not the way people do it. They do most of their
So
shopping.
are you saying that every single business out there, no matter how big or how small they are going to replace their entire advertising, marketing, PR companies or departments with machines?
Okay, let me throw it to you like this. How many companies and corporations do you think freaking had Windows XP as a program for their companies?
I know quite a few. I can think of quite a few, especially in the banking sector, actually.
Hmm. So I remember when they switched freaking Windows XP out, man. It literally caused a freaking slowdown on a lot of companies. The place I worked for, I was a fry cook, and to clock in and out, you had to freaking clock in and out on a Windows XP program. And
The two major operating system deployments I've done, one related to a college that I was working for. I was the only person available in the department at the time.
he froze up.
Machines in 3 weeks, and also that was from 3.11 to 95, and then I did something like a 4,000 machine from 98 to XP in an insurance company.
Yeah. Now, you remember when they switched Windows XP out, right? To, what was it, Windows 7, I believe it was?
Well, depending on where you are, you could say Vista ME, you could say 2000.
Vista was out at the same time as XP was, if not. But
No, no. There are a couple of years between the first edition of XP and Windows Vista.
Mhm. Okay, so I am going to finish off this reading, and after that, we can go on to some other stuff after that. But this one, I'll just read it out. If you have anything that you want to say, you don't. But I just want to get it on to the video so that freaking we at least have this information out. We started this, and this is all of it in a nutshell. So let me go ahead and do the second part of it and get it taken care of, and we'll be done. Be done with it. Because there is some important stuff. Let me figure out where the hell I'm at now. You distracted me with your subversive ways. You subversive
My subversive linguistics.
devil man, devil man, devil man, devil man. Okay, so now I want to talk about entity recognition, which is more formally known as named entity recognition, or NER. It's a key task in natural language processing that involves identifying and classifying specific pieces of information within a body of text. Now, these pieces of information or entities typically refer to real-world objects such as people, organizations, locations, dates, quantities, and other definable terms. The purpose of entity recognition is to make unstructured text more structured and meaningful by labeling and categorizing elements that carry significant semantic content. When a system performs entity recognition, it processes a sentence or document and attempts to locate words or phrases that constitute named entities. For example, in the sentence, Barack Obama was born in Hawaii and served as President of the United States, a well-functioned NER system might identify Barack Obama as a person, Hawaii as a location, and President of the United States as a title or role associated with an organization or government entity. These labels help transform raw text into structured data that can be used for indexing, querying, summarizing, and decision making. Entity recognition typically works in several steps. First, the text is tokenized, breaking it into individual units like words or punctuation marks. Then linguistic features such as part of speech, tags, or word shapes, capitalization or numbers, etc., are analyzed to help identify potential entities. Finally, machine learning or rule-based models classify those segments based on their context and meaning. Most modern systems use supervised learning, where a model is trained on large data sets, annotating with examples of entity types, so it can learn patterns and make accurate predictions on new, unseen data. There are various categories of named entities, and while early NER systems focus mostly on people, places, and organization, modern systems have expanded to include dates, times, monetary value, percentages, product names, artistic works, medical terms, and many other specialized domains. For instance, the biomedical research entity recognition might be used to identify genes, proteins, disease, or drugs within scientific articles. NER plays a crucial role in many practical applications. In search engines, recognizing entities helps improve query understanding and retrieve more relevant results. In customer service, recognized names, account names, and locations help tailor responses to individual users. In journalism and media monitoring, entity recognition enables the automatic tagging and linking of key subjects across articles. It also supports information extraction from legal, medical, and technical documents, allowing software to sort, categorize, and cross-reference complex bodies of text with greater efficiency. One challenge to entity recognition is ambiguity. Words or phrases may refer to different entities depending on context. For example, apple could refer to a fruit or a technology company. NER systems need context awareness to make the correct distinction. Another issue is variability in how entities are expressed, especially with abbreviations, nicknames, or multilingual references. Robust NER systems must be capable of adapting to these variations and maintaining high accuracy across different types of text and domains. Named entity recognition systems identify proper names and places by analyzing the structure, context, and statistical patterns of language. At its core, the process involves several steps that combine linguistic rules, machine learning models, and large annotated data sets to recognize when a particular sequence of words is referring to a real-world entity like a person or a location. the ability to distinguish proper names and places depending on both surface features of the word and their contextual relationship within sentences. To begin with, proper names and place names typically follow distinct orthographic patterns. Many of them are capitalized in language like English, which gives an initial cue to the system. A sentence like Michelle Obama visited Paris in 2019 immediately signals three possible entities. Michelle Obama is likely a person, Paris is likely a location, and 2019 is likely a temporal reference. Capitalization along with word space, such as combination of capitals and lowercase letters, give the system its first indication that a named entity may be present. The NER system relies on contextual clues. For example, if a word like Paris appears near travel-related verbs like visited, flew to, or stayed in, it reinforces the interpretation of Paris as a geological location. Similarly, Michelle Obama occurring near titles like First Lady or verbs such as spoke or wrote might reinforce her identity as a person. In cases where capitalization alone isn't enough, such as in all lowercase text or when names resemble common nouns, context becomes vital in disambiguating meaning. Machine learning models, especially those trained on annotated corpora, play a major role in improving identification accuracy. These models learn from thousands on millions of examples where people, locations, organizations, and other entities have been manually labeled. Over time, they learn patterns on how proper names are constructed and used. For instance, a sentence like University of California, Berkeley might be labeled as a single organization entity, even though it contains multiple capitalized words. The model learns to recognize these patterns as a coherent unit based on how such names commonly appear in training data. NER systems also use part of speech tagging to help distinguish names from other word types. A sequence like John runs every morning would see John tagged as a proper noun and runs as a verb, reinforcing the interpretation of John as a person. Similarly, the phrase Mount Everest is in Asia benefits from recognizing Mount as a clue that the next word is likely a geographical location. Now, some systems use gazetteers, large lists of known names and places, as a reference. This allows the model to check if a given word sequence matches a known entry. This is especially useful for uncommon or ambiguous names. However, relying too heavily on gazetteers can cause problems when encountering new or unseen names, which is why modern systems balance such lists with contextual and statistical learning methods. There are also complications in identifying names and places correctly. For example, a name like Washington would refer to a person, George Washington, a state, Washington State, or a U.S. capital, Washington, D.C., depending on context. Disambiguating some names require understanding the surrounding words and sentence structure. in multilingual settings or in informal language such as social media. Sparing variations, nicknames, or missing capitalization make the task even more complex. In advanced systems, especially those based on deep learning models like transformers, understanding the semantic context of a name goes even deeper. These models look at word embeddings, where each word is represented in a high dimensional space based on its meaning. Through training, the model learns that London, Paris, and New York often appear in similar contexts and therefore share spatially proximity in embedding space, which helps the model generalize to other locations it hasn't seen before. Proper names and places are identified in text through a combination of linguistic patterns, contextual understanding, machine learning, and external knowledge bases. Named entities recognition systems have grown increasingly sophisticated and are now capable of parsing complex nuances and ambiguous uses of language to extract meaningful references to people and places in both structural and unstructural text. Now, for me, um, to me, that is just straight up freaking monitoring. Okay, these people, to me, seems like they're wanting to figure out your location. They're wanting to know what you're talking about. Everything. This could be potentially freaking dangerous, in my opinion. If you actually listen to what was being said there, that's very, very dangerous. Um, that's that's freaking
It's it's the technology. It's just one way of understanding what's being spoken or what's being written. I mean, it's how you use it is the danger.
hmm
But you were reading about how NRE compares to transformer model. Um, how do you? How is it different from the transformer architecture, like the one used by ChatGPT?
Well, with what I've been finding out is with they're trying to get away from using the transformer models, and they're trying to make it to where it's more autonomous. That's one thing that we were talking about in the last episode. But then right here, they start talking about they don't want to rely on it too much because they're using it for data sets to where they can, like with Washington, when it was using the word Washington, it could refer to Washington State. Well, no, it was England, London, Paris, and all that. They have it set up already where they can already distinguish that this is a location. You know what I mean? So they don't have to go through the whole process. Like,
But isn't NRE an older technology, older concept? Like transformer architecture would be the newer thing. Like this is NER is like 1990s technology.
now, from what I found out, it's still being used. Like this is something that they haven't been able to develop beyond. You know what I mean? It's this is
Roger, you are making it sound like that these, what you call they, are a single entity or a single organization, or there is some sort of unwritten rule that you're saying you must only use this specific technology principle, not this technology principle. Who are they?
it most likely be your former employees.
Employers.
employers.
My point is that there is different products out there, and people buy using different techniques.
You know, all those people that you work for, that you were getting those contracts from. Those are the people who are they. They're going to use this technology so that they can profit off of people like
Not
me.
necessarily. Again, you expecting everybody to buy off a one vendor.
No, they're all going to do it because this is going to be the end thing. It's going to be. It already is the end thing. It's cool. You're not.
If
Don't
we
have
want to talk
AI.
about the new in thing, why is not everybody driving using electric-based vehicles?
It's in the process. You just stick around and wait, and you'll eventually be riding one of those little
I
green.
still see people use push bikes. Occasionally, I still see people riding horses.
Here before long, you'll be driving one of those green little 3-wheel cars. You know, don't worry, it's coming. Just relax. You'll and it'll all be run off of freaking electricity, and freaking it'll all have. You'll probably have a little methane in there too, but you won't have to touch the steering wheel or anything. It'll all be self-driven, and you'll be okay. Because that's what's cool today. Everybody's wanting it. You see what I mean? It's the end.
Everybody. So you're making a statement that you know what everybody wants, and everybody is just a single collector there. We are the Borg.
That's what's happening.
That's how you play. When people decide to go to the local grocery store, they aren't buying the things that they want. They're buying the things that they've been told.
Well, haven't you been listening?
Yeah. Actually, let me clarify. So, named entity recognition is not a technology. It's a general concept, general process. It's a task. It can be implemented using transformer architecture, right? They're not competing technologies. So, right, yeah, it's a task. It's like it's describing the thing that you need to do in order to process, in order to understand.
Methodology.
It's a methodology, exactly. That's right.
How Agile and Scrum are different.
Right.
Methodologies.
It's a field, actually, is what you're getting at.
Or field mythology, same thing.
It's a field.
It's just semantic, no?
Yeah.
It's. I mean, you're the one that got all rowdy and shit. It's like, God, man, fucking English people are crazy.
I just take exception.
Well, I know you do, but that's what. This is excruciatingly painful.
So everybody is using a college. There's no such thing as competing ideas.
Well, not when it comes to this, because see, this stuff is being integrated without your permission. Okay, you're basically gonna have to accept this, or you'll never be on a computer again. They'll shut you down.
If I'm not using a product, do they need my permission?
Well, dude, I'm just saying, if you are against this kind of stuff, then you're not going to be able to do anything. I mean, you'll be able to be on Linux, I guess, and do all your cool Linuxy stuff, but that's about it. I mean, you're done. I mean, that's just it.
How long has Homo sapiens been on this planet for? 40 billion years? 40 million years or something?
Then that's what you'll be doing. You'll be out in the woods, freaking hunting freaking bear like the woodsmen did back in the 1800s, man. That
sounds good to me.
Bears.
Yeah. I mean, you'll no longer have access to anything that's even partly good, because, well, you'll have Linux, I guess, which I know you're big on Linux. But I mean, that's sad. Okay, so
Whatever.
from what I'm seeing here, though, everything right here has to do with linking names, places, locations, and things of that nature together. Now, whenever you get on the phone and stuff like that, they have the options.
These AI or these NLP systems are going to have.
He's gone blank.
The problem with messages have you seen?
Laggy.
How many messages have you seen? How many messages have you seen over the course?
You gotta sit still, man.
The grammar in them at all.
Well, that's one thing they were talking about with the ambiguity and the nuances and stuff like that. That's a big issue that they're having. But,
how many people have you seen write names all using all lowercase?
Well, lowercase, they were mentioning that. That's what they're advancing in that stuff where they don't have to worry about that stuff anymore. They don't have to worry about capitalization or lowercase because they're analyzing it at such a freaking intense freaking degree, I guess I could say. You know what I mean? Like, it's minuscule. They're taking linguistics freaking and going like way farther than what we could ever do on our own. It's insane and faster. So it's really messed up. Proper names and places. Okay, that's what they're doing, and that's what I'm saying. I mean, this stuff is going to be very, very dangerous. It really is. You can almost
Potentially.
Yeah. Because I mean, yeah, it's don't get me wrong. I understand what you're saying, Tan, but somebody is going to use this in the wrong way.
What am I saying?
Well, when you say it's how it's being used earlier, when somebody is going to use this in the wrong way. It's been proven over and over again with the internet that freaking you come up with a good idea and freaking they just screw it up.
Again, it's just a methodology, right?
Yeah. Right.
It's not the technology. So it's being implemented using transformer model. You're just you're just talking about concept and methodology. It's like if any technology out there that does language processing, they have to do this kind of stuff. So there's no getting around it, right?
Mm-hmm. Now, one thing that
if you want to use language processing technologies, not everybody may want to do that.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, in order to understand speech and written text, you have to do it. What do you mean? If you don't want to do it, then you fall behind.
Well, I mean, he's in denial. He keeps he keeps denying
Again,
that
language processing is something that we've been doing from the first day that we were able to communicate with our own species.
You keep denying the fact that you're going to have to be using this stuff, man. That's my whole point. Like you're going to be using this, and people are going to be tracking your location, your name, what you look like, your voice, what feeling and emotion you're in. They're going to know all of it.
If you're going to use a platform that does this, then of course you're going to have it. But if you don't use a platform that does this, then
okay, they're going to know what kind of freaking underwear you wear, dude. Okay. Yeah, because you're going to go to a grocery store, you're going to go to a shopping center, and you're going to buy underwear, and guess what? Your receipt's going to be right there on the internet for everybody to see that you wear freaking underwear with Donald Duck on it.
You
I
are making a lot of
already know what
assumptions.
underwear he wears.
Hey, robot. I mean,
I seen the meme.
Whatever.
That was
How's it
horrible.
going, guys?
It's going.
Have you figured how to avoid the AI apocalypse?
Well,
Just don't use that.
we first have
Yeah.
we've got to kind of get
Mark still
Edwards.
thinks computers aren't smart. Is that
Well,
what's going on?
he's a little
Well,
bit.
computers aren't smart. They're just tools. They're no more
Why
smart
do you
than
think they call it a smartphone? Why do you think they call
Right?
it a smartphone? Huh?
Because
smart.
because marketeers have got too much imagination and time on their hands.
Okay, bad example, but no, yeah, it's getting close to scary time. We still have maybe a year or two up our sleeves.
No.
But it's pretty exciting too, I must say. Like the amount of work I can get done now, and the things I can do now compared to before AI, it's just incredible. I think it's like it's pretty much the same kind of revolution as when the computer was invented. It's like
The amount of
up
work
leveling
you
us
do,
again.
the amount of work that the machine does, and if the machine's
Well-
doing all of the
Well,
work
yeah,
for you,
but
why
I claim
don't-
credit for it, you know.
Okay, you're a middle manager, no more, no less.
Well, it's like having a personal assistant, you know.
Yeah. You get them to do all the work for you, whilst you just.
That's what they're for.
Yeah.
Day.
It's laziness, I tell ya. It's laziness. Mark Edwards says you're lazy.
Well,
Like that face. He's like, shut up, Roger. Shut up.
I get to do more of the things I enjoy and less of the things I don't enjoy, which is good in my books.
So, do you know much about all this? Like what we were just talking about? Have you really gotten into?
I only heard little bits and pieces of it. You got into like a bit of the technical stuff on machine learning and how it works, right?
Do you know about NER? Named entity
NAR?
named entity recognition systems.
No, I don't. It's the
Yeah.
first time I've heard that term.
No, what they do is they identify like your proper names, places, and it also goes through like the conversation that you have and determines the freaking structure and the context of everything. Statistical pattern
For what purpose?
for your language, for where you're at. For me, that's what I was talking about. I was like, this seems more of trying to identify a person's name with the freaking location that they're at, and
Oh yeah, it's gonna be abused. I mean, yeah, it's a lot of these dual purpose technologies, right? I mean, the amount of ways they can track us now already, it's very difficult to stay anonymous even if you wanted to. But I saw. Did you see Elon Musk talking in Dubai, in Qatar, about everyone's gonna have their own robot assistant, like R2D2 style, pretty soon? He reckons there'll be 10 billion robots on the planet in the next few years.
what did you say, Mark?
Again, what is there with the everyone thing? Everyone will have this. Everyone will do this, and we'll all live in a grand utopia. Yeah. So the Amish are going to have robots now.
I saw China just rolled out their first AI cops. Like huge. It looks like a human, but it's like huge, and it's got 360 vision. It looks like something out of RoboCop, and that's where I don't want to go. I don't want those fucking robots roaming
And
around.
see, this is actually good that you mentioned China, because this is what we need to remind Mark of. Okay, let's step out of our own freaking environment for a second, okay, and look at other people. Like people in China, the government of China is going to eat this shit up.
Oh
Okay?
yeah.
This is going to be straight up monitoring coming out of.
Well, they already had that, but now they've got actual enforcement, which is the next step, even fucking worse.
Yep,
and like that's just one small step away from robots getting out of control. You know what I mean? Like they already have the power to like crush us.
Robots gone wild. I'm for that though. I actually want someday to own a sex slave, a robot sex slave.
Yeah, but she can like snap your neck if she doesn't like you.
Well, as long as I treat her well.
Well, treat her well and her owners. You know?
I got pissed off about Cherry 2000. You know,
imagine if they found out you made a tweet 10 years ago that has diverging political views.
See, that was actually what we were talking about before. And when it comes to this technology, it's actually going to be able to detect the tone of your voice and the things that you're talking about.
Oh, that's already, yeah, they already could do that, I reckon, for like 10 years. But it, the other thing is, you know, all these things will be interconnected as well. So, like, and sharing data most likely.
So, one company's data is going to be automatically sent off to every. So, you're living in some sort of communist sort of state now. And you're, because there won't be any companies, because they're all interconnected, then just create a monopoly.
I mean, yeah. You don't really even have to say communist though, because like England, where you're at, is a really good example. You guys are big on freaking monitoring everybody. It's like you got cameras set up in cities.
Yes, but we've also got things like privacy regulations and data protection regulations, and companies can test unless you officially agree to it. Companies can't just pass the data off to another company.
What they gather in open spaces is you don't have protection in open spaces. I mean, everybody knows what open space is.
A closed online forum isn't an open space.
Well, what about the cameras that are monitoring you on the street when you're walking down the street?
Yeah, but that's controlled by governmental agencies all in.
Okay, and that's not a problem.
And there are
as long as you have the right type of government, it's not a problem.
Yeah, that's not a problem at all, man. You know,
maybe in your country it's just such a problem, but in this country we still got things like data protection regulations.
We have
the rule of law.
For now,
we have a rule of law called entrapment. And that means that freaking the government is not allowed to entrap you in charging you with a crime. So, like in your country, where it's okay for the police to freaking monitor
I know that's not true. How many times have the FBI been using tracking to?
Well, that's kind of my point. Is like, you know, laws are only so good. It's a matter of whether the government listens to them or not. How often does the government break their own
creating
laws?
loopholes?
Yeah.
Well, you vote for the government.
You know? No. Yeah, okay. So
at the end of the day, it's the responsibility of the public to uphold or to keep the government in check.
Well, that's true, but they took our guns, you know, so what are we meant to do?
Yeah. I think he's just being a little
democracy for means.
I think he's just being a little bit too naive.
I don't think he believes his own rhetoric.
Oh, he does, believe it or not. Mark Edworthy believes everything that's coming out of his mouth. Trust me.
I don't know what scares me more, the AI takeover or Mark Edworthy's. What is it called?
He would have a terms of agreement. Terms of service would be on everything.
Call it common sense.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think it's a good time to start playing with these AI tools and just getting your head around how to use them, how they work. stuff like that, because we are going into that era. It is going to be a new era. Like, life is going to be totally different in 10 years' time, not even, you know. And I do think also it's a good time to invest actually in AI, because like it's only the beginning phases of the boom, and it's gonna be like the .com boom but bigger.
And bigger and bust. Yeah.
Yeah.
After a boom comes the bust.
What really gets me about this whole conversation,
I hope there's a bust eventually, you know.
The whole thing about this conversation that really gets me is like when it comes to the linguistics part of it, you know, it's like it's just completely amazing that you guys don't realize that everything we're discussing and everything that comes to this type of technology is related to linguistics. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And there is no way around that when it comes to this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? So it's like it might sound complex and you might get annoying having to listen to it. Well, you know, sorry that you freaking got this headache when you was in college and you were supposed to be learning it there. And now that you're hearing it again, it kind of causes a really hard freaking headache on your head because you're having flashbacks from your college years. But that's what this is about. That's what it all comes down to. You know,
why?
It all has to do with audio recognition. That's where all of this stuff starts out. Like we've been discussing this technology. Okay,
well, it's not all audio, right? That's just one aspect of it. Mm-hmm. It's video as well. It's text as well.
They actually started using the audio and coming up with ways of doing it with the video as well. Like whenever you have like facial recognition that is activated because of your voice, okay, they turn around and they freaking have your voice talking.
Again, who are they?
The camera with the spies back behind it watching everything you say. Once they hear that voice, they pin in on your face, bam, they got your face. So now they got your face, they got your voice, and it's all because you said a word.
And what are they going to do? And what is this mysterious they going to do with the data?
They're going to freaking sell you underwear, dude.
Because we
go back to the point where you went to the freaking shopping. You went shopping and you bought a pair of underwear and they have your receipt on record. So the moment they hear your voice, they freaking got your face, they got your voice. Now they can freaking send you freaking
most modern
advertisements on underwear.
Supermarkets and stuff have cameras in them anyway. And
that's what I was about to say. That's what annoys me the most.
Well, your telephone. Your telephone.
When you check out at a supermarket, they film your face, then they get your credit card, then they got your name, your credit card, and your face together. Mm-hmm. And they'll definitely keep that and sell that off at some point.
Again, depending on the company, depending on jurisdiction.
He just holds on to it, doesn't he? Like it's.
So what kind of AI tools do you use, Roger?
For me, the only thing I mess around with, I've been experimenting with ChatGPT. I've been doing some of that because of the stuff Bob wanted me to play around with. So I started testing it out and everything, figuring out how it is all screwed up.
You know which one you'd love is 11 Labs. That's how you do the voice cloning and stuff like that. It's so trippy. With 30 seconons of voice, you can fully clone someone's voice and make them say anything. That's how I did that one with you.
No, so, I do have.
You want to? Your point is that you want to be on the end of a defamation case.
You're the only one that follows the law, Mark.
What are the point of? What's the real point of these things?
To
Yes.
to make funny memes and shit.
Like the world centers on funny memes now.
No, the whole point of the voice cloning one, there's heaps of use cases. Like some people use it in music. Some people use it to read audiobooks and stuff. You know, like
Well, intellectual property.
sometimes you don't want to have to.
So
read a lot.
not only defamation, but intellectual property theft now as well.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
And other people that use it to pretend to be someone else, so they can, for example, get into their bank account, or you know.
I've been hearing.
So what are you saying? The only usage for this technology is to break the law.
No.
That's not what you were saying.
Making music isn't breaking the law, is it?
Well, I mean, it all depends on which generation you come from. Like back in the day when freaking they were just coming out with rock and roll, dude. Teenagers used to get beaten with freaking bayonets and stuff, man, for trying to protest against them shutting down radio stations. So, so I could, and maybe like if we have people like Mark who are being staunch about it and put laws up against AI, we can have those days back where people are actually fighting against censorship, because I think freaking that people are too much into this. Let's bow down to the powers that be and say that it's okay for them to enforce this crap. You know, so maybe something will happen with artificial intelligence to where we have these people who speak up and say, "Oh, it's a horrible technology," and then they start trying to ban it. Then you'll start seeing people protest and say that they're breaking.
Well, no, the people won't even need to protest. You'll have your personal AI robot to go protest for you, right? And they'll all band together and like stand up to the government.
That reminds me of the old joke, the sort of social justice lobby that that complains about.
See, I cut him off. That's that AI.
Yeah, they're DDoSing him.
That AI caught on to him getting ready to say something bad. They could tell by the tone of his voice.
I think his Neuralink glitched out. He's actually having a seizure. But I see all these new laptops are now coming out with AI chips and shit. And that's not nice. I don't like them. I wouldn't give Microsoft that kind of power. They want to be able to screen capture your laptop every 15 seconds for convenience, you know?
Now, you got a little bit of a background echo coming in behind you.
Okay, maybe I'll turn my...
Just to turn it down a little bit. I can barely hear it. It's not that bad. Well, you're turning it up now. So Mark had a fit and decided he was gonna run away. Here he comes again. We got him back up.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
We got some kind of weird echo coming into play right there.
Yeah, I'm back.
Hey, there it is. Man, see what happens when you get all excited and start moving around.
Don't move. Can I?
He did it again. See,
What was the
All right. All right.
So before we go on with the conversation anymore, let me do another reading to kind of give you an idea of what we've been talking about.
Okay.
And then it'll be a long one, so you might get freaking bored.
What's the topic now?
Well, the topic has always been the same thing. But this is particularly machine translation. This is
Machine translation. Okay. Yeah. Converting one language into another?
Yeah. So machine translation is the field of natural language processing focused on automatically translating text to speech from one language to another. It is one of the most complex and transformative areas of artificial intelligence because it involves not only understanding the grammar and vocabulary of language. You got to echo real bad, dude. Do me a favor and mute out real quick, Mr. Robot.
My mic shouldn't be on. Was it on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's on. You don't have it muted. Here, let me see real quick.
No, it was definitely muted. It's muted on my system.
Somebody's getting playback. Okay. Yeah, it's not you. Okay, so I have no clue what that's doing, where that's coming from. Is your computer giving feedback, Miss Robot or Mark?
No, nothing that I can detect. No, nothing there.
I'm wondering what's going on. Hold on, I'm gonna mute you out real quick. It's me, dude. What the hell is that doing? I have no actual reason. All right, you unmute the robot. I had to hit refresh. I'm not quite sure why it's causing me to.
Is it better now, or is it still happening?
It's coming from my computer for some reason.
Okay. And are you hearing us with an echo, Mark, or no?
I can hear you fine.
Can you hear an echo?
No.
No, neither of us can hear an echo, so it's all good.
Okay, let me see. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, could hear you the whole time.
Okay. This is crazy. I have no clue what that's about.
Worry about doing post editing.
Okay, so the machine translation is a field of natural language processes focusing on automatically translated text or speech. I actually probably know where to go. Okay, yeah, it's Kick. Kick is the one that was doing it. Okay.
Machine translation has evolved significantly from early rule-based approaches to modern statistical and neural methods. Right. Statistical machine translation represented an important achievement by learning translation models automatically from parallel corpora rather than relying on manually created rules. Early SMT models were word-based, phrase-based, without utilizing syntactic knowledge, which created challenges when translating between syntactically different languages.
Mm-hmm. Now, I'm also contextual, cultural, and idiomatic nuances also. Now, over the years, machine translation has evolved through several phases, from rule-based systems to statistical approaches, and now to advanced neural network models. Now, have you ever done any research into the newer neural network models? Because we've had these conversations with me and Mark, but I don't think we had them with you.
I only have like a rudimentary understanding about it. I haven't looked into specifically translation with neural nets now.
Mm-hmm. Now, see, this is particularly important for Mark if he wants to listen to it, but he's rebellious. He's a rebel. but like the earliest stages of machine translations were built using rule-based methods. Okay. Now, these rules relied on linguistic rules manually crafted by experts in both the source and target languages. Each rule specified how to translate specific grammatical structures and vocabulary. Now, while these systems worked well in high controlled environments or for narrow domains, they struggled with ambiguity, exceptions, and the variability of real world language use. And this goes back to what I was saying when I was talking about my using the narrators. Like I like to go in and use notebook narrator in notebooks for stuff that I don't want to read with complex language words and stuff. I will use a narrator, but then I have to go through and make sure that what I write sounds at least close to human, and that's what they're discussing here, where they're actually starting to work on ambiguity and variability of real world language use, where it actually sounds like a human being talking. How many videos have you listened to where you know damn well it's not a human?
Yeah, no, it's getting really good. And you can set the variability on it as well, which is pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. Now, the next major development was statistical machine translation. Instead of relying on rules, these systems used large bilingual corpora to learn how words and phrases in one language corresponded with those in another. They calculated probabilities of translation based on frequency and concurrence. For example, if the English word dog frequently appeared alongside the French word chien in a parallel corpus, the model would learn to associate them. These systems were more adaptable than rule-based methods, but still had issues with fluency, especially with translating longer sentences or handling rare words and idioms. The most significant breakthrough came with the advent of neural machine translation. Neural machine translation uses deep learning, particularly recurrent neural networks, and later transformer-based architectures to translate text more accurately and fluently. Now, these systems treat translation as a sequence-to-sequence task, where an encoder processes the input sentence in the source language and a decoder generates the equivalent sentence in the target language. The use of attention mechanisms, especially in transformer models, allows the system to weigh the importance of each word in the input sentence when generating each word in the output sentence. This results in more coherent and contextually accurate translations, which for me that's actually a positive. You know what I mean? That has nothing to do with the people spying on your freaking location and stuff like that. That's actually something that could be constructive, in my opinion. Where
constructed as in just being utilized.
Yeah, being utilized as a way, like if I'm sitting here and I'm talking to somebody from China, or freaking South Korea, or some country where they're using a foreign language.
Google's had that for quite a while, right? Like Google Translate.
Well, I've never found anything that does that, to be honest.
Really? Google Translate has one in the app, in the phone app. I used it a few times when I was traveling, and you literally speak in English, and the words come out in the other language. It's very interesting.
But is the structure of the sentence correct in foreign language?
Yeah. Has it?
I mean, China, Mandarin, both Mandarin and Cantonese have different sentence structure than English.
Now, that's the one issue they said that was a big problem with it. So, when it comes to that, now,
Okay.
now modern machine translation models are trained on vast amounts of multilingual data and are capable of handling subtle linguistic differences. They can understand grammar, maintain agreement between subjects and verbs, and even preserve stylistic tone to a degree. Some systems, like those developed by large tech companies, are trained on hundreds of languages and can translate directly between pairs without relying on English as an intermediate step. A technique known as zero-shot translation. Now, machine translation is used in a wide range of applications, from real-time translation in video conferencing and live chats to automatic subtitling of videos, translations of websites, multilingual customer services, and international collaboration in research or business. It's also widely available through smartphone apps, allowing travelers to communicate across language barriers by scanning signs or speaking into a device. Now, despite its progress, machine translation still faces challenges. Language is inherently ambiguous and context dependent, so machines sometimes misinterpret idiomatic expressions, cultural references, or jokes. Morphologically rich languages, where words change form based on grammatical roles, can be difficult for systems trained on less structured language. Low resource languages, for which limited training data is available, also poses a problem since neural systems rely on large volumes of data for accuracy. So that means that these systems are also pulling in the data that's freaking coming from these low resource language devices. I'd almost bet. So they're getting all of it. So to address,
Well, I noticed that voice recognition got a lot better after Google did that illegal trick where they turned all the mics on all their phones and they captured everyone's voices, and then they trained their AI or their voice models on all these different voices from all around the world, and it was like a big scandal at the time. But I don't know if anyone knows about that anymore. Like, they did that on their early phones, and yeah. And then I noticed after that, that's when Google Translate and all this came in.
So Google's Nexus or Pixel range. How many? What market share does Pixels and Nexuses have had?
now Pixels, I know they've
You
got.
said you used the term everybody yet again, and not everybody owns a Pixel or Nexus device.
I've got a Pixel, but I wiped
Well,
the
yeah,
operating
but you're
system.
not everybody, aren't you?
What?
Again, you keep on using the term everybody.
Yes,
You
he's
are
he's calling
lumping
you out.
people into the same thing. Everybody.
I have no idea what you're saying, Mark.
Everybody must be spoken.
He's fired
Your
up.
connection is so bad, Mark.
I find your use the term everybody to be extremely lazy.
Did I say everybody? I meant
Yeah,
like
so
everybody that had an Android, of course.
everybody that had an Android-based device was using a Pixel.
Yeah.
No, this is before Pixels. This is like way back in like early
So
2000s.
Nexus then, which was their previous
Yeah,
brand
Nexus.
name.
That would probably be it, right around the time Nexus was out or started out. Now, to address these issues, to address
Stop
these issues,
nitpicking, Mark. Stop nitpicking.
let me finish. Researchers are exploring methods such as transfer learning, where knowledge gained from higher resource languages is used to improve performance in low resource ones, and multilingual modeling, where a single model is trained on multiple languages simultaneously to benefit from the shared linguistic structures. Human-in-the-loop systems are also used in professional settings where machine translations provide a draft that is then refined by human translators. So you have things like transfer learning, and then you have human-in-the-loop systems. Have you guys heard of those? Mm-hmm.
Continue.
So they're basically taking these models and they're transferring them to the from the good freaking language structures down to the ones that have poor language structures. So that's kind of interesting right there.
The BBC's been doing this for many decades now.
Well, it kind of reminds me of when we were talking about the cloud, you know what I mean, and how they're doing they're structuring this supposed cloud service. You know, I know you don't like talking about the cloud either.
The cloud, like there is a single cloud. What is it, big and fluffy and floats around in the sky?
and then Tan wonders why we have this freaking troll that just keeps haunting our every freaking move. It's because Mark Edway is an evil man. He's an evil English man. Mr.
Englishman, common sense and logic.
Mr. Robot went silent. He doesn't know what to say. So, converting one language into another through machine translation involves a series of complex computational processes that attempt to replicate how humans understand, interpret, and restate meaning across linguistic boundaries. At the heart of this task is the idea of preserving the semantic meaning of the original text while rendering it in the syntax and vocabulary of the target language. Modern machine translation systems primarily use neural network architecture, especially sequence-to-sequence models with attention mechanisms and transformers to achieve this. So basically, they're going off of freaking ChatGPT and everything, and they're doing sequence-to-sequence models and stuff like that in order to pull the data they need for this.
They are doing similar things.
You mean
ChatGPT.
to analyze the data or to like predict?
Huh? You're
Sequence to sequence is like prediction, kind of like in a chat GPT large language model type thing, right?
Mm-hmm. Now, when they talk about transformers, that's what they're talking about. They're talking about programs like ChatGPT and stuff of that nature, large data sets that are set up, and they use those to achieve it. At the heart of the task is the idea of preserving the semantic meaning of the original text. And in order to do that, they use sequence-to-sequence models with attention mechanisms and transformers to achieve it.
I wonder if Google Translate uses that.
Mm-hmm. Now, the process begins with encoding the input sentence from the source language. This is done by a component called the encoder, which takes the sentence word by word and converts each word into a vector or a numerical representation that captures its meaning and how it relates to the surrounding words. These vectors are not fixed definitions but context sensitive representations. For example, the word bank in riverbank and money bank will be represented differently depending on its surrounding words. This is an important feature because words can have multiple meanings depending on context. Once the sentence is encoded, the model enters the decoding phase. The decoder is responsible for generating the sentence in the target language. It starts with a special start token that signals the beginning of the output sequence. At each step, it predicts the most likely next word based on both the encoding input and the previously generated words. It continues this process until,
Again, the same thing that we've been doing for thousands of years.
Right. Well, we do it in real life with our ears. You know what I'm saying? In our brains. And this goes back to what I was originally trying to tell you, is they're trying to simulate the human brain, okay, which is really freaking, that's really amazing from the stuff I've read. It's, I mean, they're really putting all out effort. They're actually wanting to like duplicate the process, how the brain actually works, you know, like plasticity and stuff like that. There's plasticity all over these freaking algorithms, like you wouldn't believe.
Well, plasticity is just the ability to change, right?
Right. That's the one thing that really sticks out in all of this. Now, it continues this process until it outputs a special end token or reaches a predefined length limit. The decoder relies on the context provided by the encoder, as well as its own internal state, which accumulates knowledge of what has been generated so far. One of the key innovations in neural machine translation is the attention mechanism. This allows the decoder to look back at different parts of the input sentence with varying degrees of focus while generating each word in the output. Without attention, early models had trouble translating long or complex sentences because they tried to compress all the input into a single vector. Attention helps solve this by enabling the decoder to draw dynamically from different parts of the input as needed. If the transformer-based models, which are now the standard in many commercial systems, the encoding and decoding processes are built entirely from layers that use self-attention. This means that each word in the sentence can directly attend to every other word, allowing the model to capture relationships between words regardless of their distance from one another. Transformers do not rely on word order alone, but instead uses positional encoding to understand sequence. This gives them flexibility and power in understanding sentence structure, especially in languages where word order is highly variable. That kind of gets me to thinking about what we were just talking about. It's pretty intense. So they don't go off of a word structure, or they don't rely on word order.
Well, they have like they keep track of syntax, or what do you call it, like context and stuff like that as well.
Mm-hmm. It gives them the flexibility and power in understanding sentence structure. That flexibility is what really stuck out to me. But retaining that, though, that goes back to the whole being able to retain this information too, because like whenever I was doing that stuff with ChatGPT, I noticed like ChatGPT's memory is just shit. You know what I mean? It doesn't retain very much information very long. So being able to, and they've actually built these up to be like that.
Yeah, it's designed that way, unfortunately. The AI that I use, Venice.ai, they for privacy reasons, everything you put into the AI gets saved in your browser.
Why do you say unfortunately?
Say again?
Why do you say unfortunately? Why do you say unfortunately?
Well, I would like the AI to learn over time and get smarter, and based on what I say.
So,
like ChatGPT, for example, they can just reset it every now and then.
For what's the purpose of making this artificial intelligences smarter? What's your end
goal? Because then it becomes better at the tasks that are suited to you. You know, like you're into a specific niche topic, you do things a certain way, you want the AI to learn from your collaboration.
So why do anything if you don't get a machine to do it for you? Why? What's the old Sigan Evans song? You 25.
Not so much about getting the machine to do it for you, man.
Left hand, your sides, and you're just being fed by a machine. Yeah. What's the point? What's your own purpose?
Well, I mean, getting fed by a machine.
Get shit done, you know, like
hold on, dude. No. Getting fed
by a machine. It's about collaborating with the machines, not getting the machines to do everything for us.
He said
collaborating with the machines, like they have got their own actual intelligence now, and their own sentience.
Now we're getting into the philosophical realms, Matt.
Well, you are making this argument.
You had me hooked on the machine feeding me. Now, if freaking I can get a machine that will feed me, dude, hell yeah, I'm there. Okay, that's what I want. Feed me. You know what I mean?
Well, we could just get those ones that you're like in a vat of primordial ooze, and you just like get plugged into the matrix.
Dude, for just put a pair of freaking adult Pampers on me and freaking change my freaking diaper.
Again, what is the aim goal here?
That'll definitely happen. But anyway, we can talk about the philosophical implications at the end. Would be. Are we finished with? Are we going to start with the algorithms? Machine learning algorithms?
Now, what I wasn't even done, dude. It's like
I thought so. Mark so rudely interrupted. Bunch of savages over there.
I know. How long is the stream going to go on for? Because you're on point 2 of a 6.7 point in, and it's already been.
Well, let me go ahead and do a straight reading, and then we'll be through with it, and you guys can say your final words. I'll just read it out, and then we can talk about it, because this is actually I want to get through this part at least before.
Okay.
Okay. Now, during training, these models learn from large parallel corpora data sets containing aligned sentences in both the source and target languages. They adjust their internal weights to minimize the difference between their predicted translation and the correct one in the dataset. With enough examples, the model learns statistical patterns and linguistic rules implicitly without needing explicit grammar instructions. When translating a new sentence, the model uses what has what it has learned to infer the most likely translation. It must not only choose equivalent words, but also reorder them appropriately, account for gender and number agreements, adapt idioms, and maintain the overall tone and intent of the original. For example, the translation from English to French, it will learn that adjectives usually follow nouns and that verbs must agree in tense and number with the subject. It would also learn how to handle polite forms of address, such as distinguishing between to and vos. Despite their sophistication, machine translation systems are not infallible. They can make mistakes when handling ambiguous words, unusual syntax, or idiomatic expressions that don't translate literally. However, continual improvements in the model architecture, training, data, and fine-tuning have made them increasingly reliable, especially for common language pairs. In essence, converting one language into another in machine translation involves representing the input sentence as a set of abstract numerical concepts, then decoding those concepts into a new sentence that is grammatically and semantically appropriate in the target language. It is a process that mirrors human cognitive translation, though accomplished through statistical and mathematic computation rather than conscious thought. Accurately understanding and preserving sentence structure across language is one of the most critical and technically complex tasks in both machine translation and question answering systems. The structure of a sentence carries the relationship between subject, verbs, objects, modifiers, and clauses, relationships that are essential to conveying correct meaning. Each language has its own rules for sentence construction, word order, agreement, and syntax, and these can vary significantly. Therefore, any artificial intelligence system aiming to interpret, translate, or respond to human input must develop a deep understanding of these structural principles to avoid producing misleading or nonsensical outputs. In machine translation, preserving sentence structure means not only replacing words with their equivalents in another language, but also correctly reordering them to fit the target language's syntactic norms. For instance, English often follows a subject-verb-object order. The cat chased the mouse, whereas Japanese typically follows a subject-object-verb structure. A naive translation that does not account for this would result in an awkward or confusing sentence in Japanese. Similarly, languages like German or Arabic may separate auxiliary verbs and principles across long clauses, which must be correctly identified and reunited in translation. This requires the model to understand what each part of the sentence is doing, whether it's functioning as a subject, object, or modifier, and how these parts relate across both languages. Modern neural translation systems use attention mechanisms and large datasets to learn these relationships implicitly. However, when sentence structure is particularly complex, with embedded clauses, passive voice negation, or idiomatic expressions, the challenge becomes much greater. Misinterpreting the role of even a single word can lead to significant distortions of meaning. For example, consider the English sentence, "The man who the dog bit ran away." Understanding this requires recognizing that "who the dog bit" is a relative clause modifying the man, and that "run away" refers to the man, not the dog. Systems must parse these grammatical dependencies accordingly to maintain clarity and correctness in translation. In question answering systems, sentence structure plays an equally vital role. These systems must not only interpret the structure of the question, but also analyze the structure of possible answers. For a system to understand a question like "who did the president appoint to lead the agency," it needs to identify that the expected answer is a person, the object of the verb appoint, and that the president is the subject performing the action. If a sentence structure is misinterpreted, for instance, by thinking the agency is the object instead of the appointee, the answer retrieved will be incorrect. This structural awareness extends into how the system handles the documents or data it searches through to find an answer. In reading comprehension tasks, systems use natural language understanding models to represent both the query and the text in a way that captured not just vocabulary, but also syntactic and semantic relationships. Transformer-based models are particularly effective at this, using self-attention to examine how each word relates to others across a sentence or passage. This allows them to locate relevant phrases, understand pronoun references, resolve ambiguities, and identify the exact span of text that answers the question. A related challenge arises with paraphrasing and rephrasing. A question like, "What year did the Berlin Wall fall?" might be answered by a sentence stating the fall of the Berlin Wall occurred in 1989. The system must understand that fall of the Berlin Wall is synonymous with the Berlin Wall fell, and that occurred in 1989, directly answers what year. Achieving this kind of semantic alignment requires the system to analyze deep grammatical structures and match meaning across various expressions, which often differ considerably in form. To strengthen their ability, modern AI systems are trained on large corpora of parallel text and annotated data where structural relationships are labeled. They also rely on techniques like dependency parsing, which maps grammatical relationships between words in a sentence, such as which word is the subject or subject of a verb, and consistency parsing, which breaks down a sentence into nesting subphrases. These tools help the system decompose and understand complex sentence patterns, a necessary step for accurate information extraction, summarization, and translation. The preservation and accurate interpretation of sentence structures are foundational for any advanced language-based AI system. Without understanding how words function within a sentence and how those functions change across languages or contexts, systems would misinterpret meaning, mistranslate content, or fail to provide relevant answers. By combining linguistic theory with powerful computational models, today's systems are incredibly increasingly capable of managing these challenges, though the work of refining their precision continues. Understanding how different parts of a sentence relate to each other is essential for any language-based system, such as machine translation, question answering, or natural language understanding, because it allows the system to determine not just what each word means, but how each word functions in the sentence. Language is not just simply a collection of individual words. It's a structured system where meaning is created by the relationship among words and phrases. Failing to grasp these relationships often results in errors that can change the meaning entirely or produce irrelevant or misleading answers. Consider a sentence like "The doctor who the nurse consulted recommended surgery." A superficial scan of the sentence might incorrectly interpret the doctor as a person being consulted rather than the one making the recommendation. But a system that correctly understands syntactic structure would identify that "who the nurse consulted" is a relative clause modifying doctor, and that recommended surgery is the main action being attributed to the doctor. This level of understanding involves identifying roles such as subject, object, and verb, as well as recognizing which clauses describe which entity. In question answering systems, relational understanding is crucial to accurately map the question to the relevant information in a body of text. For example, if a user asks, "What did the scientist discover after the experiment failed?" and the system fails to associate the temporal clause "after the experiment failed" with the action of discovery, it might return a result relating to the experiment rather than the discovery. This would be a breakdown in understanding sentence structure. Proper interpretation requires understanding that "after the experiment failed" is a time-related modifier that applies to the main verb, discover, not a separate event or action. Even seemingly simple sentences can be misunderstood if the relationship is not clear. Take, for example, "John gave his book to Mary because she needed it." The system must resolve pronouns in casual relationship. Who is she? What does it refer to? And what action is connected to what motivation? Misinterpreting this could result in the system associating the need with John or with the wrong object, especially in cases where gendered pronouns aren't available to help ambiguate. Moreover, in longer, more complex sentence, subordinate clauses, passive voice, negation, and implied meaning all depend on correct mapping how parts of the system relate. In the sentence, "Despite the evidence being inconclusive, the jury found the defendant guilty," the phrase "despite the evidence being inconclusive" sets up a contrast to the jury's verdict. If a system fails to understand that contrast, it might assume the verdict was supported by strong evidence, leading to incorrect conclusions in a summarization or analysis task. Understanding sentence structure also involves recognizing dependencies between words. Dependency parsing, a method used in natural language processing, maps out how words are linked in a grammatical hierarchy. For example, in the sentence, the cat under the table with the torn leg to the table or the cat. Humans resolve this based on plausibility and context, but computational systems must rely on syntax and statistical patterns unless specifically trained for such ambiguity. For systems trained on large language datasets, this kind of relationship awareness is learned through exposure to countless examples where words co-occur in certain ways and where syntactic dependencies are inferred. Attention mechanisms in transformer-based models help achieve this by allowing the system to weigh how strongly each word is connected to each other word in a sentence or phrase. This allows for a dynamic understanding of sentence structure beyond fixed rules. In practical terms, when a system understands sentence relationships properly, it can distinguish between similar sentences that mean different things. For example, she saw the man with the telescope could mean either she used the telescope to see the man or the man had a telescope. Resolving this kind of ambiguity requires contextual reasoning grounded in how the parts of the sentence relate. Correctly interpreting the structure of the sentence, how subjects, verbs, objects, modifiers, and clauses connect, is essential for any AI system that aims to understand language. Without this, systems risk delivering answers that are grammatically valid but semantically wrong. As language is often subtle, complex, and context dependent, deep structural understanding remains a core requirement for precise and meaningful communication between humans and machines. So that is the end of this episode's reading, and we will do another one maybe later on, but that is it. So you guys have anything to say about that whole freaking reading?
I just want to say, see, this is a prime example, Mark, where if we had a clone of Roger's voice, we would have been done 10 minutes ago. You know, perfect use for AI.
I want to say that I did add tone to when I read that, which is something that most AI or narrators can't do. You got the real deal here, okay?
I would have just turned the jitter up a little bit. And
Roger, have you ever thought about becoming a supermarket or I don't know, a train announcer?
A train announcer?
Yeah, you know, announcing trains coming into the station.
I would have to be able to properly, say the words correctly. That's the problem. Misspelling is like I don't know how to even say that. Like, not even the misspelling. Like, if I try to read it and I can't say the word right.
What I got out of all that was
got the tone for it.
These machines, they basically do what our brains do just without even thinking about it.
They do a better job of it. And that's something I think that really makes Mark mad.
Well, you can't say all systems do a better job than
faster. I should say they do it faster.
You can't even say that.
Wow.
Sure,
they glitch out a lot less than Mark's feed, that's for sure. Yeah, cool. But what apps do you know of that actually does this stuff?
More
Roger, do you know of any?
more frameworks rather than applications. Might not be end user.
The only one I can think of is Google Translate. I don't know if that are like super advanced.
There is an open source project called Babelfish that's been around for good 30 years now, actually. Open source project.
Open source? What's it called?
Yeah, I think it's Babelfish. One or the other, I can't
Fable?
remember. So, yeah,
Okay,
as
I'll
in
check it out.
hitchhikers, yeah.
I'm waiting for a really good voice cloning open source software, that doesn't have any government regulations around.
What is your purpose?
Don't you mind your own business there, Mark?
Should
why I wanted to
the law enforcement authorities be interested?
What I do on the privacy of my own network is no one else's business.
Well, it's me.
Until I upload it on.
Go down that route. I'm not going to go down that route at all.
Yeah, sorry.
Now, whenever we did the last show, we had a guy come on here, and he ended up following us on DLive, and his name was TV1 Brazil, I believe is who it was. And
that appeared on the last. The last commented episode. On the last episode.
So I wanted to give him a little bit of a shout out because that was pretty technical stuff. So that means he was smart enough to actually understand what was being said.
Well, I'm amazed that there's actually a few people in here still. If any of you guys are interested in AI and are looking to get into into some of the AI projects out there, I recommend checking out Tau or BitTensor, it's called. That's a really cool project that's going places where they're decentralizing the training data of AI, and you can set up your own subnets within their global network of AI training. And basically, this is one of the good.
In what form? Again, if you're just using the generalized concept of AI, what do you mean AI?
In any kind of form, really. Like, they're sort of open sourcing the sharing of data sets that are able to be used to train AI on, machine learning stuff. And
training AI to what? Training. AI isn't a single technology. It's a concept. And you are conflating technologies or.
Okay, let me read to you what it is. BitTensor is a decentralized blockchain network designed to enhance the collaboration of artificial intelligence and machine learning models through a peer-to-peer ecosystem. The network uses unique consensus mechanism called proof of intelligence to reward participants based on the value of their contributions, ensuring continuous improvement and innovation. So rather than keeping it a closed source system like OpenAI does, pretty funny that they're called OpenAI.
Language processing there.
Yeah.
Specifically. So rather than AI language processing.
I said proof of intelligence, right?
Proof of intelligence. Language processing, but subset of the overall AI concept.
But yeah, people are getting rich on this system pretty quickly. It's just in the early phases of booming. Mm-hmm. There's another one I just got involved with.
Are they actually?
He got
some
another brain
ago. Are they actually getting rich, or are they getting some sort of crypto token
Okay, I've already.
Yeah, they've got a crypto token, and then they use the crypto token to be able
they're not
to.
getting rich.
If anybody
So
has a
they're
problem,
not
people-
physically
hold on,
getting rich.
hold on.
So why did you say they're getting rich if they aren't
Mark,
actually physically getting rich?
Let me add this up first, real quick. If anybody out there is having problems with converting cryptocurrency over to cash, get in touch with me, and I can show them how to do it properly. It's not hard. I keep hearing this conversation where, oh, you're not able to do it. You can do it, and it's legal.
Depends on jurisdiction. Not everybody lives in your state or your country.
Cryptocurrency is legal. Now we can get into the whole debate.
Which jurisdictions?
We can get into the debate.
Would you conflate U.S. regulations with, let's say, Brazil?
Well, Brazil is a crooked freaking country.
I don't care. I'll sell you crypto.
What would you
Crypto
do?
for gold, crypto for cash.
My goodness.
As long as you do your
As long
yearly
as,
accounts and your
as long as
Losing it.
remember, you receive money from a or in your case, Australian sanctioned country could land you in jail.
We won't tell the police about that little bit of cryptocurrency I sold you last week, Mark.
Oh, he's got quiet. He started grinning.
Yeah, because he's just taking the piss.
I won't tell him you were on the dark web buying weed, trying to score.
God's sake.
It's weird that you mentioned that, because that's an issue I do want to actually go on and discuss somewhere, maybe on Untethered. But like this whole idea of the dark web, you know what I mean? Like, I actually got into the history on where this word came from, and it's a complete load of crap.
Let me guess. Apple executives.
Dude, I'm gonna tell you right now.
Executives.
This fits in perfectly with my whole Untethered thing with the internet is a scam. Okay, when you start learning about the true history of the quote unquote dark web, dude, you'll start understanding how freaking the internet's been manipulated and you've been lied to about what's really going on when it comes to the internet. It's just
internet or the web.
Well, give them a plug. Tell them where to find you with the Untethered. We'll do that.
You can find me here tomorrow.
It's not on this channel though, is it?
Oh, wait, no. On Rumble, you have to go to the Praetorian, and I only put freaking the censored version of Untethered on YouTube, which usually takes me about a week because Mr. Robot says a lot of really, really awful shit on there.
Well, you're not meant to put it on YouTube. That's the thing.
Well, I mean, I have to. I can't resist. You know what I'm saying? So what I do is I go through and I edit out all the horrible stuff that you would possibly get me in trouble with, and then I put it on there. But you can find it on the Praetorian on YouTube, and besides that, you can just find it on Kick, Twitch, and DLive. I mean, just under my regular streams, daily streams, they'll come on. So, but it's really good.
Yeah, that's probably my favorite show, actually.
Now, this next one, me and Mark was discussing it on Untethered. We're going to do, well, the internet's a scam, dude.
That's the second part.
The second part.
Yeah, we did the first part, 3 weeks ago?
Mm-hmm. And we start
So we haven't spoken about Tor yet, have we?
Well, first we want to get into the hackers. We want to talk about the hackers that were
the OG hackers, and we'll work our way up to the modern day hackers.
Yeah. Well, we've already done
the frackers. Not hackers. Again, I disagree with you on your usage of the term hacker.
So the hacker. See, there we go. I can understand now why people hate you, dude.
You can understand what?
Why people hate you, dude. You're like always, you're always like pissy about shit. We're getting stuff because of freaking you, man. They're like,
I hate him. I hate his guts. Bloody English.
Yeah, you are. Like,
Just joking, man.
People are getting on freaking Dan's freaking posts and like talking shit and everything because Mark Edworthy gets on there being critical about everything, This one guy. Well, I mean, it's just if you can't what is it? You can't take the heat, stay out of the kitchen. You know what I mean? If you can't roll with the big dogs, freaking go sit on the porch.
Indeed, Roger. Indeed.
So I'm good for it. I can hang it out. I'm cool with it. It's just that's my way of speaking out against all those trolls that are attacking our innocent Oriental dude, Tan Hai Tran.
I'm cool with a little bit of pushback, but it's got to go somewhere, not just for the sake of disrupting the conversation like usual.
Right. Exactly. I don't know which one I hate the worst, the freaking trolls or the people trying to get you to freaking buy views and stuff on websites.
I delete their comments straight away.
Yeah,
it's all bots and stuff for sure.
They just irritate the hell out of me. So before we go, you guys want to give your information? We'll start with the robot.
If you guys are into some trippy music, type into Rumble Hacker Radio, and come check out my tunes. And we have like little live parties every now and then. So give me a follow, and you can join in with the party sometimes. So we'll leave it at that. I'll see you guys next time.
And now, how about you, Mark?
Like both of you, on Minds, Minds.com being my primary sort of.
You're gonna have to say that again. You started breaking up.
Okay. I'm on Minds.com under the username Medworthy.
Okay, there you go. And like Mark said, that you can find me on Minds.com at Roger_Hanson. You can also, actually, I'm on X too. I forgot to even check to see what that is. I'm on X as Roger Hanson at ROGLOL1973. You can find me there. As well as that, you can find me on Elements at Live with Roger Hanson. I don't even know how to do the link on that, how that would come out, but those are the way you can get in contact with me. I'm also streaming on Rumble, YouTube, Twitch, DLive, Kick, and X. You can watch our shows on those at any time. With that being said, man, I'd like to say, if you guys like what you saw, please like, subscribe, share, make comments. I'm dead serious. And if you
get confused on how to find us, just drop a comment and we will get back to you.
Good call. Make a comment and we'll get in touch with the person that you need to hook up with and maybe connect with. Mr. Robot needs a girlfriend too, just putting it out there.
Yeah, it's got to be a robot girlfriend.
And he's from
Australia.
Just so you ladies know, he's from Australia. And he's got that Australian background. You know how those Australian boys are. So
these guys think they know me. They don't know anything about me, where I am, what I do.
So with that being said, I hope you guys have a good morning, evening, afternoon, whatever time it is in your neck of the woods, and we will bring it into this. Goodbye. because the value of the dollar is definitely a lot freaking higher now, which means
higher here apparently 13.6%.
But yeah, this is down to again the so-called trade wars, so tariff wars. So again,
in the UK, it's 22%. 1 in 5 people in the UK are in poverty, apparently.
Oh, sorry, yes.
The great first world nations.
So, let me see here. I need to back out of here. Now, do you guys have anything to say else on that one?
On Doge and
on the expansion adults and freaking Medicaid being lost to these people.
Again, I can see.
I just remember Trump said that the whole Doge thing wouldn't impact people's Medicaid payments. Did that turn out?
Yeah, but this is the problem with Trump, isn't it? He says a lot of things and doesn't always have. Much like.
From what I understood, is they basically cut down on some of the services of like processing. Oh no, they switched from paper to digital or something like that. So there was like an interruption for either online or digital, and people had to basically come in to prove who they were because there was a lot of fraud in the system. So a lot of old people had to manually go in and check in, like show their ID again and everything, which I think is fair enough because there's no other way to deal with a problem like that. You can't trust people online.
Obviously, that's also has a knock-on costs because you're going to have to employ more civil servants to be able to assess.
I'm not sure they did. I'm not sure they did or not.
Yeah. And see, that's the final. That's the final outcome of what they're trying to do is to reduce bureaucracy and make it towards smaller government. That's what the whole premise behind it.
The thing is, they should have dealt with the fraud first and then reduced it because right now they're going to have just a big backlog of people.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
maybe you can pull a miracle out.
They're getting those lawsuits in the court systems, and things are going the way freaking democracy or however you want to determine it is supposed to work. Constitutional government, the right to be sued and to sue and be sued. So this is freaking the United States in action. You know what I mean? Freaking Trump came in, he did what he did, and now these people are suing.
Are these civil cases? Or
it's all?
Because you said to be sued.
The right to be sued.
I thought it would be more criminal related. Fraud is not criminal action.
No, all of it is constitutional law. You have the right.
Yeah, so it's a criminal. So it's not sued. It's custodial sentencing.
That's tough. Whenever they're making lawsuits against the president and the executive branch, they have to take their lawsuits to the government, and then the government has to approve it and say that they have valid grounds to sue the government. After that, it becomes a civil suit between the individual and the government, or whatever branch.
Okay. I see. Sorry. Yeah.
All I know is they are coming hard for Trump right now because he is cutting off a lot of corrupt people's money, and that's why him and Musk are getting such bad press right now. Is because all these people were pocketing, billions of dollars, and now they're not. And they're pissed off about it, and they're trying to get back at it.
Of legality, I will state alleged.
Alleged.
Well, I mean, it's pretty obvious.
We were different, but do you want to be sued?
Well,
I
nobody
don't give
wants
a
to be
shit.
sued.
I say what I want.
It's nobody wants.
Okay, I knew some of the consequences.
I've got nothing for anyone to take, so I can say whatever I want, Mark.
It's a constitutional law here in the United States that allows you to be sued. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it's also to sue people. You have that constitutional law. So if you have anything that you're disagreeing with when it comes to the government or anything, you can sue
But
it.
doesn't there have to be damages for that to be the case?
Well, I mean, if,
Well, it depends what you mean by damages.
Which part of the
Depends
Constitution
on
is?
the specific law.
you know, you
Specific reason you
I
being
thought it
sued
was
for.
like a means to remedy, like if you had damage done to your property or something like that.
if you have any kind of damage that has to do with you personally, it could be damage to your property, it could be freaking something that the government's doing. Yeah, your reputation. If somebody is doing something in the government that's hurting you, you see.
Yeah, but getting a payout out of the government isn't really damages, is it? It's,
And it's not paid by the government, obviously. It's paid by the taxpayer. It's
yeah,
paid
but
by the
they're
state
dishing
again.
it out. What I'm saying.
Well, it's really hard for you guys over in friggin' your foreign countries to understand, you know. But this is freedom. This is how we do things in the United States.
Very inefficient.
Well, it's actually
we have similar sort of concepts when it comes to civil law in the UK and Australia.
I mean,
Well, I don't recommend trying to sue the government. A friend of mine tried to do that, and they labeled them as a terrorist, and now she can't do a lot of things because of that.
I would actually know the exact details of that one.
welcome to the party, dude. That if you do something to the government and they freaking call you a terrorist, then you're probably doing something right. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's not going to make your life any easier, that's for sure.
I know that, but you just got to keep your head up and freaking wish for the best, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, but if you're a terrorist, then you could be looking at criminal prosecution anyway. You could be looking
There's
at
better ways to fight than head on.
Now, Musk is supposed to be teaming up with PayPal co-founder to help build Trump's defense shield. Have you guys heard about that?
I have not.
SpaceX.
That's kind of ironic, isn't it?
SpaceX
It used to be Musk's company, wasn't it?
Yep. SpaceX to partner with Peter Thiel's data company on proposals for U.S. Golden Dome.
Oh, Peter
So
Thiel. Oh my God. Yeah, right.
What is the Golden
I
Dome?
didn't hear about the
What
space shield.
exactly?
Huh?
I'm worried about this Peter Thiel guy. He's a creepy one. I don't trust him.
Okay, so
Again, you have to go into further detail
Elaborate.
about what the actual
Well, just the way he's invested in the past, really. Like he was an early investor in
I'm not talking
Facebook.
about this individual. So you misunderstand me. I wasn't talking about the individual. The individual is irrelevant. What is defense shield?
Defense.
What-
Is it the space shield thing, or is
Yeah,
it the
what
missile defense? Yeah. So it's using satellites to be an early detection system for intercontinental missiles, and being able to shoot them down before they get to their targets.
So why I was going to say why is it why are the private sector, because private sector industries are interested in this because there's a Department of Defense issue, isn't it? But saying that there's a lot of lucrative money to be made in contracts.
Peter Thiel would be killing it. Yeah. And SpaceX too. Yeah, they'd be making a lot of money. But at the same time, it's the biggest vulnerability that the US has right now is these supersonic missiles that Russia and everyone has now. They can basically fire a nuke and it'll be hitting its target in 10 minutes. And you can't shoot them down. There's no countermeasures to them at the moment.
Reagan's Star Wars program. We still got the US still got ICBMs.
No doubt there's nukes in space already. I know the US has these. They have these decapitation weapons in space that are they call them meteor guns. And basically, it's like a projectile that gets launched from space and it hits terminal velocity and basically can go into a mountain and destroy like bunkers.
And it doesn't have to even be from space. There's plenty of US military bases on US ground that have got missile silos.
Well, I've done some research into this too, and it's actually a combination between the United States and England. They both came up with a satellite, or it's a ground to satellite to freaking to target projectiles missile system, where freaking they use satellite information to locate the target, and all they have to do is launch the missile, and it freaking hits it by satellite. They've had it out now for at least 10 years.
I'm just trying to remember the name. There's an acronym or abbreviation acronym on board.
It really bolstered the British military capabilities. Like they really got a lot of good credit out of that because of how much of a military force they are in the world of weapons exchange and trade. Like they've actually got a lot of credit for it. It's just like, you remember the drone thing we were talking about. I find it coincidental that you guys are freaking doing experiments with radiation, or not radiation, but I guess it would. Yeah, microwaves, and with drones. And then we mysteriously had our drone incident over here. And the one thing that sticks out to me is when we were having that show with Nancy, she was talking about freaking that fuel. What was it again? It was not bleach. No, it was greens. It was green. Well, not bleach, but green pneumonia or something like that.
Okay.
And they're using it now, so because it was supposed to be freaking really low in heat, you know what I mean, and with heat and everything, and it's a good fuel source. They're using it now in semis and stuff of that nature. But that was what really stuck out to me. So I can see that there's a lot of new technology that's being prepared. And I think...
Did you see that video of Trump talking about his secret weapons recently?
No.
Yeah, someone in like a news conference said something, and it was kind of unrelated. And then Trump's like, "Oh no country is going to try and attack us. You know, we got weapons that are much more destructive than anything anyone else has, and we have stuff no one knows about, and they're just not going to do that." And then it came out on InfoWars a few days later because Alex Jones talks to Trump every now and then, and supposedly the US even has like antimatter bombs now, which can basically vaporize like the entire city.
Again, we are coming from InfoWars. We're coming from both Trump and Alex Jones, so...
So I went ahead and turned the recording on and everything, that way we can get all of it. And
Are Are we recording already?
Yeah, I'm gonna record it instead of having to download afterwards, so that we have.
Okay, but you haven't started yet, have you?
No, not yet. It's just getting so annoying to download, you know.
Ah, okay.
Why are you downloading it? If you're using... Oh, you're not using OBS?
Well, yeah,
You
I'm
get-
using... Right here, for just the streams, I'm just using Rumble Studios, but now I'm going to use Rumble or OBS just to record it, rather than... Because I have to go through and edit out, make sure Mr. Robot's been a good boy, and he
Wow, you just edited me out completely out there.
well, no, actually, this last time around it was pretty good, because you didn't say anything about freaking COVID or crazy shit, like, you know, that would get us
I
in
do it on
trouble.
purpose so you don't put me on YouTube.
Well, I learned the art of editing. I just wish I didn't have to.
Speaking of which, please stop mentioning that I'm from Australia.
Why did you say it while we're recording, dude?
People can tell anyway, but I just don't want to record it.
Australia is a big country.
You're a beautiful man.
Yeah, not big enough. Not big enough.
You get women flocking to you, man. They'll be sending you fan letters just because you're from.
That's what I'm worried about, Roger. That's what I'm worried about.
I don't even want to go there.
Am I gonna do some like fact checking and I could like share my screen at some point and we could look at news articles and shit.
If you want to, but the thing is freaking you are gonna have to be careful about what you put on there and what you don't put on there.
Yeah.
Because
I'll clean up my screen. Yeah. I've got Brave New World open.
just be careful be careful.
Probably get us all arrested.
Because I don't know if you're aware of it, but there's a lot of things in Australia that aren't freaking like copyright. You know what I mean? Like your laws allow a lot more copywritten stuff on their streams than what most other countries do.
Australian copyright laws very similar to the West.
No,
I'm
they.
more worried about people sensitive things of mine.
Copyright law between at least the Five Eyes doesn't really change stuff much.
They actually wanted to get rid of the copyright laws. If they wanted,
Yeah, no doubt.
they wanted to make it to where if you put it on the internet, freaking, it was.
Well, that's how it should be, man, because it's freaking
Right.
in the public.
Well, hold on.
So, I know. So if a book is in a library, that means you can make hundreds of copies of it.
If you're in Australia, where the hot women are.
So just because something's on TV, that means you've got free form to copy it and reuse
Well,
it.
yeah, that's the
called-
way it always was. We
that's-
used to,
that's
like,
called the
record stuff
VCR,
on
man.
Tapes and shit off the TV.
That's called VCR, man.
Yeah,
VCR.
Don't get me started.
But for personal use, not for.
Yeah, for personal use.
I want to personally use it on the internet.
Remember, hey, no, that means
I,
that's not personal use.
I want to personally use it on.
Somebody else's content.
You know, I mean, it's like the thing that is so ridiculous about this shit is like you take and put a video on YouTube and you make it private, they still want to hit you with copyright laws. If I have a private video on my freaking YouTube that has never been seen by the public, they should have no rights to hit me with copyright infringement.
If you are using somebody else's copyright, yes.
No, it's marked private for my eyes only. Doesn't matter. Yeah, it does.
Platforms. You've agreed to the terms of services. You've agreed to the
That's not the law. That's their terms of services.
I haven't agreed to anything.
You've agreed to the services.
That means they're breaking the law.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. If freaking I want to put a private video on there, freaking it shouldn't freaking be.
And you've agreed to their agreement. It's like me going to your house. Actually,
I don't even. I'd like to find out if that's actually a part of the terms of service, because like they specifically have to say freaking that even if it's in private, then it would be a break against the terms of service. I mean, that's not. I doubt that's even in the terms of service.
No,
we should just stop using platforms with shitty service.
Or any content that you upload to their services.
Mm-hmm.
Or you allow to access to their services or something.
Yeah, we're getting so much cool behind the scenes shit. It's gonna be awesome.
Are you recording already?
Yeah, I told you guys I was recording already. That's why I was telling you shouldn't be telling people freaking or saying you're from Australia, because we were recording. I was like, why the hell did you do that while we were recording?
Actually, Roger, it's a shame you stopped at the TikTok, because the entire copyright, online copyright of intellectual properties thing could be an interesting TikTok. Okay.
We've already had that conversation.
Did we?
Yes.
Did we read out the conversation?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, I said we shouldn't have any copyright. Everything should be free.
Yeah.
And some of us are not comments.
You kind of went freaking AWOL when he said that too, by the way.
Well, some of us are not comments.
No, when he said freaking it should all be free, you did that thing where you freaking nodded your head up and you started moving around real fast and shit. You started flipping out.
That's the easiest way to trigger mine.
I just start telling him, fuck it, it's all gotta be free.
Bloody commies.
It's not really communist, it's just freedom of thought, which is good.
Making copies of other people's content without their permission
they've been doing it.
It's freedom of thought, mate.
You can't own an idea, man. We don't even know where ideas come from.
Maybe
we don't even come up with it.
They come from.
You can own the creation that you work upon, but you've actually created.
Here's the thing, Mark. It's just your ego that tells us you're an individual, right? In reality, you're part of a collective consciousness with everyone on the planet.
Again,
we're all the same being.
Okay.
So
yes,
there is no you or me per se. It's just like your ego that's in the way of progress.
Okay, I'm getting ready to go live, so keep your conversation up because I'll use it to test the audio and stuff. And it's a good conversation, so don't worry about all of it. I just wanted to let you know. Then I'm gonna go through and test the audio, make sure you guys can be heard and everything.
I'm gonna share my screen, but I should have checked it first.
You guys can be heard and everything.
I'm gonna share my screen. You can just switch to it whenever you want. You don't have to now, but I'm just gonna look up donuts and stuff.
Sounds good on D Live and on Twitch.
Yeah. Are you getting any echoes from me?
Nope.
Yeah. Are you getting any echoes?
Just a very sort of slight.
Turn my speaker down.
You guys can't hear that, can you? Like the I'm free thing on the. I don't know what the deal is with Rumble, man. It's like on Rumble, it should be the first one to kick in, and I have to hit refresh and all that shit over and over again just to get the stream to show up. You'd think that it would be the first platform that came on, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
Since we're using.
Yeah, but no. I think they're doing what Bill Ottman's doing. They're switching out to a new platform so they can just get rid of the old one.
What do you mean?
So no politics.
Well, that's the reason why they want you to pay to play now on Minds.com, so that they can.
No, they're just trying to make as much money as possible at the moment. Hence why they reduced all their staff numbers. Mr. Robert, you didn't see that. Yesterday I did a entire review of Edmonds in the general room. I did an entire review of every single staff member that was with Minds. And see how many staff members are actually working in Minds now.
And what did you come up with?
And as far as I can see, apart from the owners, so apart from the people like Jack, Bill, John and Mark, Bosch is the only actual employed.
You know what that means, don't you?
Yeah.
Wow. Is he a coder? Or what does he do?
Mark is the community manager.
Bashi does the help and support whenever you go on there.
Yeah, the community manager.
Yeah.
As a volunteer?
No, she gets paid. She gets paid.
Well, that's why things are moving so slowly, isn't it?
Well, they've always been lazy.
What was it? I named about 9 staff members that's not working on Minds anymore. Not even members of Minds.
I wonder if they burned through the cash, the startup cash.
Yeah, the startup money they got from the freaking what was it? What do they call those? The something pay me or whatever, or help me.
The investment.
Yeah, the Bill Allman.
And beforehand, there was supervision on mainly
why is it every time we start streaming, Mark starts glitching out?
It was really, right? It was really their daddy's money.
There we go. There we go. I'm gonna turn that lower banner off so that we can go ahead and get Mark's face on there too. And how you guys like that? That looks stylish, doesn't it?
In fact, do we really need either of those banners at all?
Yeah.
Can you make it like flash up? You should just bring it up when we talk about something real serious.
Wow.
We don't really need that.
Mark wants that banner gone, dude. Freaking so.
Because it made sense if there was a lot of text scrolling through, but it's only 2-3 words.
Well, it's cool. It's a freaking banner, dude. Come on, man. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, it would be useful if it was like a ticker of, I don't know, today's news or something.
Mm-hmm. Well,
but if there's only 3 words.
I will do this instead.
Are you recording now already? Are we already streaming?
Yeah, we're on stream right now. And
well, guys, whoever's watching this is our channel. Well, this is my channel where we talk about all sorts of alternative topics. It's called the Tinfoil Hat Club, and if you go to get there on Element, you go to the search. Actually, you click on this little house at the top. You go to this little compass icon. And you basically type hashtag conspiracy theory, and then join, and that'll take you there. And at the top of the page, there's a little
before you continue,
pin.
what's the internal URL? What's the internal address?
Internal, how do I find that?
It'd be a hash, something like conspiracy theories, colon
Yeah, put that in.
Oh yeah, sorry, it's hash conspiracy dash theory.
Put that in the live chat, and I'll post it for the public too. That way.
Yeah. But what I wanted to say is, if you click on the pin at the top, it'll show you all our alternative news sources. And if you don't, like, a lot of people don't know where to get their news from these days. And I try to keep a running list of new news sources that are sort of not your usual garbage that you get online. So if anyone wants to have a look, they can. I'm gonna just sort of troll through the news as we talk and see what comes up. See if there's anything worth talking about.
I've got talking points.
Okay.
So before we go through that, let me do a countdown, and I'll do an introduction. Or you want to do an introduction again?
You do it. I don't really know what we're talking about. So.
Well, it's just an introduction, but
I just don't have an idea for it right now.
Okay. So, well, anyhow, I've got to do a retraction.
Okay,
anyhow,
I can do it.
I need to make a retraction. So whenever you go in and do it, say that Roger has to make a retraction, and he wishes to do it because I have.
He wants to apologise. He wants to get down on his hands and knees and grovel for forgiveness.
Yes, that's what I want to do. So let me do the countdown, and then you do your introduction, okay?
I'll try my best.
Okay. So 3, 2, 1, now.
Hello, folks. Welcome to another episode of Untethered, the place where we unleash your mind and free your thoughts to discuss all things that are completely and utterly uncensored. And with us, we have the great Roger Hanson and the great British Mark Edworthy. And I am Mr. Robot. Hope you enjoy the show.
Hello, Mr. Robot. Now,
yes?
Now, before we get started, I do have to go through and I have to do a retraction on a thing that I've been talking about quite a bit on the internet lately, and it pertains to P. Diddy and the baby oil. I was wrong, okay, about the information about the receipt that P. Diddy supposedly had on his possession. Whenever the law came in and busted into his house, they didn't find a receipt of all the baby oil from Costco. And I posted a article in the chat from a place called The Cut. It's a news area, and they talked about Diddy's lawyer and how the receipt and the baby oil thing got started, okay, with Costco. And it started because of Diddy's lawyer. He attempted to explain all about all that baby oil, and he said, as a part of the federal indictment, the article says, as part of the federal indictment brought against Sean Diddy Combs last week, prosecutors included one particular shocking detail. Amid the allegations of physical, emotional, and sexual abuse, Combs has been charged with sex trafficking and racketeering. They noted that law enforcement officers have seized more than 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant. from Combs' Miami and Los Angeles residences during raids earlier this year. Now, Combs' attorney is attempting to play off the amount of baby oil as though it isn't a glaring red flag. Attorney Mark Agnifilo sat down with TMZ's Harvey Levin for an upcoming documentary on the Combs indictment. The gossip site shared a clip on Wednesday in which Agnifilo tried to reframe Combs' freak-offs. The alleged sexual performances at the center of the Combs indictment, where prosecutors say victims were abused, threatened, and coerced into participating as normal sexual behavior. Now, back when I was a kid in the late 70s, they were called threesomes, he told Levin. When Levin asked how that would explain the 1,000 bottles of baby oil, Agnifilo said he didn't even know where the number came from. Levin informed him that it came from the U.S. attorney. And then he responds by saying, I can't imagine it's thousands, and I'm not really sure what the baby oil has to do with anything, Agnifilo said. When Levin stated that they're implying it's a sexual lubricant, Agnifilo played dumb. I guess I don't know what you need 1,000. One bottle of baby oil goes a long way. I don't know what you need 1,000 for. I mean, he has a big house. He buys in bulk, he explained. I think they have Costco's in every place where he has a home. Have you sat in a parking lot of Costco's and seen what people walk out of there with? A spokesperson for Costco later told TMZ that they do not sell baby oil at any of their U.S. locations. Agnifilo's attempt to spin this is particularly galling if you return to Cassandra Cassie Ventura's lawsuit against Combs from November of last year. Her complaint went into great detail about freak-offs, with her lawyers writing that the hotel rooms were freak-offs, where freak-offs were held, were stocked with baby oil and Astroglide. Ventura also alleged that Combs would instruct her to pour excessive amounts of oil over herself. This is probably not the best detail for Agnifilo to be glib about. So now we have Astroglide. I don't even know what the hell Astroglide is, man. You guys know what Astroglide is?
Well, it's when you take a whole lot of baby oil and you put it all over the floor and you just run up and slide on your belly all the way across.
What kind of shit is this dude freaking...
I'm just going to put it out there, you know, I love baby oil. I buy baby oil like a hater.
You must be very careful. You're close to potentially being in contempt of court.
Well, I don't know why everyone's obsessed with the baby oil when there's way more interesting things they found, like MDMA, ketamine, benzodiazepines.
Again, the allegations of a continuing trial.
I saw pictures of it. They found it. That's probably why they were able to...
continuing allegations of a continuing trial.
Well, I mean...
You could be prosecuted for contempt of court.
Well, I mean... Astrogliding, dude, on baby oil and shit. You know what I'm saying? And the thing that I was telling this one girl, she comes out and works for this group called Addis, taking care of my mom and helping her. and she started talking about P. Diddy. And I told her, you know, you need to be careful with what you're thinking, because you're hearing all these people saying he's guilty, like he's going to be prosecuted. But if you go back a little bit and you start looking at how O.J. Simpson's trial turned out, okay, all these people on the news and the media were throwing all of this negative shit out about him, and that ended up being the thing that actually got him off on all of his charges.
Yeah, because because it was in directing the jury, wasn't it? So there was technically contempt of court.
Well, it also, I mean, if you get a good lawyer that freaking knows that's a slime ball, basically, he can freaking pretty much do any kind of miracles. You know what I'm saying? For anybody.
Like that, they will point out that people are innocent until proven guilty.
Okay, I get it. So it says hotel rooms where freak-offs were held were stocked with baby oil and Astroglide. So Astroglide is probably like the plastic they put the baby oil was put on.
Unless it's a specific product.
It's kind of freaky. So what's your take on that, Mr. Robot? Do you agree with me on that?
On what?
The fact that if they start trying to, like, they've been doing a lot of slanderous stuff on the in the media when it comes to P. Diddy, and if you notice, like, a lot of the stuff they put on there concerns him slapping his ex around. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
I saw a video of that. I think that's that's probably more, I think it's a bit of a distraction. Like,
right.
It seems like they're sort of pigeonholing his actions into very specific things, rather than focusing more on, like, the broader aspect of what he was involved with, who he was involved with. You know, like, what were these freak-offs for? Why was he filming it? Like, was it a blackmail situation or not? Like, that's what I really want to know.
Mm-hmm.
But they sort of like.
I've just double checked. Astroglide is a natural product.
It is.
It is a natural product. It's a water-based gel.
Lubricant. Glistening up all these chicks, I guess.
Dude, this dude's like fucking partier from hell. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's got fucking chicks with Astroglide and baby oil both.
Well, that's what happens when you give fucking idiots too much money. You know, we're all responsible. Whoever fucking listens to that crap.
Well, the thing is, though, is it's like TMZ. That's what I find the most fucked up part about this whole thing, is it's like TMZ is like making a movie or documentary series about the shit. They're also doing interviews and they're getting limelight. Now, if you go back and you look at the whole story behind Epstein, okay, you'll find out that the Inquirer freaking had his information about all the shit he was doing for freaking at least a decade before he actually got busted. Okay, now these
technically, it's not an ongoing case. So again, legit shit.
Well, I mean,
speaking about Epstein, did you see the shit about what's his name, Cash Patel and Bongino coming out saying, "Oh, Epstein did kill himself." We know because, you know, we saw the files or whatever. It's like no one believed him.
Again, and that comes out in the court of, in the actual courts, and it's all allegations.
Well, it's.
They just didn't explain anything, you know, like, why was the security cameras turned off? Why were the guards not there? Like, how is any of this even possible?
I wonder if he had baby oil. You know.
I'd say he would have had. He was probably the baby oil supplier to P. Diddy.
had baby oil on Fantasy Island. Now with me, now with me, when it comes to Epstein, the thing that I get, like what I just mentioned there, that's the serious conversation when it comes to that kind of shit. You know what I mean? And it's like I get annoyed because when I hear these stories, freaking they turn around and they just start freaking going way off into left field and they don't focus on the important shit. Like if the receipt was actually accurate, okay, then that would have been legitimate. That would have been something to really look into when it comes to Costco's. You know what I mean? But
have you seen this? Like, this is supposedly the dead Epstein, but this is the live Epstein. Their ears look completely different. Their noses look completely different. So a lot of people have a conspiracy out there that Epstein's actually still alive.
mm-hmm.
There's someone I don't know if it's true, but I saw like some drone footage where someone thought they saw him on the island again after that.
Also, conspiracy theory or conspiracy
Theory.
just mean to conspire.
Conspiracy hypothesis, alright? It's got less.
He has a hard time with the conspiracy theorists, like you have a hard time with like conjecture. You know what I'm saying? So for me to like say conjecture to you would irritate you, whereas if I kept calling it conspiracy theory, it would annoy Mr. Robot.
Well, no, don't mind the word conspiracy or the term conspiracy theory, but if you're going to use the term conspiracy by itself,
Well, I know the concept.
If a conspiracy fact,
Right.
To conspire to do something.
A conspiracy to commit a crime and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, I think that's all really just a play of words, to be honest. I mean, because every conspiracy theory is a
came up with the term conspiracy theory, or at least popularized it in order to discredit people that question their narratives.
Yeah.
Back in the 1960s.
Well, it's just a theory based on to state that there's been some sort of conspiracy.
Well, first of all, like with me, you guys. With me, I can understand like both sides of it. You know what I mean? But for me personally, I get sick. What I was getting at is I get sick of like hearing people come up with bullshit. Like we were having that chat in the chat yesterday or day before, and I mentioned Pizzagate. You know, I'm sorry, but I feel that is complete freaking bogus bullshit, and more people are focused on.
Define complete.
It's just complete bogus bullshit. I mean, I don't have.
Okay, but how do you explain like the emails between Hillary and Podesta and those guys going,
Come on,
yeah,
dude.
we're ordering in some pizzas and like
Whatever.
we've got a couple of brown
Dude,
whatevers in the pool waiting for you.
Those
and
people,
shit like
those people even tried. They used Reddit to try to freaking fool people into believing that they were using Assange's freaking website. Okay, and they got exposed to it because they were actually trying to pretend like they were getting all their shit from a credible source.
Mr.
Well,
Robot,
Pizzagate or not, we know that like human trafficking is one of the most lucrative and biggest criminal industries on the planet.
Right. So let's talk about the let's talk about the serious stuff. You know, like let's talk about the serious shit. You know, like freaking I was talking about Epstein. Epstein, there's serious issues that took place there that were overlooked. For one thing, the National Geographic, the National Enquirer, okay, freaking they, first of all, held on to information that could have freaking put this guy away years before he actually did, but they wanted to use it so that they could extort him and get their way. And they've done this stuff with their information for a lot of people, politicians included. They go in there and they freaking blackmail them for money, and they sell the freaking
has that been proven
They've done it for freaking, what was it? It was an Illinois freaking senator, I believe it was, that was a pedophile. Never hit freaking news, never got...
Law, then yeah, that's fair enough, but again, you've got to be very careful with.
Yeah.
Again, what...
with Epstein himself, that's what happened. That's how it played out. They point blank said that these people held on to the information for at least a decade, knowing that Epstein was out there doing the shit he was doing, and
as that's been proven in the court of law, yes or no?
Well, yeah, dude, they even brought it up. Well, the court, I don't think they even made it to court with him, did they?
So this is allegation for them.
Right. That's what it is, but you know what it was? It was freaking good allegations that they should have followed after.
Look at this, Roger. This is supposedly some of the Pizzagate evidence. This is straight from WikiLeaks, the Podesta emails. It says here, and I thought I'd share a couple of notes. We plan to heat the pool, so swim is a possibility. Bonnie will be Uber service to transport Ruby, Emerson, and this 11, 9, and almost 7, so you'll have some further entertainment. And they will be in that pool for sure. Alright?
Again,
now,
and the email
explain that to me, that's totally bullshit. Right?
Really, that's...
email stating that it's irrelevant if the email is an actual email or with something else.
This is an actual email. This is like verified.
Email.
You see, and
actual physical evidence of.
They play it off like that right there. That right there is most likely really from Reddit, where they freaking.
Yeah,
this is not from Reddit. This is from WikiLeaks. This came out like when the Podesta leaks happened.
Yeah.
Irrelevant. An email.
That was what they got.
It's evidence, Mark. How can you say evidence is irrelevant?
That's what these people got.
About putting kids in the pool for entertainment.
Dude, that's what these people got busted for, because Assange even came out and said straight up that it was bullshit. Like they were point blank freaking disguising.
You're just covering up potatoes.
No, it's not. It's not. It was bullshit. It was complete bullshit. Assange even came out and said freaking it was bullshit. Freaking these people disguised. Yeah, he did. He did too. Before he freaking all.
He doesn't know necessarily.
These people freaking were disguising this shit right here to freaking look like it was off of WikiLeaks, and it actually came off of Reddit. They got exposed for the bullshit. Okay.
Nah, man.
Yes, they did. They point blank got busted for freaking faking WikiLeaks with Reddit.
This email has been verified by Google, DIKM, RSKE. This is legit.
Verified by Google. Which company? Google.
What?
Google LLC. Google LLC.
Google DKIM. Well, this is some kind of cryptographic verification, I guess. But
okay,
we can look up all these names and they will check out to be someone. But besides that, that's definitely a creep. Like, you can just see like did you see the art and stuff he kept in his house?
What did you say?
I'll show you. Did you ever see like the art in his house?
But the DKIM thing is not relevant at all, because that's just a standard part of an IMAP and POP3 security or SMTP security framework. It's not relevant.
We'll see. The thing is how it all originally started too was that WikiLeaks began to release like emails that were hacked. So that is true, but later on, freaking, he started finding out freaking that the shit wasn't vetted all the way.
Yeah, again, just because somebody wrote something down doesn't mean that thing actually happened.
But that was all politically motivated too. It was like a month before frickin' Hillary Clinton was supposed to be running for president, or you know.
This was during the email private server scandal.
Yeah, and then what's his name, Wiener ended up exposing himself into the bathroom again. I think it was the second time.
Didn't they find Podesta just stole, like, was part of like stealing like a couple of $1 billion just recently, like last few days?
Well, I know. I think he was gotten into trouble for a couple of things actually. I don't think that was the only thing.
Yeah. 375 billion slush fund handled by John.
You stated that he was found guilty in the court of law in the last couple of days, or what?
No, he's actually gotten in trouble. He's probably being brought up on charges. I think I've heard of a couple of incidents.
John Pizza Podesta.
There's still allegations at this present moment.
Yeah. You know, and don't get me wrong, dude. I'm not a.
He gave 375 billion to charities founded by only months earlier, with no business plan or anything like that. No vetting. The money just kind of disappeared. They did bring it up in Congress just recently, but they haven't taken it to court yet, or anything else, mind you.
So again, it's all allegations.
Well, a lot of that information comes from comes from Reddit, is what I'm saying.
Everybody's innocent.
See, this is the reason why people shouldn't listen to freaking 4chan.
The Western legal system.
You know,
guys are so naive sometimes.
It's when you start listening to 4chan, that's when you start freaking hearing all the garbage bullshit that's just not even founded. There wasn't one single person that was freaking even brought up on charges for any of the accusations made against them. Not one person.
Well,
and these people said hundreds and thousands of them were out there doing it. You know what I mean? It was like, come on. Weinstein was important.
I'm not paying for it.
I'm not saying that there is a possibility that these things have happened. I'm just stating that everybody is entitled to be innocent until proven guilty.
Well, see, there's legitimate claims that were made.
Two-tier justice system.
There's.
That's one of the most fundamental principles of westernized justice, of the westernized justice system.
Have you ever heard of lynching? That's really
So you are eager to create a witch hunt.
That's the common theme with these guys, man. They fucking, you know what I mean? They want blood in the streets and shit.
Some of these corrupt politicians, hell yes.
You know, it was like that's all they want. They want blood in the streets and shit. You know, and the thing about it is these people who are so obsessed with molesters and shit, fucking, they're just as sick and fucking perverted as what the actual petties are, dude. It's like I said in my thing, you know, I can click a fucking link here in the United States and find out that I got 20 fucking pedophiles living in my neighborhood. Why the hell do I want to get on the internet and freaking just repeatedly see a bunch of fucking idiots talking about pedophiles over and over again? You know? They got a video of freaking Biden, dude, supposedly spanking his freaking daughter with a whip, butt naked and shit. You know what I mean? And then they also came out with freaking another one of Justin Bieber taking it up the butt by freaking P. Diddy. And they're like, are you fucking serious, dude? You're trying to tell me that freaking I should listen to you when you're throwing pornography on the fucking internet over and over and over again? You're a fucking pervert, dude. You know?
Just go out and all innocent.
Nah, I'm serious. This is the kind of shit these guys are doing, you know what I mean? And it's just, they're fucking just as...
Have you come across Alec, what's his name? Rosen's, He's on Rumble. He's called like the pedo hunter or something like that, and he like traps all these pedos into like thinking they're gonna share information with him or something, and then cops come up and arrest him on live stream and shit.
Yeah, they freaking.
I've seen that guy.
They still fuck with me because my last name's Hanson. Like, I think censorship sucks freaking picked on me about it the last time and shit.
I know, and isn't Hanson a very common name in Europe?
No, Hanson was the guy who freaking would trap freaking older men.
It's a fairly common name, isn't it?
Well, yeah. Well, there's a story behind Hanson. Hanson is Hansen means they're from freaking Sweden. If it's SON, that means they're from Norway.
Are you one of these, Roger? Is that what you look like when you're younger?
Well, how do they spell their last name? They're probably Swedish. You don't fucking listen to them like fucking Swedish bitches. Why is he on a Nirvana shirt for? Those are Hanson. Fuck's that? That's pretty deep. That's just.
What you a bit too young to?
What, Nirvana?
You don't put Hanson.
Oh man, I grew up on it. I remember when he freaking died, got assassinated.
Well, you don't put Nirvana on a Hanson on a Nirvana. Freaking
It's a joke. It's a joke.
It's a bad joke, man.
Anyway, I'm getting into politics now. I gotta get out of here.
Well,
how did we get down this road?
Well, this is the thing that I wanted to clear up. But after that, man, there's freaking something else I wanted to talk to you, which kind of goes into it. And it's that Blake Lively and Justin Baldwin's lawsuit.
Yeah, I say stated earlier. Who the hell are these people?
Yeah, me neither. I don't know.
When you mentioned that, what was?
Yeah. Now, what happened is Blake Lively is this chick that frickin' was on a show with Justin Baldoni, and what ended up happening is she accused him of having sexually not assaulted, but where you in the workplace. What do they call that again?
Are these people even popular? Are they?
Yeah, they're stars. Now,
again.
Sexual harassment. She accused him of sexual harassment. Okay, and the thing that is really, really strange about the whole deal is that she ends up freaking dragging Taylor Swift into it because, you know, they're supposed to be, you know, these great buddies. And the whole thing that comes out of it with me is this, like, Taylor Swift, actually, I got to give her credit. No, usually these days she's been really freaking a woke individual, always talking woke bullshit. Okay, but this time for this freaking sexual harassment thing, she said she didn't want to do it. And as a matter of fact, her legal people freaking said that it was nothing more than just a promotion so that they can get PR, you know what I mean, from the publicity and everything. And
as I sort of alluded to earlier in our chat, this sort of material is good for the Vogue magazine or some sort of celebrity sort of newspaper, but geez, an old British said today's newspaper is tomorrow's chip paper.
Chip paper.
I thought you were pro illegal immigration though.
Right?
The hell's
Roger?
What the hell are you talking about, dude? We're not talking about immigration. What the fuck are you talking about?
It was an illegal immigrant that killed Blake and Riley, wasn't it?
Killed who?
Blake and Riley.
Dude, you are on DMT. I'm talking about.
Yeah, you're all over the place. You've been doing this for the last day or two. You've been jumping on one subject to another. There's not been any connection between.
Didn't you just say you were talking about Lake and Riley?
No, Blake Lively.
Blake.
Ah.
she played on a show called It Ends With Us. It was it's when. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you can't fault me for that. It sounds really
I was like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude?
Fair enough.
But anyhow, the whole point that I'm making is Tyler Swift actually did right here. She's like, fucking no, I don't want no part of it. And after the fact, the judge even said that it's unnecessary and stuff of that nature. And like the whole thing about it is it's like in Hollywood, a lot of these women are doing the same shit. Like Blake Lively freaking thought that she was going to have this camaraderie, you know, reach out to freaking Tyler Swift and she was going to stand up to her because it was all about, you know, justice. And
this goes. This reminds me of the old Me Too thing. The sort of believe everything I say thing.
Mm-hmm. Well, it was like.
Remember the Me Too?
Yeah.
Issue.
Yep. It was like, what's her name? The one that used to play on Charmed. She.
I was thinking of. Was thinking of the. I can't remember what it is. No, Kate.
It was.
Winslow?
Huh?
Kate Winslow?
Yeah, Kate Winslow.
Yeah.
She plays on
What
Walk.
if you watch Gossip Girl or something?
Gossip Girl? Yeah, well, you know, come on, dude. Like,
Fucking retarded.
like, didn't Gossip Girl, seriously.
Oh, yeah, it just reminds me of what's the American TV thing with Oprah Winfrey on?
Oprah Winfrey?
Yeah, you know that
No.
chat show thing.
It was called Oprah Winfrey. The Oprah Winfrey Show.
No, the one that she appears on now.
Oh, God, I don't even know if she...
With the station, but
Now, are you talking about The View?
yeah.
The View is actually Whoopi Goldberg, not Oprah Winfrey.
Oh,
Whoopi Goldberg.
yeah.
Whoopi Goldberg.
Okay. Yeah.
That's like the worst. That's like the worst TV show that was ever invented, man. And like, I hate that show.
Again, I think there's an ongoing British TV show very similar to that called Loose Woman. Very similar.
Well, see, the thing about The View that's so horrible is the fact that, like, even women hate for The View, okay? Like, when they first started out, it was supposed to be a TV show for women and about women, and it has
I think
absolutely...
everyone just watches it because they hate it.
No, there's nothing about women on that show. You know,
Actually, I blame Dave Rubin, you know, the conservative YouTube commentator, political commentator. He sort of introduced me to The View, and he's a big critic of that program.
he's more critical.
Extremely critical of that.
Oh,
If you haven't seen any Dave Rubin videos.
so is he in favor of The View?
No, he absolutely
Yeah. Okay.
mocks it all the time.
I was wondering if he was going to be critical about what I said, or if he was going to be critical about The View. Yeah, I'm the same way.
Yeah.
I'm the same way. And this takes me back to the shit about like Weinstein and stuff like that too. What's his face? Corey Feldman went on to The View and was talking about how Corey Haim was molested by freaking Charlie Sheen. And that redheaded bitch that was on there fucking just started fucking talking so much shit to him, dude. Freaking treated him like trash. And the story goes is that this stuff happened, and eventually Corey Haim ended up committing suicide. His family came out and said, "Oh no, he didn't commit suicide. He freaking just died." But nobody realizes that freaking he was having issues with his family as well. Like he didn't, they didn't go their separate ways on good terms. You know what I mean? So when it comes to that whole story, it was pretty fucked up. You know, but when it, like I said, it goes back to that. That's another important freaking story that freaking Corey Feldman was trying to put out on the you know, about what was happening there, and to this day they've never done anything or said anything to Charlie Sheen or anything about what the allegations were. They've never done an investigation whatsoever. You know, he just got away with it scot-free. And
So again, anything he said
that just means he's not guilty, isn't it, Mark?
well, not proven. I will use the Scottish legal system where there is a not guilty, guilty, or not proven. Therefore, in this case, not proven.
so, do you think Blake Lively had the right freaking order a freaking subpoena on Tyler Swift though?
Again, I don't know the intrinsic, the details of this.
I say chuck her in jail.
Well, apparently the judge didn't either because he released her of the freaking thing. She was forced to go into freaking, or was going to be forced to go into court off because Blake Lively wanted her to give testimony. Okay. And yeah, okay. Eventually, the judge said, "You know what? We don't need that," and it was all cool, right? And they or no, actually, I think it was her attorney who let it go. To be honest with you, and the reason for that was the judge said that it wasn't relative, it wasn't needed. Her testimony wasn't needed. But in the meantime, freaking, she was held by a subpoena telling her that she had to show up to court, or she could have, you know. And if you
what made the judge change his mind?
Apparently, freaking, it wasn't worth having her in there. You know what I mean?
All of a sudden, like it was, and then it wasn't.
Yeah.
Well, that's the point of a trial, isn't it? It's to review the evidence as it comes in. If one piece of evidence contradicts another piece of evidence, then that needs to be reviewed. And if it means that the person that is forced to go into court based upon the first amount of evidence,
actually,
be disproven.
I'm sorry, the judges are more corrupt than the people they're judging.
Actually, I was wrong about it. Let me clear this up. Swift was friends with Lively. Was friends with Lively. Okay, but it was Beldani's legal team who claimed she was present at certain meetings and stuff, and influence like aspects of the film and things like that, and that's what that was all about. But she was subpoenaed by Baldani, and Baldani's legal team was the one who was telling her that she needed to be there from the way it looks. Now, that's what it was all about to me, from what I've heard about it. They were trying to freaking get publicity off of it and try to get some kind of freaking attention. You know what I'm saying?
Worked, didn't it?
Well,
I mean, you're talking about him right now, giving him free publicity.
well, I mean, I think freaking Taylor Swift is a fucking hot bitch, dude. I'd love to see her naked.
Yeah, but her like just the way she is just puts me right off. I don't care how hot she is.
Have you seen her in those jean shorts?
Yeah, it doesn't bother me. There's a billion of them out there.
Well, I look at all 1 billion of them.
Yeah, no, the crazy ones I'll.
Well, there's a difference between freaking. Okay, you gotta understand one thing when it comes to crazy women. Okay, crazy women are good in bed, but the moment you get them in bed, freaking crazy shit starts happening. So the important,
especially afterwards, when they just let all their drama out on you.
Yeah. Now the important thing.
You realize it wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth it after all.
Now the important part about crazy women is this: you need to freaking understand. It's good to look at them, but don't freaking take them to bed.
Yeah, just don't even talk.
This is relationship advice sponsored by Roger Hanson.
Oh, dude! If anybody's ever watched any of my streams, they know freaking.
Side hustle.
They know freaking what to expect when I talk about sex, dude. Yeah, you know. I mean,
Are you trying to take Andrew Tate's place?
No, I don't think anybody wants to take Andrew Tate's place. Well, maybe Naroki. He might want to. He keeps saying that he's not a fan, but you know he is. Come on, dude. Seriously. He loves Andrew Tate. So.
I don't have time for celebrities, to be honest.
Well,
Bunch.
Do you guys think that that was cool though? That she had to be subpoenaed to freaking come into court and shit like that whenever she really didn't have anything. I think the only thing that she really had involved with those two was she did like 2 songs for the TV or the movie that they put out, and that was it. But they claim that that she freaking had inner knowledge of what was taking place there or some shit, and she didn't have anything to do with it.
Did you Did you see this? That Obama's name came up in the P. Diddy case. He was having freak-offs there with him and stuff.
What's the...
Again, allegedly.
Wow.
Oh, okay, it says down underneath there, it says, the news you weren't supposed to see. So, that right there. Keywords, see. We know about all those cool alternative sites. She's probably like some...
Well, this isn't
all the time. What news that you aren't meant to see? Was there the report that Dharma doesn't want you to see the whatever clickbait rubbish?
Yeah, that's exactly why.
Well, if it's not on CNN, it's not worth seeing.
Well, you got that right. Fuck yeah, dude. It's about time you came to your senses.
They would never lie to us, would they?
You came to your senses and you're finally, like, wanting to watch reliable, informed news media
Where's my
sources.
Coca-Cola? Where's my Coca-Cola and my Big Mac?
Okay, so...
But, no, that's been making the rounds. Did you see Elon Musk fucking was on like a live stream in front of this huge audience, and they were like going, "Oh, Bill Gates has accused you of being like Hitler, blah blah blah," and then Musk goes, "Who's Bill Gates to say anything about kids? He was frequented Epstein's Island, and I wouldn't even let him babysit my kids." And the whole crowd went silent.
Well, you see, this goes back to another issue. Okay, like, look at the source. You know what I'm saying? These two need to just keep their fucking mouth shut. How many fucking kids does fucking Elon Musk have? He's got like 50 million, dude. You know what I mean? Dude's just running around fucking.
Another one on the way too.
Yeah, he's running around fucking anything that moves. You know, I mean.
Well, don't say you wouldn't.
Yeah, I would. Well, I would at one time. I'm celibate now. I am actually celibate now. So.
Sponsored by Viagra.
Well, no, Viagra. I think that's a fraud, dude. Like, you know, the reason why freaking men have erectile dysfunction is, well, first of all, let me tell you this: you'll never find a single man my age who has erectile dysfunction, and there's a reason for that. It's because freaking married men are are married to ugly bitches for like 20 years. And then
not just that, it's like all the drama piles up, and then it's just not even fun anymore.
Right. You know what I mean? I mean, you're like with the same freaking woman for 15 years, and she expects you to get it up and shit. I mean, dude. You know.
Yeah, that's not erectile dysfunction. That's just dysfunction.
That's what it is. Dude, I've never met anybody who's a single male in his 30s or 40s that have claimed to freaking have erectile dysfunction. Even the commercials aim towards.
Would they even tell you if they did?
Well, apparently they
would. They're
would.
more likely to tell you just to get those drugs, but it doesn't mean they actually have it.
You know, and it's like.
I'm sure PDD had plenty of Viagra.
Actual medical conditions like I don't know, blood circulation issues.
Well, then you hard on your last problem.
You're gonna have to elaborate on that, Mark. I just really didn't understand fully what you were talking about right there. Blood circulation issues. We know.
Yeah, they say. Wasn't it like? That is how it works, though.
Yeah.
Go and do it. Read the biology book too.
Okay, so are you guys ready to go on to the next serious topic? Get away from this disgustingly horrible topic that Mark Edworthy made us go through. I mean,
I want to know. Well, I guess this is politics.
No, it's not. It's current. So it's current.
I thought you were going to do this into next week.
Well, hold up. No, let's. This is a good time for us to go into what Mr. Robot wanted to talk about with his cyber security research with Jeremiah Fowler. No, and
before we go into that, I want to know: do you guys think the ex-FBI agent called for Trump to be killed?
No, that we
I'm not aware of any story.
Well, let's actually.
He was against Trump the whole time, right?
Hold off on that until next week because we can add that to the because next week is the political one.
Some background information.
Yeah, we can do that one next week too because I've already got 2 of them and Mark's got 1. And
alright, what cyber issue have you got?
It's your freaking one that you posted. It was a cyber research Jeremiah Fowler.
Yeah. Have you got the article?
I've got the link available if you want me to share that with you.
Is it still in the chat?
I'll
got grab it.
Okay. But yeah, freaking that's the one that I think we should get to because if we don't, then Mark Edworthy is going to end up, his head's going to explode and Mr. Robot's going to break his freaking vow of chastity. I think Mr. Robot's back on the DMT again, to be honest with you, because like every time he gets on that DMT, he starts talking about God and shit.
I haven't been.
Oh, you have?
You know. We're talking about interdimensional aliens and stuff.
No, dude, you always talk about God. He faded out.
God isn't really a word that I use unless I have.
Well, you know what I'm saying. You always start talking about your concept of God, and start getting all
that's
lovey-dovey.
Is that part of the discussion today?
No, we're talking about the mysterious database. This is actually this is actually the one right here.
Aliens or AI, Mark just goes insane.
Yeah. So this is your turn now. You do it. You're up.
So yeah, this security researcher basically found a misconfigured server with like ridiculous amounts of people's personal information on it, coming from Apple, Facebook, and Google, including password credentials that are completely in plain text, which is just, I didn't know anyone does that these days, like just leaks passwords in plain text, especially big companies like this, Meta, Apple, and Google. And lots of them are linked to government accounts as well, so like, luckily it was a security white hat hacker that found this, but if like a malicious person found this, man, this would have been
just curious.
184 million records.
Yeah, I know. Please answer my question. Misconfigured how?
Let's see what they say. It was an Amazon 3 bucket, so they're a bit tricky to configure actually.
Yeah.
So I don't know specifics. This thing is locked, but
Okay.
yeah, you need to look tonight. You'd think these companies would like vet their servers or something.
Who owns the contract for that? Who owns the contract for that? For that?
It's an elastic database. InfoStealer.
I was checking out.
It sounds to me that it's information that's been scraped from other other platforms.
They did say here it was. What's going on?
Yeah, it sounds like
It was the database was hosted by World Host Group. Now I don't know if they're the ones that configured it or not. I'll see if I can find the guy's Twitter. Maybe.
It sounds like it's yeah, they.
This is the
That's
guy.
that's out of Indonesia too. World Host Group. It began in 2019, and they want to build a scalable hosting business for global market.
I've heard of them.
All I see is the they got a LinkedIn freaking account, and they have their own World Host Group on
Coinbase got hacked. I didn't know that. Holy moly! Did you guys see Bitcoin just reached a new all-time high the other night? 2 days ago.
I'm not really interested. The boom and bust, full market.
No,
It's booming right now, that's for sure. I was trading the crypto, and the last few times Bitcoin reached an all-time high, it usually tanks pretty quickly after that. People sell off. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to short the market. And what happened was, this has never happened before in this crypto I was trading. It like, for months it had been going up and down by like 50 cents. All of a sudden it doubled in price just as I shorted it. And then I lost a lot of money.
Well, you didn't actually lose a lot of money. You just didn't gain that money. There's a difference.
I lost a lot of money. I lost a lot of money. But anyway, that's a story for another time.
So from what?
Coinbase got hacked. The attackers were able to exfiltrate names, addresses, partial security numbers, masked banking details, government IDs, histories of 9.7 million users. No funds or private keys or login credentials were compromised. So see, they kind of
personal identifiable information was.
No,
criminals gained access to 1% of customers.
You said I presume U.S. governmental identities documents.
The attackers wanted 20 million in as a ransom.
now this
But
is
Coinbase wouldn't pay it.
this is Coinbase, right?
Yeah. I was gonna sign up with Coinbase, and my friend's like, "Nah, they're dodgy. Go with Kraken." And I'm like, "Okay, I'll take your word for it."
Dude.
Sure enough, they are hacked.
Let me tell you something. Base, what everybody's touting about now, how cheap it is and everything like that. That's actually like that's Coinbase. You see, that's what they. So I mean, you got to take that with
Like Base Network.
Base.
That's a Coinbase product. That is a Coinbase product.
So
Is it?
yes.
It is.
I did not know that.
Mm-hmm.
I've been using the Base Network quite a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Mine, I just recently started using them.
It's like that's my victory. That's my victory over the nimcompoofs from Minds.com.
It's a layer 2 Ethereum network, and it's quite fast actually, and cheap to do transactions.
Yeah.
All of those.
That's why mine wanted to use them to reduce on so-called gas transaction fees.
And see, they talk shit. They talk shit about me whenever I brought it up about Coinbase. Everybody kept all saying, "Oh, you don't want to use Coinbase because they're all regulated and blah 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 this and blah blah blah." And Base ends up just whooping all their asses, dude. Freaking Uniswap, all of them.
It's a Coinbase product.
Huh? Yeah, I did.
Yeah, but there was an issue with their exchange. Like, I can't remember exactly. It was something like they didn't hold all the liquidity in their exchange. That was something like that. Like there wasn't enough liquidity for everyone or something like that. I'd have to ask my friend.
Well, see, a lot of people that had problems with Coinbase, what they didn't like was the fact that if the coin was sketchy, then they wouldn't trade it. They'll allow you to freaking see it on their website, but they wouldn't.
They do list coins, yeah.
And I will remind that everybody in Europe, Coinbase is a multinational company, and they are applicable under GDPR, General Data Protection Regulations. So if you find your data being leaked, then you go.
Now that World Host Group that you guys were talking about, I found that World Host Group that you guys had mentioned. I found out that is actually a freaking virtual server. It's virtual server hosting solutions.
Okay, VPS, yeah.
Yeah, I figured that. I'm just not sure how this got, like, who configured it, like who was responsible for configuring that.
Yeah, who hold that specific contract.
Now, on Reddit, there's one guy on there. He says they're neither great nor bad. Support is fast, but not very knowledgeable. Often needing
The virtual private server industry is huge. You've got millions of companies. I use a virtual private server, a virtual private server contract company. And this is probably the first company that I've used within 10 years, or actually 15 years. And I moved from my previous provider to this company about 2-3 years ago, because the previous company was terrible at technical support and just customer service full stop. And also this provider that I'm using now is cheaper anyway. But yeah, in the third party server increase huge. You've got millions of different companies like that.
Yeah, and this guy, he went on to say something kind of like on those lines, but with security. He says most of their brands don't offer industry standard features for security and performance. A number of them don't offer light speed, for example. Others don't offer malware protection. They don't seem to have a single brand that is comparable to known host, for example, who includes all these features by default. So yeah, I can understand how.
So they just give me the so-called bare metal machines, so they give me the virtual machine itself, and then it's for me to configure it however I prefer.
Yeah, see, that's what you like to do too.
Do you configure Amazon stuff?
No, I prefer not to, because again, Amazon AWS stuff is so expensive. AWS as a service, it's so expensive anyway.
Yeah. And it's just finicky. I don't like
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I told you my take on this shit. Like, freaking, I went back to Windows for a reason. Freaking, you guys can take your Linux and your freaking programs that you have to do on your own and shove them right up your asses.
And you are looking at the thing from a end user point of view. We're looking at this from a sort of hosted as from a server sort of infrastructure sort of thing.
No, I mean,
so, two different markets altogether.
When we're discussing this, I think it's important to also say, if you're knowledgeable with computers and programming and all the stuff that's involved with it, this would be something that you could do for yourself. But if you're not, and you like freaking just convenience and you don't understand all this stuff, be careful.
Again, I would be very careful, but because I did quite a few. I've done quite a few jobs for agencies in the past, and a lot of agencies get the concept of LAMP, Linux attacking MySQL, PHP, that principle confused with program, and LAMP is all about creating a server, creating a web server, making sure that the web server is maintained, and agencies get that confused with actually creating websites, website development.
Now,
infrastructure deployment and development is different from actual website developments.
Now, this is from Wired too, okay, this article that Mr. Robot posted, and it's saying that frickin' like 184 million records exposes vast array of login credentials. A trove of breached data, which has now been taken down, includes users' logins for platforms including Apple, Google, and Meta. Among the exposed accounts are ones linked to dozens of governments. This is a big deal.
Whoa, TikTok videos now push info-stealer malware in click-fix attacks. Interesting. Info-stealer has been a prominent sort of like
Chinese technology.
Information gathering tool for hackers lately.
Yeah. Chinese information gatherer. They love to frickin' gather your information, even though I heard you on that last time we talked saying they don't want nothing. Well, sure they do. They want to know everything, dude.
I'm less worried about the Chinese than our governments.
Yeah. Well, I'm more worried about your government and Mark's government more than anything else, because especially the English, because they're notorious for freaking spying on people.
Putting people in jail for tweets now and stuff.
Yeah. Like
It's borderline 1984.
Worse than that. See, in 1984, we had freaking MTV, dude, and it's like MTV was freaking all about anti-censorship and everything.
Before that,
You know,
when did MTV come out?
Censorship wasn't
freaking now it's like these guys are all into the freaking censorship. They encourage it and they love it. Like, in today's world, these people freaking think it's cool to freaking be censored. Like, you're not cool if you're not censored. You know?
I've never heard that before.
Especially people over in England, dude. Like, they want the government to come in and look at their freaking, their underwear and shit. And they got cameras everywhere, dude.
270 arrests of dark web vendors and buyers across 10 countries. Europol said on Thursday.
That's another term I hate. Dark web. It's a meaningless term, really.
That's one thing I do want to.
No, it makes perfect sense. What do you mean?
Right? What does dark web actually mean?
It means it's not in the clear web.
The term dark web.
What's the clear web?
Clear web is something you can like search.
Man,
Dark web is not really as searchable.
he's just a child.
So if I create a website and stuff the standard method tag with no robots, no index, no search tags on it, then that's technically, in your opinion, part of the dark web.
No, the dark web was a word that was invented when governments started attacking freaking.
Yeah, it's just marketing.
Yeah, but most people put a website up through a DNS server, right? And the DNS server keeps track of your domain name. And like when you have a domain name, it becomes easier to find you.
So
whereas
if I
on the Tor network, you don't have a domain name.
If I just don't.
What? Yeah, he's like fading out again.
Well, yeah.
He's glitched out. We've literally wrecked his brain.
No. If I don't associate a record to a IP address, then that is technically the website that is being posted to the IP address is on the dark web.
But an IP address is a lot easier to find. Like, you can brute force an IP address. You can't really brute force a Tor address, an onion address. They're huge, like, encrypted strings that, it's not a logical sequence that it follows like an IP address. I can scan every IP address in a network, but I can't.
I get the Tor argument, but again, last time I checked, a couple of years ago, Tor was becoming much more or less popular, and there was a issue at the time with the foundation, whoever foundation was, stating that there was less and less Tor hosts.
Disruptor. They got the lamest names, these police things. Operation Spectre or Hunter. That's funny. Yeah, I'd like to know how they do it. I think they just pretend to be a buyer and do a sting like that. It's a lot of like...
entrapment is not legal in various European countries. It might be definitely illegal in the US. I believe there's a grey area in Australia, but entrapment is not legal at least within the UK. those other European countries.
Well, that's what I was getting at with the camera thing. Like, you guys are obsessed with freaking stalking your own citizens and stuff, so it's like
I know.
you're a bunch of fucking perverts is what it is. I mean,
Well, yeah, and like, I mean, the royal family get involved with P. Diddy's like freak-offs and
Again,
Keir Starmer covers up, you know.
Again,
Late gangs.
allegedly, you making allegations that cannot back up.
well, there's that one girl, freaking, she made allegations that, what's his face? It was somebody's daughter, or Tupac's daughter, I believe it was, made an allegation that P. Diddy freaking set up an arrangement between her and the then prince to have sex with one another when she was like 16 or 17. She's running her mouth all over the place saying that she's also making claims that she's Tupac's daughter. You've heard about that, haven't you?
I don't know. I thought Tupac was gay.
Again, this is celebrity news, and you know that
No, that was Angel, who's the one that... Angel's the one who brought that up to me, so that's how I knew about that. And most likely, he's probably getting his information from like those crazy religious people that are supposedly conservative. You know how I feel about those National Socialists.
Do you have Microsoft Recall on your computer?
Who, me?
Where it takes screenshots of what you're doing every 10 minutes or whatever?
No, I don't. No. No,
Have you checked?
why? I freaking don't need to. It's like,
You got Windows 11 though, right?
yeah, I got Windows
and you're
11.
in the US.
Yeah, you
it
have
depends.
everything.
It depends on, and if you update, I can't remember the numbers now, but this is related to recent update patches. But yeah, more than likely you have being a US citizen.
Yeah, more than likely Bill Gates probably jacks off with you, you know.
Hey, it's okay. Freaking,
Whatever you're told.
he can watch me masturbate. I'm fine with it. I ain't got no problem with it. Just don't freaking send me no love letters and shit. Fuck. You know what I mean? Watch all you want.
Bill Gates has got no direct influence in Microsoft.
Oh, they'd still give him backdoor access.
He said backdoor.
Again, you're making an allegation. You are making an unsubstantiated allegation.
That's right.
That's just an hypothesis, but you know, it's based on a lot of facts. Like, look at Bill Gates' inclinations. You know what I mean?
Okay. Now, since we've gone through all the smut that frickin' Mr. Robot started, I wanted to actually have you talk a little bit about something, because this is in your region, Mr. Robot.
We're talking about
The floods that are flood victims and stuff that are happening in frickin' Australia right now. What have you been hearing about that?
Nothing. I don't watch the news. So.
It's supposed to be in.
But I can tell you that that area has been getting flooded quite a lot in the last few years.
Just give us some background whatever.
No, this is in the. This is over. What are they? It's on the other side of the frickin' island. That
So,
new.
I assume I know where it is. I haven't actually.
New. What do they call that city over there? New something. New Georgia or some shit.
New South Wales.
Yeah, it was.
I know it killed 3 people.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let me just see where it is. I haven't actually looked into it.
It's NSW floods. New South Wales.
North Coast regions of New South Wales. Yeah, that's what I thought. They've been getting quite a lot of flooding for the last few years, pretty regularly. It's kind of bad, yeah. But yeah, it's crazy, man. Sometimes the whole towns would go underwater there. I used to live near there at one point, and the water would just like go over the road. You know, as the storms would come in, you're trying to like drive out of there, and you wouldn't be able to see the road at all because it's completely underwater. You just kind of have to guess where it is and hope for the best. And but yeah, so
Now,
I almost lost my car one time like that.
now, in your opinion, do you think that it's increasing and getting worse?
I think it's some areas like the northeast used to get most of the rain in the country, and then now it's sort of moved more towards like the north gets a little bit less rain. Like they used to get the monsoons, or we call them cyclones.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's moved more towards like the central eastern coast where this happened. They've been getting more rain than usual, and but it's just changing everywhere slightly, you know. Like some places getting hotter, some places getting colder, some places getting more rain, some getting less. So yeah, there's definitely a bit of a shift going on in the climates. Even South India was getting lighter monsoons last time I was there.
See, that keeps throwing me off too, because like from what I've heard, I don't know if it's true or not, but like up in your northern part of your country is all like inhospitable desert wasteland where people can die freaking.
I'll show you. Not exactly like that.
Australia, for the landmass, is one of the least populated.
Right, and that's because if they try to settle some of those areas, freaking the insects will eat them alive, dude. They'll literally.
Well, that is true, actually.
They'll literally try to. They will eat them alive.
Not just one insect, like so many different types that can eat you in different ways.
Just hordes of them will come at you.
See here, in the middle, that's the desert part.
Okay.
The middle here, that's the desert, and then like here, it's kind of like cold, aridy kind of places. As you go up the coast, it gets more like tropical around here, and then up here, it's like lush rainforest, kind of like the Amazon. And but over here in the Northern Territory, it's a much more deserty, drier kind of. But I've never been to Darwin, but it's a bit more arid than it is on this side of the country, on the east side. And then on the west side, it's like a, I don't know what you call it. Like it's kind of dry, but it's got a bit of wetness to it. But yeah, it's not tropical. You know?
So we're
really interesting here, man. So like 49,000 years ago, a comet hit the ocean somewhere, and the tsunami came up. Can you see my cursor?
Yeah, but that's fine.
Yeah.
It just
So a tsunami came up and hit the country here, and like came all the way to Central Australia, and then deposited a bunch of crabs and stuff there, and salt. That's what this white stuff is.
Uh-huh.
The water ran off down here, and that's what ate out this bottom here and created the Great Australian Bight, and deposited all this salt up here. And if you go to Alice Springs even today, you'll find crabs deep under the desert in these underground aquifers and stuff. And this happened like 49,000 BC.
Damn. So, and we would rather call it the Great Boomerang. Just so you can call it what you guys want, because it is your country. But since I'm from the United States, and we are the greatest country that has ever been, then we have rights to rename your stuff.
No, you don't.
It's called the Great Boomerang.
You sound ignorant. You just sound ignorant.
Just
as you can see here,
don't get all riled
the top
up.
of the country was actually above water. All of this was like landmass, and it was connected to Papua New Guinea. That was part of Australia at one point.
Mm-hmm.
And when this tsunami hit, all this went underwater. And there was another continent actually here where New Zealand is. You can see it's sort of the same shape here.
Uh-huh.
That shape sort of fits into here. It split off at some point. but some people believe this is where the country of Mu was, Lemuria.
Now,
And
hold on a minute. Where is New South Wales at before you?
New South Wales is right here between Sydney and Brisbane. This area here. You can see here New South Wales. It goes all the way from below Canberra up into the desert to below Brisbane where the Gold Coast is.
Right.
Beautiful area. This area here is actually amazing. It's like lush, kind of like it is kind of like Wales, like in England. You know, it's just like nice grasslands and mountains, and it's beautiful out there, especially in here. This somewhere here, I think they call this area the caldera. It used to be an ancient volcano, and long time ago it exploded and basically created this sort of mountain range area. And it's got its own like microclimates and stuff in there.
Yeah. It amazes me how you guys have freaking the Tasmania right below all of that. That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
I mean, really, that really is cool.
And Antarctica is like right here.
Yeah.
People don't realize how close it is. You know?
Freaking, and the messed up part is New Zealand is closer to freaking Antarctica than you guys are. That is crazy.
It's kind of similar.
You know?
It's meant to be some of the roughest seas out here.
Yeah, that's where people go and freaking vanish and nobody ever knows they're gone.
You can vanish anywhere, really.
I mean,
that's what's so good about it.
Like you know you're like right there in uncharted waters, don't you?
Just the population density is insane. Like there's no unless you're on the coast here, there's like no one from here to here, and it takes like 3.5 hours to fly across the country. There's just nothing. If you're on a plane at night time, it's just black everywhere. There's nothing on the ground. It's just so vast.
Like the populated countries in the world.
And don't.
Some beautiful drivers out to the center. You'll never be so far away from anyone ever. It's just amazing. You're like thousands of kilometers from anyone. The stars out there, it's just unreal. Like it's like on a night where there's no moon, the stars alone are like just like a flashlight, like so bright.
Okay.
Hardly recommend it. There's also like actually the only part of Australia that's not part of Australia is here in Alice Springs. Big conspiracy theory around it actually. It's an American military base called Pine Gap.
Yeah, that's where the nuclear radiation, the nuclear experiments were taking place.
Alien spaceships around.
Well, it's your Area 51, but it's also where. Yeah. They also did nuclear tests and stuff out there.
So I don't know about that. But
I've got the information.
LBJ set that up after JFK got assassinated.
Right.
And came out here and like basically gave the go ahead.
Right.
It's a really strange place because none of the people that work there interact with anyone. Like they just fly in, go underground there. It's like a deep underground base. And no one knows what they get up to. It's very suspicious.
You think they're aliens, don't you? Don't lie to me.
I mean, there's like a little, what do they call it? Like a service station out here in the middle of nowhere. And I was like hitchhiking, and I got to the service station, and everyone that was living there was telling me about seeing these things in the sky all the time, like UFOs. And I'm like, I'll see if I can find it. It's called Tennant Creek.
See, look at this. You thought we weren't going to let you talk about aliens?
But I actually just want to show you what it looks like. You're not going to believe me.
You didn't have to Google it. You got the map right there. It's covered in aliens.
Yeah. That's what I mean. You won't believe me unless you see it.
He's probably going to show us like this amusement park with a bunch of little aliens and shit all on the signs.
yeah. People where
But
go
like,
in
now you know that.
I don't even know if there's pictures of this place. It's kind of like this. Like you'll see like aliens everywhere.
Yeah.
They got it on the walls.
Area 50. Yep. Yep.
Sponsored by
Some of this might actually be USA, but it's like it's our version of Area 51. It's just everywhere. Like when you're inside the service station, it's like every wall is covered in newspaper clippings of like police officers and firemen and all these people that are just like talking about these sightings that they've had out there. And this is it, Wycliffe Wells. I'll type that in.
U.S. UFO capital of Australia, right there, dude.
Yeah, man. Actually, like
people make those tourist sunlight, I suppose.
You'll see. This is what it looks like, right? And on the inside. I don't know how recent these photos are, but when I was there, it was like just literally from the floor to the ceiling, the entire building was covered in newspaper clippings, and you just stand there for hours reading them. It's so crazy. And literally on that, I was only there for a day, and I was talking to someone outside having a beer, and he's like, "Yeah, last night we saw these red lights scooting around the sky, like." And I went camping out there, and we saw these trucks coming from Pine Gap during the day. I was like up on a hill. It's called the Devil's Marbles. Devil's Marbles. And you could see these trucks coming from the military base, and they were they were empty, but there was two of them, and they were huge, and they were just going like 200 kilometers, maybe faster an hour, as fast as they could out to the coast. But check out this landscape, man. It's these giant boulders. They're just like standing there for God knows how long. It's so beautiful out there.
Question for you. Is there a major alcoholism issue in that area?
Yeah, a little bit with the Aboriginals and stuff.
Is there a large drug issue, let's say?
Nah, not really. So, it's too far away from anything to get drugs. It's not a big problem. Alcohol's, legal drug. Real alien lookout. Anyway, enough about that. What's our next topic?
You scared Roger.
RFK promises to address microplastic pollution. Did you hear this stuff like the human brain has enough microplastics in it to create a plastic fork out of it? Or a plastic spoon?
Okay.
Like, my whole life I thought Ziploc bags were safe, but they're, I think the guys who invented them are getting sued now because it actually releases microplastics when you put food in them. You guys are lucky you got RFK in there. I'm starting to look at this stuff.
Well, I mean,
supply is just so toxic now.
If he's gonna really do anything constructive, he needs to step it up.
We'll see.
You know,
he's done a few things. He promised to look into geoengineering the other day.
And besides, that's going to only affect if it.
Well, like the thing of it is he's clumping his bill in with all the other stuff, and he needs to really focus on it.
If it be something, it won't be something legislation within the US.
Well, I mean, I'm not trying to make it about politics. I'm just saying, like, if it's about nutrition, he needs to set up his own plan by itself without all the other politics, because that's going to cause issues.
Yeah.
You know.
I just want the US to admit that some of these things are toxic so that we can start causing a fuss about it too, because right now everyone just believes it's not.
Yeah.
I know. Can't you? You don't need the US say so to.
It's not say so. It goes back to what I've been trying to tell you, and you won't listen to me. We are the greatest country on the face of the planet, dude. Okay, everybody is looking at the United States because we.
Not anymore. Like maybe you were once before.
You're still looking. You're still looking.
Slaves in over there, but
you're still looking.
That's a long time ago, man.
You know, you guys are still looking. It's like freaking. We've done so many great things, and we've developed in so many ways that you guys cannot.
Every other country.
You cannot do anything.
There wouldn't be a US.
Oh yeah.
That's a good point.
Let's just bring that up. Yeah, okay.
You're basically the offspring of the UK. So you're like
England.
Right.
England was the beginning of our problems.
No, Australia is more ancient than.
No, I mean
we had to kick England out, man. We had to send them packing. We're the only country out of all of them that even fought you guys too. The rest of them were like pussies and just caved in. I don't think there was one other country that fought against you.
What, the French never fought against us?
No, you never occupied. You never occupied French.
You never heard of the Spanish Armada. You've never heard of Napoleon.
You guys never ruled over Spain or France, dude. What are you talking about?
Normandy, Brittany.
You invaded Brittany and they took it back from you. They are like, get the hell out of here, you British bastards.
Yeah, but we did.
You dirty British bastards. Stealing our land and...
Go back and do...
I know all about it.
Read some Shakespeare. Read Richard.
Oh, Shakespeare, don't even get started on Shakespeare. That's about the biggest fraud there is. Come on, dude.
You don't even know who he was, do we?
Yeah, we don't even know. It was like he might have been real. Nobody really knows. Let's go bow before the Church of Shakespeare. And
well, I did enjoy some of his stuff.
Well, his writing is great.
And we'll go back to the previous subject. Remember that Britain once ruled one third of the world.
Yeah.
But how long did that last?
Yeah. Okay. Come on, dude. Seriously.
Okay. Yeah, you kind of ruined it for everyone.
Yeah, I mean they did. They just went one right after the other. England, freaking India said, "Dude, whatever." You know what I mean? Like, fucking.
They stole India's gold too.
Yeah.
Bastards. You can't trust the Brit. That's what I always say.
Now that flood that you guys had, I calculated the millimeters. It said that you guys had 300 millimeters of rain, which is equivalent to 11.811 inches of rain here in the United States. That's quite a bit.
Over what duration?
According to what I've seen right here, it says that. Let me find it. Up to 300 millimeters of rain expected in the next 2 days. So it's not even happening.
Oh, it's still going on.
Yeah, and it says 5 killed after helicopter collided in Finland. That's another thing that I want to talk about. The collision in Finland.
Finland.
Yes.
Let's see.
Which is, yeah.
Now,
Finland, here we go.
I've got the link if you...
Several dead as 2 helicopters collide in mid-air crash. On May 17, 2025, around 12:30 p.m., 2 civilian helicopters registered broad collided mid-air and crashed close to Ura airfield area near the western region of Finland. The helicopters had departed from Estonia at 11 a.m. when the collision happened at 300 meters altitude. Is there video footage of this?
Not that I could find. Not that I could find. But they said that there were important people that were on that. On those.
Couldn't pronounce their names.
Yeah. They collided in midair. Huh?
What do you mean important people?
I believe they were politicians. 5 people have died after 2 civilian helicopters collided midair in Finland. Local police said the helicopter crashed near Ira Airport at around 12 local time. That would be 10 GMT, General Motors time. After having taken off together from the Estonia capital of Tallinn. Authorities found the wreckage of the helicopter in a wooded area. Police say there were 2 people in one helicopter and 3 in the other. They were on their way to an aviation event at the Paikkajarvi Flight Center in Kekämaki, local media reported. Now, the aircrafts were foreign registered civilian helicopters. The crash is being investigated by police.
Now, presumably they had on flight paths.
Sounds like they were like in the middle of nowhere. How do you hit another helicopter?
Which goes.
You there?
They didn't even go that fast.
Now, the thing of it is, it sticks out to you know, the thing that sticks out to me about it, though, is the fact that these guys were on their way to a frickin' flight event. So, I mean, for me, I would say that frickin' these guys were probably acting stupid, maybe doing maneuvers, trying to be cool when they took off, you know, and they ended up crashing into one another. It's just my theory. I could be wrong.
There was a case recently around in Australia where a guy from New Zealand, he was employed at a hotel to take people on like helicopter joyrides, and then one night he got drunk, stole the helicopter, and friggin' crashed it into the top of his building, and yeah, it was a bit of an ordeal.
But presumably this incident being flying, the pilots were professional pilots, and
yeah.
Wow.
Well,
You can't really claim to be a professional if you get drunk and steal a helicopter, can you?
Right.
no, I mean in this case in the Finland case.
Oh yeah, maybe.
But for me, I mean, I would almost bet that this was just carelessness, you know what I'm saying? Like, and you see this a lot. Like, you have to ask how many stupid pilots are there out there, because you realize how many helicopters and airplanes have had accidents in just the last 2 years.
Again, I would have to look.
Oh, so it feels like there's a lot more than there used to be, but I don't know if it's getting covered more or there is actually more.
I would wonder that, to be honest.
There's definitely a lot of bloody aircrafts in the air like these days. Go on flight track, I can see it.
Well, you know, that actually is a good thing to mention too, because like even on the news, if you ever notice, like they always show car chases, and it seems like car chases are always brought up more during certain times of the year when police officers are chasing cars and stuff.
Sells clicks.
Yeah. Well, on television, it's not clicks. It's actually, you know, like I guess it would be viewers.
Again, yeah,
Eyeballs.
yeah. My old bums on the seats and all that.
Yeah.
Did you see like Trump is going to put a tariff on the EU?
Yeah,
Did you see that?
I've seen that.
It's like a high tariff too. It's going to be interesting. Wonder what his demands are.
You guys are so excited about wanting to do freaking politics. Mark got all upset and shit today. He wanted to show a fucking
Man, it's on the front news of everybody.
he wanted to show freaking politics, and I'm like, dude, I don't understand how. It's hard for me to understand how it's so hard for him to understand the difference between current events and news or politics. You know what I mean? It's like,
Well,
The
thing is, it's kind of finance as well.
well, you know, the big.
These things overlap sometimes.
Yeah.
I don't understand you arguing. I don't think you arguing at all. Current events is about events that's happening currently. Irrelevant if they're politics, celebrity, whoever.
No, well, come on, dude. Seriously, you really don't believe that, do you?
Yeah, it is. It's current events.
like there was okay, hold on a minute. I'll have to hit refresh on this thing. Yeah, I had to hit refresh. Now, current events actually is a category all on its own, dude. Okay? And then politics is a category all on its own. It's been recognized as two separate freaking media categories since even before the internet. Okay?
Sorry, current events.
Entertainment today is entertainment, okay? Freaking.
Look at this.
We didn't
Abidjani man sentenced for treason after speaking with the Armenian historian, jailed for 18 years.
Oh, Azerbaijan. Oh, yeah. Now, see, that Azerbaijan is something that I brought up on Nancy's show. A lot of people don't realize what kind of shit's going on there. It's
Like what? Are they being taken over?
Have you ever heard of the term frickin' oh god, Gladio? Operation Gladio?
Oh yeah.
There is a theory out that frickin' goes along the lines of Gladio B. Okay? And what it is like Azerbaijan is a big part of all of that. Azerbaijan,
That's where
Turkey.
The CIA or someone, they left like weapons caches all around Europe and stuff, right?
Yeah.
As like sleeper cells.
Right. Well, Gladio B is a theory that goes beyond that. After frickin' Operation Gladio became defunct, where it was no longer needed after the Cold War, they evolved it into Gladio B, where they have these same sleeper cells, but they're in different areas like Azerbaijan, Turkey, Israel, frickin' Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, to destabilize governments and stuff.
Right.
Like that they need.
Right.
That makes sense. I reckon Al Qaeda is one of them.
Yeah. Well, let's get on with the rest of this. Now, let's talk about the solar storm alert.
Oh yeah, this is an interesting one.
Now, NASA has issued an emergency alert due to intense solar activity from sunspot AR4087. Powerful X-class solar flares could disrupt power grids and communication systems on Earth. Emergency drills have highlighted vulnerabilities in current preparedness measures.
We've known this for years, especially
Again, I think the key word is could.
Well, yeah. If we get a big X flare from the sun, it could fry the transformers in all of the electrical grid, and they reckon it could take up to 10 years to restore it. And it would have only cost like a couple of billion or something to like fix it for the US, but they sent all the money to Ukraine.
Well, here in the United States, we've already had an issue where here in the United States and Canada, it happened on the East Coast all the way up on the northern East Coast part of our country.
When was that? Was that like the 50s or something?
No, I think
telegram poles went down?
Well, that was previous. That was back in the 1800s. Now, we had a complete, utter blackout on the entire east coast of the American continent, going up it from the northern part of the United States into Canada.
When was that?
That was in 1990s. 1990s, I believe. 1990 blackout.
What caused it?
Huh?
What caused it?
Well, from what I remember, it was supposed to have been frickin' from a solar flare that had caused issues with the power grid.
Wow. So the activity, we're coming into solar maximum, which happens every 11 years, which can cause extreme solar storms. And the activity is expected to cause auroras and the potential blackouts on Earth, with NASA's Solar Dynamics Observatory recently capturing the most powerful eruption of 2025 from a newly emerged sunspot region, classed as a X 2.7 flare, the highest category possible for a solar flare. The event triggered radio blackouts across parts of the Middle East. I didn't know that. High-frequency radio signals were disrupted for around 10 minutes, according to space weather forecasters at the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Association. NASA noted that ongoing flares and solar eruptions from the region could continue to impact radio communications, electrical power grids, and navigation signals, and potentially pose a risk to spacecraft and astronauts. The sun is currently, I talked to that. I found it interesting to quickly check out on the solar observatory. You can see the sunspots on here.
Mm-hmm.
You can see there's a few of them. 1, 2, 3, that's a big one. 4, 5, 6.
Now, be careful. You don't want to get Mark riled up. You know how he is about science.
There was a big one a few years ago, but it was facing away from the sun, and if it had hit us, it would have definitely done some damage. Mm-hmm. So these things do happen semi-regularly.
Well, I mean, I can kind of see where Mark comes from with all that too, because we've had these conversations before. Some of it you can believe, but then there's a lot of it that you have to kind of take with a grain of salt. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't believe everything.
Well, there's some people in the conspiracy world that think they're just pre-programming a cyber attack where they want to shut off the power grid and then blame it on the sun.
Uh-huh.
I don't know how effective that would be. You can't shut off the whole planet. You maybe shut off a country, but then other countries could verify that there was no solar flares, So,
now, for me, weather control is something that I've been hearing a lot of them talk about weather control, and also things. Well, solar flares too. They're wanting to. Like Nancy talks about the solar flares all the time, so I ain't gonna say all of them do. At least she believes in the solar flares.
Well, we had one last year or the year before where we could see the aurora down here, which is unusual.
Now, I could have been wrong about that 90s blackout. The one that it says here was August 10th, 1996, and that was due to a period of high temperatures and high demand for electricity. That was also on the West Coast. The impacts were immediate and in areas such as San Francisco Bay Area. They lasted for hours. But that had to do with frickin' heat. temperatures, high temperatures. I don't know. That might have actually been a freaking solar flare. You know what I mean? Blaming it on the extreme heat, because they were real big on pushing that global warming shit back then. I mean, like right now, if we went according to what they said back in the 1990s, like New York people in New York should be standing in like knee-deep water.
It was always an agenda, a political agenda. They were just pushing that crap to control us, basically.
So do you believe in this? Do you think this is legit?
The solar flare?
No, what the article that
Solar flare.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's always been a possibility, especially solar maximum is like a well-known phenomena where it is more likely to happen. It's when the sun is the most active. And like here you can see people on Twitter like filming these solar flares. So it's definitely a possibility.
Yeah.
Whether it's going to happen, I don't know.
Just because there's solar flares doesn't mean that it's going to automatically.
Not any solar flare, the largest possible, Mark. The largest possible. It just hits. It took out some stuff in the Middle East, dude. I mean, come on, it can happen. It's just like
I actually have. I pulled up some of the worst ones that happened. It was the 2014 Bangladesh blackout. People affected was 85% of the population. That happened on November the 1st, 2014. Then in 2015, Pakistan blackout. That was 140.
Do we know what caused the blackout in Spain and what was the other countries? It went as far as like Italy or something.
Then Java, there in 2019, Java. I don't even know where Java is. Java, Bali blackout. Those are those.
It's not too far away from here.
Yeah, so Java. I guess H would be silent, wouldn't it? Java.
Java.
Yeah, Java.
Java.
Well, that's English kind of terminology, but maybe it's Spanish too.
I'm pretty sure everyone calls it Java.
Really?
It's not a Spanish company.
That sounds pretty racist. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be racist to anybody who's Spanish. I apologize.
I've been to Java before. It's beautiful. Hiking up there.
No, they said.
If you're ever in Bali, you can fly there for $60.
Cool. And they said there was a 2019 blackout there, and then there was a 2005 blackout there and Bali, and those had 120 for the 2009. I still don't know what they're talking about, because they say people affected by the millions, 120 million in the Java blackout of 2019, and then 100 million in 2005. So by the looks of it, none of it affected the United States. So I mean, it's not really anything to worry about. That's all foreigners.
Typical American.
Well, I mean, it goes back to what I was talking about before. Like, you gotta understand, I mean, we are the greatest country on the face of the planet. It's just the way it is.
Greatest egos on the planet.
What does everybody always gotta talk about?
Again, your penis is bigger than anybody else.
No, just the Asians. That's the only.
His penis is the only one that exists, Mark.
That's
of course.
No, that's a myth. God, freaking there's a line of there's a line of penis sizes. Okay, everybody knows black people have the biggest penis. All right. Okay, and then white people have a bigger penis than the Asians. Like, okay, and then after white people, Asians have the penis, and we won't go there.
Anyway.
Well,
Did you hear about the Spain blackout? It happened because they were testing out renewable energy on the grid, and like 2 countries' energy went out.
Yeah. So I mean, with me, I seen that on there, and it's like the one thing that stood out to me is like NASA's the one who does this. You know what I mean? Who sent out this warning?
Oh yeah, good point.
You know, so I don't know if
NASA's rife with conspiracy.
Well, I mean, they always throw a lot of this garbage out. Like now they're.
Do you think they're just trying to stay relevant, or what?
That and like kind of like necessary, yeah. You know what I mean? Like, oh, look at us. We just noticed.
We can't even go to the moon anymore, but we're a great space agency.
You know, we're giving you guys emergency alerts because there's an intense solar activity, which at one time they were telling everybody, you know, hey man, you know, it doesn't really matter if we give you
us more tax money.
You know,
don't let Doge cut our money off.
we can't give you proper warnings ahead of time because freaking they just happen suddenly and without warning. You know, and then all of a sudden now they're like freaking doing a solar storm alert. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I have a hard.
Pretty images. I'll give them that.
Yeah. Well, a lot of that's animated.
Oh, look at this. Their website doesn't even work.
Well, that's probably because you're on a Linux though.
No, man. It's a 404. It's on their side.
Oh yeah, that's true. Well, I just
clicked here, view full disk image.
A lot of these sites are attacking the Linux machines, though. Like Facebook ended up having a glitch where freaking they started trying to say Linux was a dangerous freaking program and shit.
You're just in denial. They're funding NASA and they're not even doing it. They faked the moon landing, do you know that?
Okay, yeah. See, this is what happens when we start talking about space. So.
Start spacing out.
Yep.
We haven't even gotten to the aliens yet.
Well, kind of. You showed us the area, Australian Area 51 with all of the...
Well, technically they're reverse engineered craft, not alien craft.
Okay, so... the next one I want to talk to you guys about is Sesame Street.
Oh no. Is it the terrorist one?
No.
Where, like, Doge found that they were funding terrorist Sesame Street in, like, Iran or something like that?
No, this is a little bit more, important than all of that. This is just a little bit more important than that. Now, the deal is with this is that Sesame Street is going to be moving on, and they are going to be a part of Netflix. Netflix welcomes Sesame Street in the world of Peppa Pig.
That doesn't surprise me. They just want to brainwash the kids.
Well, see,
Netflix is just a giant brainwashing propaganda tool, man. Like, they've ruined everything.
Well, no. Let's back up. I was thinking the same thing about Sesame Street. Okay, and you guys have all freaking had your experience with Sesame Street, and you even had it worse, Mr. Robot, because you had to put up with bananas in pajamas on top of all that shit. You know, be honest and tell me. Be honest and tell me, did you ever, as a kid, like freaking Sesame Street?
Nah.
What about you? What about you, Martin?
Sesame Street has gone through different sort of eras. I mean, when we were kids back in the 70s and 80s, it's probably quite a lot different than And Mr. Robot, he came back in what, 90s?
Hold on now. Let's stay focused here. I'm saying not how much has changed. I'm saying as a kid at that age, did you like Sesame Street?
It wasn't my go-to entertainment. I seen because it was mainly based on US educational system, wasn't it? But it was something that I did see.
It costs $5 million a year by taxpayer money to make Sesame Street. You know that?
Yep.
Those puppets are expensive, man.
Yep. Now, I agree with you on that. Both of you basically say they weren't. Mark said it's not his go-to or anything. I personally hated frickin' Sesame Street. I mean,
Yeah, this is not good.
when I was growing up, it seemed like frickin' my parents were forcing me to frickin' watch Sesame Street more than I was actually wanting to watch it. You know what I mean? It was like frickin' you'd come home from school, you wanted to watch Voltron, you wanted to watch Robotech, you know, He-Man. Yeah, and frickin' they're all sitting there frickin' watching Mr. Rogers and fucking.
Just wait till your parents leave the room and switch it over.
And like those.
Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah, and like those two bastards. Tell me they're not fucking gay, dude.
Oh, they definitely are.
Bert and Ernie are about the biggest frickin' homosexuals on the face of this planet.
NPR and SBS have wasted millions of taxpayer dollars pushing Democrat talking points and alienating over half the country. I look forward to asking the leaders of the organization tomorrow to explain to the American people why they should continue receiving hard-earned money.
Oh God.
We've been through that now, haven't we?
Well, I mean, the whole thing about Sesame Street is the fact that they're going to frickin' PBS, like all that Donald Trump stuff keeps popping up. Like the fact that he's actually making comments on stupid shit like this shows how stupid he is. You know what I'm saying? Like fucking seriously, dude. You ain't got nothing better to do than to make comments about PBS and frickin' Sesame Street. Seriously? Like, are you fucking serious?
Well, I think it was more about the money.
Well, I mean, come on, dude. Like,
did you hear this thing that the U.S. wants to ban weed again?
well, that's because freaking it's conservative powers now is what it is. Like you had.
That's gonna piss a lot of people off.
From the federal base, cannabis is illegal.
Right. They still have to get. They still have to get a majority. Well, they.
I said from the federal base.
From the federal, federal law still.
Yeah, I mean, you may not be stopped by your local state police, but if the FBI gets involved,
yeah. California was actually legalized marijuana a long time ago, but they kept their marijuana places kept getting raided by the FBI because they were breaking federal laws.
Well, I remember there was years of that where all the shops would get raided, but then I don't know what happened. They stopped doing it.
Well,
that was during Obama's time, I thought.
Yeah, that was when freaking the woke movement and all of that stuff and the radical movements and stuff that's going on now started taking hold, and everybody started saying it's cool to smoke pot, you know. So we need to legalize.
So the Democrats legalized weed. They want to make it illegal again. I don't know.
No, it's a.
No. You're forgetting that each state can produce their own laws.
Right. But it doesn't prevent the federal government from raiding their.
It's not going to stop Texans from smoking weed or eating edibles just because a bunch of politicians in Austin tell them not to.
Yeah, totally.
All right.
Well,
now that doesn't mean that the federal government won't be raiding the freaking shops. You know what I'm saying? Like, because the federal government did that with California quite a bit. Who
introduced the bill? Was it the Democrats?
No, I think the first I think see, this happens state by state is what it is.
Last December, he issued a statement warning about the Democrat-induced House Bill 1325 aimed to bolster statewide agriculture, arguing that commercialized hemp containing unremovable non-toxic trace amounts of THC targets children.
Okay.
Multiple organizations disagreement with the legalization.
I'm getting confused. Are we talking about an individual state here?
Well, see, that's what I was trying to explain. But like you guys are from another country, and I was trying to tell you this goes state by state. In order for it to be changed on the federal level, they have to have a majority of states that agree to legalize it. And I think it's got to.
Yeah, but it's already is illegal on a federal level. So
No, I mean,
why introduce a new bill to make it illegal when it's already illegal?
it is. Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense at all.
The only thing they have to do is enforce the federal government.
Yeah.
Enforce the federal law that says it's illegal. That's it. You know. So. But each state has a right to legalize it if they want to, and it'd have to be, in order for the federal government to legalize it federally, then you'd have to have a certain percentage. I believe it's like 3/4 of the states need to legalize it in order for it to become federal law.
And also remember there is a difference between legalizing as a pharmaceutical and legalizing as a sort of domestic sort of
A recreational drug.
yeah.
Okay, so now we get to the cool part. Especially, I mean, this is something that freaking Mr. Robot should know something about. World Expo 2025. Have you ever had any experience with the expo in Japan?
I've been on the Eiffel Tower. That was built because of the World Expo, wasn't it?
Expo is in Japan.
Every year?
Expo 2025.
Yeah, but they move it around the world, don't they? It's not in the same
Well,
place every year.
the Eiffel Tower, what they used to do is they used to have balloon races. And because at that time the Eiffel Tower was the tallest structure in the world, because it was higher up than what the pyramids were. Before the tower, then the Great Pyramids were. But then it lost out because they built the Empire State Building, and then after the Empire State Building, the World Trade Center.
So what are they exposing? What are they exposing?
They're exposing their genitals. That's they're Orientals. We just had this
Japan doesn't surprise me.
Japanese penis.
Man, look at these trains in Japan. That's cool as. I feel like we're living in the Stone Age compared to Asia.
Well, the thing about Asia, though, the reason why they have better technology is because they're like decades ahead of everybody. I mean, Japan is, at least. Like if
China is further ahead.
Well, I don't know. Japan has a pretty big deal going on.
But no one can compete with China's just pure manufacturing capacity. I spoke to a guy. I was in Singapore recently, and I just noticed like all the technology you can buy there is just bigger and better. Like all the SD cards were bigger. Like you could buy like 1-2 terabyte SSD card or SD card, sorry. And I'm just like, man, the tech here is just better and cheaper, way cheaper.
Well, that's because
you think
of course. I mean, SanDisk. Yes, SanDisk produced one and
Yeah,
2
SanDisk.
terabyte SD cards, and the market's ripe. If you go and eat somewhere like eBay or AliExpress, you'll find another fake.
Yeah, I've never seen the real one, but basically, I was talking to the taxi driver, and he said, whatever you think is advanced here, in China, it's like 10 years ahead, even more so. I was like, whoa.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I don't.
Also,
I don't believe it.
Because of the sort of social political situation in China, including the slave market, you can. It's a lot cheaper to produce items in China, hence why it's cheaper to export. It's cheaper to buy from China.
Yeah, and they just invested in the infrastructure as well. You'll like this, mate. This is part of the World Expo.
I think it goes sexy sometimes.
Japanese production line girlfriends.
Is that right there at the expo? That's very, very weird.
You might want to be
Yeah, the audio is horrible.
These robots freak me out, dude. They're gonna be all over the place soon.
No, I did.
Have you seen this thing? You can ride this thing, man, like a horse.
That's cool shit. That's cool as shit.
Gotta try some more or what?
Freaking A, dude. That is. Hold up, is that Voltron? No.
Cyberdyne.
Cyberdyne.
Isn't that on a movie? Cyberdyne.
This is cool shit.
I want one of these. That'd be dope.
Oh yeah, look at that.
And these things are gonna fucking start attacking us soon. I swear to God.
Well, I've been telling you
I showed
guys.
you guys.
Rise of the Automaton, dude. Rise of the Automaton. Rise of the Machine.
You can see it.
Okay, hold up.
Where's John Connor?
Why do you people of you have always this idea that just because these things are being developed in one country, they will
He got excited.
you seen things happening in the electronic like
Well, let me hold on. Let me read this freaking description. Hey, let me read this description for this expo for you, so you kind of get an idea of where we're going with this. Okay, because this is kind of creepy. Expo 2025, Osaka Kansai opened its gates on 13 April, beginning of 6 months of global exchange and dialogue centered around the theme designing future society for our lives. Expo 2025 Osaka Kansai provides the world with an opportunity to come together in one place to explore the theme of life. This expo facilitates interactions between people with diverse values from around the world, resulting in new human networks and creative endeavors. Expo 2025 Osaka Kansai shares hopes for a brighter future with the world by overcoming the current global crisis, protecting people's lives, and reflecting on life and lifestyle.
Are you becoming some sort of fucking used car?
Dude, it is straight off of their freaking front page. This is shit freaking they wrote. Okay, that is straight up freaking creepy shit. Just hearing it, just reading that. That is straight up creepy shit. And they're They're putting it right in front of your face.
Yeah, dude.
It's just a lot of marketing, not just.
No, dude, you know what that is saying, don't you? That's not just marketing. They're brainwashing.
Imagine if our politicians turned into robots one day.
Dude, they're
governed by these things.
Robots. Have you seen politicians recently?
Wow. I don't know, yeah, maybe robots would be better. Just joking.
Now, look, according to what they're saying is the theme designing future society for our lives makes individuals think how they want to live and how they can maximize their potential. This theme is also aimed to drive co-creation by the international community in designing a sustainable society that supports individuals' ideas and how they want to live. On a global scale, ladies and gentlemen.
The international community.
Yeah.
Yeah. A very communist.
Very freaking one world government. Well, you know, the thing about Japan is they're too freaking greedy to really call freaking communist or socialist. They're just freaking a one world freaking government where they want everybody to be,
socialist.
You know, they want to be freaking rulers of the entire world, and they want to make you buy their freaking robots and sex slaves. Which I'm gonna be.
Well, look, Xi Jinping's got like robot bodyguards now.
That'd be so cool. I would love to have robot bodyguards, dude. I'd be like flaunting my shit around, like causing people to get pissed off at me, so that they'd just like kick their ass for me. I'd do it. I'd be like, dude,
Get it, robot.
Get him, dude.
I don't know, man. I don't think we should be doing this.
I don't know. I mean,
it's like right where cops like coming to.
Yeah.
It's not good.
Now,
if they are gonna make it, keep them small, you know. Don't make them big. Still want to be able to kick their asses.
Now the Expo asks a straightforward question for the first time, guys. It asks what.
This is not good, guys. I don't like this.
It says, what is the happy way of life? The Expo is.
Keep you safe. Oh no, this is always how it starts. Look at this thing.
Now see, they also go on to say the Expo. The Expo is taking place at a time when new social changes, including expanding economic gaps and heightened conflicts, are emerging, while science technologies are evolving, including the AI word and the biotechnology that will present changes to humankind's. For example, extend lifespans. I swear to God, they said that freaking right out on the front page, dude. Transhumanism right in your fucking face.
Yeah, dude, it's a huge agenda.
Right.
Been for the last few decades. The transhumanist, depopulation, AI, technocratic takeover. All that stuff. These elites, they love that shit.
Expo 2025, Japan. It's fucking crazy. Now that one that you just passed right there, that one, she's actually freaking been on TV.
Like a proper AI.
Yeah, she was. She's the one that got a lot.
She's the one that got citizenship to Saudi Arabia or something, right?
No, she's the one that said freaking she would like to take over the world.
Oh yeah.
Freaking, she said that she would be a good freaking ruler.
Apparently, they just sit her in front of a computer and she just like looks stuff up and just teaches herself.
Yeah.
It's like it's creepy, man.
Well, I think I've done my part in sharing the transhumanism on everything, and now I'm posting that in the chat section so that if anybody wants to check that out, they can check it out for themselves. It's 100% true, no bullshit. Go in there and click on that.
I got a video on it here somewhere.
No, I mean the front page of their expo.
Oh, okay.
It is bullshit, but it's bullshit what they've written.
Well, I mean, Mark, we know how you are. We know.
Yeah, I mean, we expect that from you, man.
Now, infamous Mo34 on Twitch is asking if that guy on the right is real. So, which right are they talking about? Your right or our right?
He is actually a robot, guys. So.
No, I am real. I am flesh and blood.
He might not be talking about you though, because he could be talking about me.
Oh yeah, you're right. You, your image.
Yeah. He's real. He's real, infamous Mo34. He is real, and thanks for the comment. We love you. You're the only person on Twitch that's actually given us a real comment, other than spammers wanting sex and money. I'm okay with having sex, but dude, when I gotta give you money for fucking sex, it's not happening.
Are you? If these robots get cheap, are you gonna get one?
Yeah, I am. I'm gonna get one that's freaking all hot and sexy and shit. And she's gonna love me, dude.
I'll get the attack robot.
Cherry 2000. Now, since you mentioned the freaking bodyguard robots, now that I might get them too.
I'm definitely not buying one from China after seeing this. You just know they're programming some belts into these things.
That is so crazy. That's not the actual design, is it?
I don't. Does chores for you like a human would. That thing looks way too strong. Why would you want that around you? That thing went rogue, you'd be dead. Oh god.
That's amazing.
What's the Tesla ones like? I haven't seen that.
But yeah. So, what's your take on this, Mark? You haven't said nothing. You're just real quiet.
I believe it when I see it.
Well, you're seeing it. It's right there on the screen, dude.
Yeah, I mean, until one of these
Automaton. Yeah.
Optimus.
What would mean that there's label. Again, I take you back to the Czech translation of the etymology of the term robot.
Yeah. Well, that's
the way the elites are looking at it is they want to just make these robots so they don't need to keep people around because people eat too much stuff and consume too much stuff, so they want to like depopulate them as they create this robotic future. That's why we can't let these psychos rule the world. You know?
Well, I mean,
I've given them too much power. Now they've turned into inbred crazy bastards.
Well, I mean, I might have if they come out with robot sex slaves, I might have to change my whole opinion on that because, like,
you just know that silicon pussy is not going to be as good.
You want to bet, dude?
You'll get over it pretty quickly, I think.
You want to bet?
Can you imagine just feeling like the gears turning and stuff when she's on top of you?
You know what's the worst part about human pussy, dude? Human pussy is a freaking build up and the letdown, dude. It's like you build it all up in your brain and it's so exciting, it's so great. And then when you get it, freaking you roll over and fall asleep.
You'll be like, that wasn't worth it.
You know?
That wasn't worth it. $20,000.
You wonder why birth rates in Western Europe is on the decrease.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's actually pretty agile. More agile than I thought they'd be.
That could be staged, though. I doubt if that's actually real.
looks real to me.
Could be a dude in a uniform too. Well, no, actually, look at the hips. That's actual robotics.
It's really smooth.
Well, see, a lot of people.
So a machine like that, what is the practical purpose of it?
To do your dishes.
It does stuff for you. It's basically a personal slave.
It does your dishes.
I mean, why would I want a bloody machine to sit down around all day?
He's
It's not for dancing.
if you.
Okay, it's actually.
He's just.
This is what it's really for.
Oh yeah, dude. That's what I'm talking about.
Roger, calm down, calm down.
Calm down, my ass. Oh yeah.
I already knew what they're doing. Basically, the idea is you teach them to do anything.
Roger, after the stream, do me a favour. Have a cold shower.
Well, I don't usually take a cold shower. I do the alternative. I read a book.
Look at this.
Read some Shakespeare.
Yeah. Do you know how much porn is in Shakespeare? You know what I mean? Come on, dude. If you understand what you're actually reading.
You can get them to water your plant for you. You can get them to raise your kids.
They're already doing that shit. What are you talking about? That's called the PlayStation and a freaking Xbox. You know, I mean, we don't need no damn robot to do that. They probably be player 2. Sit down and play the game with them. I mean, kids are...
Man, I'd get so annoyed having to wait for a robot to do something for me. I'd be like, I'll do it myself.
Yeah. That is something else.
Man, imagine, like, when we were kids, this was like epic futuristic stuff that would never happen, eh? And here we are.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting for my hover car.
I want a hoverboard. That's the one thing they always promised us.
Well, they tried.
2000, we'd have hoverboards.
They did try, though. What was it, about 5 years ago, 6 years ago? They came out with that one, but it wasn't the same. They knew they couldn't achieve the levitation.
They got a few different models.
They got one to where...
Very dangerous.
Yeah, those right there.
Like these ones. This is what I want.
Well, that's just not going to happen. That's actually a fake video. I've actually checked that out. None of those are real.
This is what I want, though.
Yeah.
Back to the Future style hoverboard.
That's the way they were supposed to be. That's what they're supposed to be.
Yeah.
You know, bastards.
Instead, oh god, these lame freaking things.
Yeah. Just horrible
What do
shit.
they call them? Jet boards? Oh man, they've just polluted this hoverboard.
They're so ashamed of themselves they didn't even call them hoverboards. Isn't that crazy?
Well, these are actually cool. This thing. It's got tiny little jets in it.
Uh-huh.
And it actually does go pretty fast.
You gotta wait for it to load.
I'm trying to load an 8K now.
Gotta make you watch a freaking commercial first. Yeah, right. Come on, no. That's so full of shit.
No, these things exist, man.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right. You know what? You know what's every geek's freaking fantasy, dude? And it's been that way since the 1970s.
You wouldn't want to crash this.
Jetpacks,
thing,
dude.
Dog shit.
Every geek's freaking wet dream was always jetpacks, okay? Now, if you had that out, freaking every freaking geek in the freaking world would be after them. That shit does not exist, trust me.
No, it does.
Whatever.
Red Bull has like races with these things.
Yeah, right.
I don't know how long they last though. Like, doesn't look like there's much power on it.
However, the safety concerns.
Well, there aren't any. Because you'd be dead if you crashed it.
I seen this. I remember seeing this.
No point worrying about it.
Now, is that actually a freaking hoverboard type thing, or is it a drone?
No, it's a jet. It's a jet board, I guess.
It
just shoots out jets down the bottom.
Okay, so it's
a little mini jet. Similar to what the military uses for their jetpacks. You seen those?
Jetpacks don't exist yet.
Yeah, they do.
No, they don't. Everybody keeps saying that shit. Oh, you're gonna pull up another video. You know how many people have sworn up and down jetpacks exist today, and they don't. It is actually one of the inventions they swore they were going to do from the 1970s, and they still haven't been able to develop them yet.
Well, it's probably not like the Jetsons, but it's pretty close. Like, they use them for the military and stuff.
That's what they say, apparently. I guess.
Check this out. This guy at the front here has the jetpack on. Look at it.
Yeah, whatever, dude. Whatever.
Look at beast.
Look at that. Yeah, that's smaller than freaking the ones. Why? Yeah, come on, dude. That's not freaking real.
It is real.
Just keep fucking with people. Look at that. No. What is that? Like a freaking ray gun on his arms? Freaking.
No, the jets actually come out of his arms as well, and it's sort of stapled. That's how you kind of steer, I think.
What?
Like triggers in there. So it's the same jets as the hoverboard.
I doubt it.
But
I doubt it.
then you basically put them on like holsters, and you can pull your gun out.
Now, when I see that stuff on eBay, I'll believe it.
It's not real till I see it in court.
No, not in court. I want to see it on eBay. I want to see it on eBay.
I want to go down to my local High Street electrical department store.
You can't tell me that would be fun.
It would be. Don't get me wrong. I'd love that. That'd be great. But I don't believe it. I don't believe that it's out there yet. It'd be great.
Man, you're just seeing it now.
That's just fake videos. I seen a drone that was supposed to be a car.
Like, there's heaps of videos. People do this. Like, I think civilians can even buy these things.
See, I fell for that shit one time, dude.
Paramedics use them.
Whatever. Yeah, right. See, you're as bad as my brother, dude. My brother's like that shit.
Jet suit. Come on, I can tell you what company makes it. Jet suit.
My brother frickin' believes everything he sees on Facebook, dude. Like, he doesn't understand AI yet. So, like, when he sees, like, a frickin' dog with a frickin' cat's head, he thinks it's real.
Oh, no, wait. That's Jesuits. Not jet suits. Close. It's about almost the same. Fuck.
See what happens with your freaking search engine, or whenever you
Jetsuit. Am I spelling it right? Jetsuit.
jet.
Yeah. Not Jesuit. Gravity Industries. They're the ones.
Then you might
flight path.
You might have to spell jet and suit separately as one, not as one
So
word.
the Daedalus jetpack is a jet suit capable of flying, hovering, and powered jumps. It was created by British inventor Richard Browning, an athlete and Royal
Daedalus.
Marine reservist. Portable. Developed in 2022, so they're like old now.
That's not
First
old,
revealed in
dude.
2017.
You hear that shit? He's saying it's 2022 is old. Like 3 years, dude.
Well,
it just.
Well, it was revealed in 2017 in Vancouver, so like it's been around for a while. You can go up to 600 meters, 2,000 feet, 780 kilowatts. The jet's turbines run at 120,000 RPM. You can go 137 kilometers an hour, which is 85 miles per hour. which is pretty fast. It's almost convenient.
Almost. I don't think any of us are going to be able to afford it anytime soon, so.
Well, I wonder how much fuel they use.
I don't think even if we could afford it, would be probably illegal because regulatory sort of.
Yeah, regulatory
It doesn't
laws.
matter if it's legal or not. You could get away from the cops so easy with this thing.
You're fucked up. You're so fucked up. It's like you have to be able to get your hands on it first, is what Marty's talking about, dude. Like, how you gonna get away from the cops if you can't freaking even get your hands on it, you know?
Well, it's not a bit too hard to make them. Now.
Yeah. You get anything on
How
Alibaba.
much they cost? Here we go. Order on Amazon. Here we go.
Yeah, right. I doubt it. They're gonna send you a little
Why would it be a
freaking.
link? Okay.
They're gonna send you a little freaking like a little freaking figurine of a dude with a freaking
One
jet.
left in stock. Only £7.
Whatever, dude. Seriously, that's like $7.
Yeah.
A guide to inventing the whoa, go back. It says a guide to inventing the impossible from the man who learned to
It's
fly.
not a natural.
So
Yeah.
it's instruction manual on how to make it.
Taking on Gravity Fight Club or Flight Club. My goodness.
Shop. USA shop.
I swear to God, man, I'm gonna introduce you to my brother. You
So
two.
they're clearly not selling these things yet. He's just selling a book about it. But realistically, if you can buy the turbines, you can make one of these things. It wouldn't be too hard.
Okay.
It's just a couple of jets strapped to your freaking arms. There must be one at the back too. There'll be an open source version in a couple of years.
Okay, so I think we should bring this to an end. It's 2 hours and 48 minutes. So, you guys.
Yeah, well, thanks for watching, guys. Like I said, you can find me on hashtag conspiracy-theory on element.io. You can get the app there, or you can do a web app from the website and chat with us. We'll leave a link in the description or whatever. If you want some sweet tunes, you can check out Rumble. I'm on Rumble called Hacker Radio, and we do live parties and stuff on there sometimes, and play music, and there's lots of different new genres you've probably never heard of, so check it out if you like it. What are you doing?
My name's Roger Hanson. You can find me on Rumble with and X, DLive, Twitch, Kick, and YouTube. Mine's .com too, but I'm not really all that active. If you want to look for me on there, you can find me as Roger_Hanson, as well as Roger_Hanson on Kick. On Twitch, I go by Infamous1969, and on DLive, I go by Roger_Hanson as well. Now on X, I go by Roger Hanson without the underscore at ROGLOL1973, and just look for Live with Roger Hanson on Rumble. That's all I can say. You don't want to get caught up in that craziness. The same goes that way with YouTube as well. I've got too many channels on those two platforms, but that's about the only thing I've got going for me. What about you, Mark?
I'm a lot more simpler than that. A lot more simpler. Mine's Stockholm. That's network-based or network-based. That's mine's Stockholm/network.
All right.
Like the 5
Oh,
days.
that was fun.
You gonna end this?
What, me?
I'm just joking.
I just saying thanks for sticking it out with us. Till next time, and we'll dive into some more topics.
All right.
We'll sketch it out a bit more next time. This was a bit of free jamming.
Well, this is entertainment and current events. Next week is going to be politics. That's where we get all rowdy because
yeah.
That's where we start.
Where we make Mark scream.
Oh, he freaking hates us. Takes him like 3 days to recuperate from that. So, okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and end it.
See ya.
All right, that was good.
Yeah, it was fun.
Nah, I think we did pretty good actually, and I kept the stuff on the talking points up to date and everything, and then like you guys brought in some good stuff too on the out of the blue, like when we were talking about the flood in Australia. That was really good.
Yeah, I didn't even know what was going on until you told me.
Well, I mean, like what you did too. You went in there and opened up the map and started showing everything.
Yeah.
People love that stuff. So.
So I got quite distracted out there, and so I just died on it, or just
I think it's good to have. I think it's good to have the screen share and stuff up because it gives people something to look at other than Mark's mug.
Well, I mean, Mark,
Look at a bit of both now.
That's his good quality. He loves that. Like he's
well, at least he's dressed for the occasion.
He's turned into like the freaking gigolo of the internet, dude. Like every woman loves him now. Like
we should say he's our financial backer of the show.
He is. I've said that. He's the producer.
Yeah.
I have the good looks on the show.
Yeah.
Early. You look like you're the money bags, the one that's throwing the cash at us for this.
Well,
to keep the show running.
Did you hear his?
Hey, we should promote our own product. Like a proper podcast. Like,
did you hear what his? Did you hear what his suggestion was before the show? He wants to do it like a news broadcast with Big Ben freaking ringing a bell and shit.
Well, you have thrown up all of these news stories, so I thought
that's a good idea, actually.
But the ending part of his story is whenever they do that, he wants to look towards the camera and say, "And now for the news."
Yeah, but first.
So.
There's been floods in Australia reportedly for 3 days now. But first, buy our homemade DMT.
That was actually pretty good.
I swear to myself many years ago I wouldn't do any sponsorships, I wouldn't do any sponsorships anyway.
Well, it wouldn't be a sponsorship because we'd be making it ourselves.
Well, that would be.
We just need a front man, a face to the organizer.
In that case, it would have to be a product that I've used and I've got paid for.
Oh shit!
I would love to give you DMT. I would love to see your face.
No, Mark does not need.
That's illegal within the UK.
Oh yeah, we'll get it legally. But then Mark would start talking about aliens with me.
Fucking no. No, do not give Mark Edworthy freaking DMT, dude.
He'd love it, man. I know it.
He would start talking about Jesus Christ and go back to his Christian ways.
I don't know about Jesus, but angels for sure.
Well,
Actually, one time I gave DMT to a bunch of Christians, and it was like New Year's, and they're all sitting in a big circle. There was about 20 of them. And as I was like walking around the circle, giving like bongs and pipes to people with DMT in it. And I swear, like 4 people at once saw Jesus. Like, is Jesus here? And like, yeah, they all reckon they saw Jesus.
Fucking Australians, I swear. That's what it is. It's freaking Australians. They're just.
Closest to that is probably mushrooms, but yeah, something I can understand that they taste of mushroom tea.
And I know you two aren't for this, but I'm gonna tell you something. You know what's the best way to freaking get to know the way Australians are? And I know you won't agree with me on this, but you know what it is? Watch their movies and television. I'm dead serious, dude. Freaking, it's like.
Well, that's the way Australia used to be, you know.
Well, yeah, I remember the Home and Away.
Have you?
They were big things over in the UK.
Have you seen their indie movies?
I'm not sure.
You should check out the indie movies that comes out of freaking India or out of Australia. It would freaking blow your mind. These people are freaking nuts, man.
Oh yeah, I showed you that alien one the other day, didn't I?
Yeah. Freaking it is.
That was actually cool. I like that.
So, I mean, and it's really weird, and like that's one of those movies I watched was the reasons why I asked you. Do you guys like have this like really fucked up opinion about Tasmania, dude? Because I always hear like really crazy slurs about freaking the island of Tasmania and shit. Like
I don't, but there is like a friendly rivalry between the mainland and Tasmania, and there's also a rivalry between New Zealand and Australia. So.
Well, that makes sense though, because freaking
I call them sheep shaggers.
Well,
it's funny because they both call each other sheep shaggers. The New Zealanders call the Aussies that, and the Aussies call the New Zealanders that.
Yeah.
They're probably all shag sheep, to be honest.
New Zealanders, are freaking crazy white people. That's all I can say. That's where all the crazy white people are. Like, I thought we had crazy white people here in the United States, and then I thought it was England that had all the crazy white people. But when
There's more crazy black people over there than white people,
who in England? England?
No, in the U.S.
Oh, the U.S. Well, black people have settled down more. If you want crazy, like when it comes to like a race, I'd say that freaking the Hispanics are the craziest out of all of us. They are. I mean, I'm not saying that in a mean way. I'm saying like they.
No, I'm just thinking like when I traveled around Mexico, it's only on the border of the U.S. where the crazies hang out. The rest of them in the country are actually pretty nice.
Well, that's the thing, okay? There's a difference between Mexicans from Mexico and then naturally born Mexicans here in the United States. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Didn't I accuse you, Roger, yesterday because of that wall of protection stuff on the channels? I accused you of being Hector.
Oh, yeah. Well, there's no way I could be Hector. He's just Hector. Hector swears up and down freaking the United States is gonna invade Mexico, dude. And I'm like, dude, nobody wants freaking Mexico.
After talking about that yesterday, I went on to its Mind channel and I noticed that he hasn't posted anything, published anything since 2019.
Yeah.
It's pretty sad. Mexico is like totally owned by the cartels now.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of always been that way. Whenever they've when they fought against Texas, that really demoralized them. So, like they never recovered from the Texas War.
When I was there, it was pretty reasonable. Although I might have just been a naive tourist, but now they're like assassinating people live on TikTok and stuff like that.
Well, actually, it's like 2019 and 2023. June 2023. So he hasn't actually been online since.
I miss him. He was great. He was
scared of off.
Well, he's.
I think like I remember someone pissed him off about some. I can't remember what it was.
I pissed
no
him
one would
off.
ever take his side. That was the problem. I was the only one that ever took his side. He was like.
I pissed him off.
I defended him on the few occasions.
See, what happened was I pissed him off first, and then what's his name? Is it Dan Zilla? He freaking started getting racist with him with Rhea, and they freaking kicked him off of the Minds chat.
Oh yeah, that's what it was, and it was over nothing.
I remember I had a long conversation with him. I had a long conversation with him about Hector, and then I had a long conversation with him about you.
And then Danzilla didn't even stick around.
A moderator afterwards.
Yeah. And then freaking Hector freaking he never stopped running his mouth on top of it. It's bad enough that it got that bad, but then he just wouldn't shut up.
That's what was entertaining. It's like the chat would be like dead quiet when he wasn't there.
No, I mean, I'm talking about like in that situation. All he had to do was shut his mouth. You know what I mean?
Oh, that's never gonna happen.
But he just couldn't do it, so it got out of hand. And I even told him later on, because me and him never really got along all that great. And I told him, man, me and you don't get along, but I do have to tell you, freaking, I thought that was a shitty deal after I heard about it. And he didn't want it.
I actually saw it go down, and I thought it was totally uncalled for. I think like whoever the mod was just pulled a power card on him.
I did have a long discussion with Dan after that happened, and I think last time Hector was on. Last time Hector was on, wasn't it last Thanksgiving?
Yeah. Well, he left.
Yeah. He was in Canoes when I had to step in and I did sort of threaten. I did suggest that if he continued, I would ban him.
It got so bad that freaking he ended. Didn't you have to ban him on yours, Robot? He's gone silent. He left. Yeah, I think they cut him off. So let me go ahead and end this, and I will talk to you later. Okay, bud?
Okay.
For all descendants of Canaan, and then afterward the clans of the Canaanites spread out, so that the Canaanites' border extends from Sidon all the way to Gerar near Gaza, and all the way to Sodom and Gomorrah.
Oh yeah. So that'd be right there on the Levant.
I have a map here down here of the Canaanite nations of Genesis chapter 10 and how it relates to modern day. So the this Canaan on the west of the east, the east side of the Mediterranean Sea is there, and which is the east of Africa, and the north of it is modern day Europe, and on the right there is Asia. You got slides a little bit out of order. I a lot of time, not a lot of time to prepare this, and I just barely finished it like 10 minutes before this. Okay, so we got this. Okay, so Genesis chapter 14, okay, mentions that Abraham, so we know that they are all descendants of Canaan. We also know that Abraham was an ally with the Amorite, or at least one of them. Okay? Genesis chapter 14. I'll read. Now the valley of Siddim was full of bitumen pits, and as the king of Sodom and the king of Gomorrah fled. So this is when Abraham was about to go into the land of Canaan, and they're in battle with these two lands, Sodom. They fell into the east, and while the rest fled to the mountains, the victor seized all the possessions, supplies of Sodom. They took with them Abram's nephew Lot, who had been living in Sodom, as well as his possessions, and they departed. The survivor came and brought news to Abram the Hebrew, who was camping at the oak of Mamre, the Amorite. So Abram, this name before he became Abraham, was staying here at the oak of Mamre, the Amorite. And Mamre was the kinsman of Eshcol, Aner, and these were allies of Abraham's. Here it's mentioned that Abraham was buddies with one of the Amorites.
Okay.
The rest, which is, yeah, rest. So we know that Abram was an ally of the Amorites, but what did the Amorites do that was so bad? Right?
Right.
So Genesis chapter 15 mentions some of their sins, and so let's read again. The Lord said to Abram, "Know for certain that your descendants will reside as aliens in the land not their own, where they shall be enslaved and oppressed for 400 years. But I will bring judgment on the nation they must serve, and after this they will go out with great wealth. You, however, will go to your ancestors in peace, and you will be buried at a ripe old age. In the fourth generation, your descendants will return here for the wickedness of the Amorites. The sun has set, and it was dark, and the pure smoking fire pot and the flaming torch passed between those pieces. And on that day, the Lord made a covenant to Abraham, says, to your descendants I will give this land, from Wadi to Egypt to the great river, the Euphrates, the land of Kenites, Perizzites, the Kenizzites, the Cadmonites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, and Rephaim, the Amorites, the Canaanites, and the Girgashites. So there. So here, God made a covenant with Abram, that he will give him all this lands of these people who's been doing bad, wicked things, but here God says that their evil deed has not come to its fullness yet. That Abraham had to wait for a bit longer. Okay.
That
So
beginning part, that describes Babylon, right? Whenever they were taken into captivity into Babylon.
yeah.
Okay. Just wanted to double check.
Sins of Babylon. Here we go. Okay, part 2. We're in First Kings chapter 21. Alright, so we read in verse 25. Indeed, no one gave himself up to doing the evil in the sight of the Lord as did Ahab. So this one we're talking about King Ahab and his wife Jezebel, who he became completely abominable by going after idols, just as the Amorites that the Lord drove out of the Israelite ways. So, idolatry was one of the sins of the Amorites. And so, when Ahab heard these words, he tore his garment and put on sackcloth over his bare flesh. So, the backtrack a little bit. So Ahab just killed a man. Just killed a man because he wanted his land, and with his wife Jezebel's help. And so, through a prophet here, Ahab is being told that what his deed was as evil as the Amorites, and going after idols. And so here we have one mention of what one of us were. I didn't mention. I don't think I mentioned in here, but the other things that the Amorites practiced were child sacrifice, right? And that was something that's abominable to God as well. And he warned the Israelites before coming to the land of Canaan not to practice their practice. So that kind of practice, that child sacrifice, or was one of the practices that the Amorites did. Okay. Now, go through this here. Book of Numbers, chapter 13. The Lord said to Moses, send men to reconnoiter the land of Canaan, which I'm giving the Israelites. You shall send one man for each ancestral tribe, called one leader among them. So Moses sent them to the wilderness of Paran at the direction of the Lord. All of them were leaders among the Israelites, and they returned from the reconnoitering the land 40 days later, proceeding directly to Moses and Aaron, the whole community of the Israelites in the wilderness of Paran at Kadesh. They made a report to them and to the whole community, showing them the fruit of the land. They told Moses, we came to the land to which you send us. It does indeed flow with milk and here is its fruit. However, the people who are living in the land are powerful, and the towns are fortified very large. Besides, we saw descendants of Anakim. The Amalekites live in the regions of Negeb. Hittites, Jebusites, the Amorites dwell in the highland. Okay, so in here, we learn that the Amorites are the high mountain dweller, and the Canaanites along the sea bank, the Jordan. So, again, so I've seen that the Amorites and the Canaanites were sometimes used interchangeably, right? But they are like one of the 7 nations of the Canaanites. Like, I don't know if they're the strongest. Maybe they were. Based on your other histories sessions that you did before from non-religious texts, they seems like they will become very powerful and they built a very large empire until they seems like they did very well until they were smoked out by the Israelites. Okay. Amalekites in the region. Caleb, however, quieted the people before Moses and said, "We ought to go up and seize the land, for we can certainly prevail over it." But the man who had gone up with him said, "We cannot attack these people. They are too strong for us." They spread discouraging report among the Israelites about the land they reconnoitered, saying, "The land that we went through and reconnoitered is the land that consumes its inhabitants, and all the people we saw there are huge."
Yeah.
All right, so they were trying to spread rumors that these people were giants, but maybe they are not that far from the truth, because they were the Nephilim. I think this is where I found where they are mentioned.
Now
Nephilim,
this was when Moses was traveling through the wilderness, right, with the Israelites. And
no, this is after they're going after the wilderness, and they're about to go into the land of Canaan.
Oh, they're going into the land of Canaan. Yeah.
This is they're about to go into the land, and so Moses sent some spy to go in and scout out the land, and the spies came back with the news. All right. So
Sartelius Euplus, who was a Roman official and whose name appears in inscriptions associated with public works and religious dedications during the Roman Empire. Now, this is where I'm going to start out with, but we are going to go into different areas and discuss different things. These are my talking points, so I'm going to get on with it. So we have Cartelius Euplus, okay? And like I said, he was a Roman official whose name appeared in inscriptions associated with public works and religious dedications during the Roman Empire. Though not widely known or heavily documented in primary sources, he is most notably referenced in an inscription related to the Magna Martyr cult, who he is recorded as having donated a gift, likely a structure or offering in honor of the goddess. Now, this act would have been demonstrated in pietas, the Roman virtue of religion or religious and civil or civic duty, which was particularly emphasized in public dedications to state-recognized deities. Cartelius Euplus's gift may have been part of a broader patronage activity that linked wealthy or political ambitious individuals to the promotion of imperial cults or long-standing traditional Roman religious practices. Now, Magna Carta, or Great Mother, refers to the goddess Cybele, whose worship was originally Phrygian but was incorporated into Roman religion in the 3rd century BCE. Her rituals and cult practices were known for their intense and often ecstatic character, contrasting with more restrained and formal rites of traditional Roman worship. Magna Martyr rituals included procession, music with cymbals and drums, ecstatic dancing, and, in some cases, acts of self-mutilation performed by her priests, the Galli. Now, these eunuch priests underwent rituals which consist of ritual castration, and it was as a part of their devotion, imitating the myth of Attis, the consort of Cybele, who is believed to have castrated himself in a frenzy of divine madness. The rituals surrounding Magna Marta were particularly prominent during the festival of Magalesia, celebrated in April. During this festival, the sacred black stone representing the goddess was paraded through the streets, and dramatic performances and sacrifices were conducted. While the rituals were respected by the state and integrated into Roman religious life, there was a clear distinction between the public ceremonies accepted by Roman society and the more private, ecstatic elements of the cult, which were sometimes regarded as suspicious or distasteful by the Roman elite. Cartelius Euplus's donations to the Magna Marta cult would have aligned him with a recognized and important deity whose worship symbolized Rome's connection to ancient Eastern traditions and divine favor. It would also have reinforced his standing in the community as a person of influence and religious commitment. Though specific details of his gift are scarce, such deductions were typically inscribed on altars, columns, or temples, and served both as religious offerings and as a public monument to the donor's piety and status. The Magna Martyr, or Great Goddess, was worshipped at Ostia, the ancient port city of Rome, as part of a religious tradition that extended from the city's deep ties to both Roman state cults and foreign deities. Known originally as the Phrygian goddess Cybele, the Magna Marta was officially brought into Roman religious practice in 204 BCE, and her cult quickly became widespread across the empire, particularly in cosmopolitan and mercantile centers like Ostia. In Ostia, the cult of the Magna Marta was housed in a sanctuary that reflected both Roman architectural sensibility and Eastern religious practices. Excavations have revealed a temple complex in the city dedicated to her, which included a shrine and altar. Often positioned near or within a larger complex that also featured dedications to Attis, her consort. The presence of Magna Marta in Ostia underscores the city's role as a hub for religious syncretism, where Roman citizens, freemen, and immigrants from across the empire could participate in diverse forms of worship. The temple was located in the campus of Magna Marta, and archaeological remains include inscriptions, statutory, and ritual implements associated with her ceremonies. The rituals performed in her honor at Ostia followed the same general pattern found throughout the empire. These included possessions, offerings, music, and aesthetic performances by the Galli, who were eunuch priests serving the goddess. Public festivals such as the Magalisa were celebrated there as well, featuring theatrical performances and ceremonial feasts. While some of these rites were public and state sanctioned, others, particularly those involving self-mutilation or mortification or frenzied devotion, were carried out in private or semi-public settings, and may have been viewed with a mixture of reverence and suspicion by traditional Roman elites. The iconography found in the Ostian sanctuary, including reliefs and statues, often depicts the Magna Marta enthroned and flanked by lions, a common symbol of her power and untamed nature. These artistic elements, along with epigraphic evidence of personal dedications, indicate a vibrant and active cult that appealed to a wide range of social classes in Ostia. The worship of the Magna Marta at Ostia exemplifies the blend of Eastern and Roman religious elements and highlights the city's importance as a religious as well as economic gateway to Rome. Pietas, often rendered simply as piety in English, was one central virtue in ancient Roman society, encompassing a complex set of obligations and attitudes towards the gods, one's family, and the state. Unlike the modern use of the word piety, which often refers primarily to religious devotion, pietas in Roman thought was broader and more comprehensive. It described a dutiful respect and a sense of responsibility, not only to the divine, but also to parents, ancestors, and Rome itself. In the religious context, pietas meant honoring the gods through proper rituals, sacrifices, and observances of festivals. A person with pietas was expected to maintain the tradition of Roman worship, perform sacrifices correctly, and consult oracles or auguries when appropriate. This virtue was not optional, but a deeply ingrained cultural expectation. Neglecting pietas could be seen as threatening the social and cosmic order. Within the family, pietas involved respecting one's elders, caring for parents in old age, maintaining the memory of the ancestors, and fulfilling family obligations. Filial piety, loyalty and duty to one's father and family line, was considered a cornerstone of Roman morality. In literature, characters who exhibited pietas were often held up as moral exemplars. A notable case is the hero Aeneas in Virgil's Aeneid, Aeneid, who was frequently described as pious Aeneas, which I have a hard time with because I want to say anus, highlighting his commitment to duty over personal desires. Political and socially, pietas extended to fulfilling civic responsibilities, defending the state, and serving in public office with integrity. A Roman citizen who displayed pietas would be seen as upholding the republic or the empire by contributing to its stability and prosperity. In this way, the concept unified private, public, and divine spheres under the same single moral idea. Pietas was also deified and personified in Roman religion. Temples and statues were erected in her honor, and emperors would often emphasize their own pietas in inscriptions and coins to promote their legitimacy and connection to Roman tradition. For example, coins from the imperial period sometimes depicted pietas as a woman offering incense at an altar, symbolizing devotion and duty. Overall, pietas served as one of the foundational values of Roman identity.
You know what I mean? So we'll distract you with what you want you to see. There's a lot of fighting going on for power. You understand? We want to know, because where do you get most of your items from? Just how China is attempting to separate from No, you're not playing
It's the other way around. Taiwan.
No. But
I got
we're separating from China, but you say that China wants to separate from the United States.
Yeah.
They don't want. You will say that they don't want to, just because we'll say that they get so much money from us. But China gets a lot of money without us as well, and they're quite advanced when it comes to technology, more than what we give credit for. So it wouldn't be in America's best interest to separate from China.
Mm-hmm. Now, the thing that really gets me too is like, if China does overrun and take Taiwan, all right, like they did with Hong Kong, it's going to affect the economy of a lot of those countries around there, especially Australia. And I mentioned that before when you was off taking care of business, but now if it affects Australia in their economy, that in return is going to create a domino effect on the United States, because they're our closest ally, in that area. You know what I mean? So
Australia.
I can see that as just being a reason why the United States would start that kind of propaganda, is what I'm really thinking. That type of propaganda. And I don't know. It just seems odd that they want to push that agenda like they're pushing the stuff in the Ukraine.
And why do you think that war was? What do you think that war stemmed from?
It's a proxy war. What it is NATO, that organization that I was talking about.
So long from someone else. NATO. We learned a lot about NATO.
No. NATO has been wanting to get Ukraine into their little party, you know what I mean? And under the covers, you know what I'm saying? They've been negotiating with Ukraine about joining NATO and the EU.
Mm-hmm.
And all this time, Russia's been saying, we're not gonna have it. You're not going to have NATO that close to our borders, and besides, Ukraine is so closely tied to Russia that's insane to even think.
To cross them, right? Unless you're hiding something that you like to maintain for your own self. Unless you're holding something,
right?
And we you know what really bothers me is that you keep your friends close and your enemies closer. America is the biggest example of this, because they'll stand publicly with one side while fighting for another cause.
Well, see, I found out. That's what I was trying to tell Ryder. Whenever it comes to Ag Day, all right. I watch Ag Day whenever I can in the mornings, and the reason why I do that is because if you pay attention to what's being said on there, you'll find out a lot of the real news, what's really going on. Like, I found out that 60% of the grain products in food comes from Ukraine. There's actually the problems we're having with food shortages right now is because of that war taking place. 60% of the world's food supply, when it comes to grains and stuff like that, has literally come to a stop.
And if I tell you that, and if 60% of your food supply type is coming from a certain area, are you not going to back me in saying support this cause, even if
Exactly. We're on the same page there. And Taiwan, all right? Taiwan has they're the ones who produce most of the electronics and the chips and all that stuff. That's where the majority of these computer components come from. And a lot of people aren't aware of that either. So
it says it on there. How can you not? It tells you made in Taiwan. I mean, like, how can you miss it?
How many people do you think actually take time to read stuff, though?
That's why no one can be upset when this stuff blows up in their face, because literally they're like dangling the dollar on a fishing pole right in front of everyone, and these people see this guy attached to this fishing pole and keep jumping at it. If you don't go knock the guy out with the fishing pole and stop trying to like that, there's your dollar. Why are you? You know what I'm saying? Like, they're showing you like you're going after the wrong target. It's not the dangling dollar. It's definitely the guy dangling it in your face. So it's just like, how can you, most high bless you, puppy, but how can you not even pay attention to what's happening around you and then act like so concerned? You're not. You just want to have something to talk about. You want to make it seem like you're cool and you're hip and you know what's going on, so you watch the news. The news is so full of nonsense, it's ridiculous. Then you get all these people who know absolutely nothing. I don't see, that's mean and that's rude. Lord forgive me, because they know stuff, but it's just like they talk about it and they have no idea what's going on. And then when you teach them or you show them, you say, hey, well, this is where you find the answers. This is where you find out what's going on. They're in such complete denial that something like this could happen, because apparently the government has been tucking them in with a stuffy every single night, so they feel like, you know what I mean? I mean, for real, like, it could never happen. Not my government. Like, are you kidding me right now? You really believe this? Like, how much do they pay you to believe in this? And it's just like, my 401k and whatever crap, my retirement fund. You're gonna mess up my retirement fund. You're not gonna live to see retirement at this rate. Are you kidding me? They're going, and that's another thing. All those people that just disappear long before they're able to access their disabilities and their Social Security and their retirement funds and stuff like that. What do you think happens to that money? That money doesn't just, oh, no one gets it. If the families do not claim it, and that's where your stocks and bonds come from. But when people start claiming their money, then they have no more, the government has less access to it. To make it unclaimable, we'll turn it into something you cannot touch, you cannot see, and now it's digital.
Okay, I've got it. This one, it's the Iranian underground missile bases. I'm going to read it to you and see what your take on this is. And I'll share the link to that in chat so that you have it. This one is actually pretty interesting. So, here, let me go ahead and read it. According to Iranian authorities, Iranian underground missile bases, or silos, also known as the Missile City, exists in all provinces and cities of Iran. The bases contain road mobile transporter erector launcher trucks, along with other hardware, and due to the lack of adequate ventilation could not be as far underground as claimed by Iranian sources. A video from one of the missile sites was released for the first time on October the 14th, 2015 by Brigadier General Amir Ali Hazazadeh, commander of Aerospace Force of the Army of the Guardians of the Islamic Revolution. This was just a few days after news of the testing of a new generation medium-range ballistic missile. The Imad was broadcast by the state media of Iran. Amir Ali Hazazadeh stated that Iranian missiles of varying ranges are ready to be launched from underground bases once Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei ordered to do so, adding that Iran created missiles based in all the provinces of the cities throughout the country at a depth of 500 meters. Bases were again displayed on TV on January the 5th, 2016, amid heightened tensions with Saudi Arabia following the execution of Shiite cleric Namr al-Nimr. The second in command of the Revolutionary Guard boasted that Iran's depots and underground facilities were so full that it didn't know where to store new missiles. The release of the footage of the Iranian underground missile bases provided the situation for the lawmakers to show that the July nuclear deal had not weakened the military of Iran, and it was a show of strength by Iran in response to the Western powers, especially the U.S., speaking of military options against Iran in spite of the nuclear deal, according to The Guardian. Hajizadeh said that Iran was not seeking to start a war, but if enemies make a mistake, missile bases will erupt like a volcano from the depth of Earth. According to Al-Imbar, a senior Israeli defense expert, the head of the Space Research Center at the Fisher Institute for Air and Space Strategic Studies in Herzliya, this missile base enables the Islamic Republic to store and covertly fire surface-to-surface missiles. He describes the underground facility, whose location is unknown, as a complex system of enormous tunnels. He also added that those bases could be used by Iran for a surprise barrage missile attack. So what's your thoughts on that?
I was looking in regards to like allies and just if Iran is an ally of Palestine and it is secured in Asia, and if the government is siding with Israel, presenting ongoing every deployed, like I feel like there are American missiles underground. Like we're not siding with who we forefrontedly side with. Like it's like we're telling you this is our team, and it's not our team. Like people think America sides with, and I don't like. It's all staged. So with it all being staged and everything is just waiting to literally blow, them having missiles that can explode from underground are not surprising to me. This has been something that has happened. They've had that for a long time, but having a military base full of it, I feel like it's just training in order for it to be able to be constructed elsewhere. And like just think about different scenarios where how much do you know about being a flagger on the street? And then, okay, how much do you think those flaggers know about the stuff that they're putting? They're told to lay these pipes, and this is how they lay them. They're not told what's in the pipes. They're not told what are in the irrigation system. They're just told to construct it. The same with the scientists. When I was listening to someone speak about the vaccine, and they were saying about how each scientist in each different laboratory were given different components of the vaccine to work on, so that way that they would not question it being put together. And by the time they were made aware of what was going to be used for and what was happening, it was too late. Which to me is pretty much what's going on. We have little different components going on
Today I wanted to get into cryptids because our topic is strangeness. We've covered a lot of ranges. We went from spirituality or spiritual things to like the cults and stuff. Mm-hmm. We've also discussed
The catacombs.
like natural strange things that's happened.
The stretchy skin guy and the person that can twist himself around his whole body. Have you ever had matcha tea?
Yeah.
It's really good. Today's my first. Well, this girl I met, she gave me some of hers, but I never had my own. And today's the first time I realized it was good. I didn't know it was such a thing. Okay, that was just a sidebar.
Yeah. But today I want to kind of get into discussing the Skinwalker, Dogmen, and the Wendigo. And like I said in the comment, I was like, sightings of these creatures, they stretch from Canada all the way down to the deserts of the Southwest in the United States.
Oh, wow.
And the stories about these creatures or beings, I mean, they go back all the way to the ancient Native Americans and their lore. So I that's the thing that really captures my attention about them the most, about these three in particular. Not the Dogmen as much as the Wendigo and the Skinwalker. You know what I mean? And a lot of people think the Skinwalkers and the Wendigo are the same thing, but they're not. So.
I'm about to look them both up because, like I said, I've been playing Minecraft, and I see you have this here in the chat. That's why old John said good luck. I wonder why.
Oh,
I wonder
the way I said that. It's like today I wanna. How was it that I said that?
Brave man. Today I will deal with Skinwalkers, Dogmen, and the Wendigo. And he said, "Brave man."
I didn't say I was wanting to stream them. I said
it just sounds like you're going to deal with them directly.
He's a crazy
Looking at a Wendigo, I can only imagine why it was him saying that you're a brave man. This thing looks scary. Like, what is this? Hold on, let me use Firebox. I like that one better.
Yeah, he caught me on that one. He did catch me on that one. I got a kick out of that too. I'll put the links that I have so far on there.
Oh my gosh. Hey, haven't people said, I apologize, I'm eating ice from that drink, and it's so unprofessional, but the drink was so good, the ice tastes good.
Yeah.
Hold on. I've heard of people saying that they seen that. That looks like that thing that people have saw near Area 51. Remember, have you heard about that story? Hold on, let me see if I can find it. First, the market just opened, and I have to make sure I'm not going broke because I was up when it closed on Friday.
Okay.
I'm not going broke. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Good for you.
I know, I'm so grateful. I literally started with $15, and I'm still in triple digits, so that's nice to see. $15 got me over 100. And so, let me see, where am I going? It was like a story not too long ago, and sightings, and it was like an upright creature sightings, because it looks like this Wendigo thing of upright creature near area.
No, I can read the beginning for the Wendigo if you want me to do it. So.
Here it is. Yeah. Okay. I will. You're gonna read it, or?
Yeah, I can read it. I can from the Wikipedia. So.
Okay, it's in Amarillo, Texas, actually, and it wasn't. Yeah. Okay, go ahead though. I'm ready for you to read the Wendigo.
Okay. Wendigo is a mythical creature or evil spirit originating from the folklore of Plains and Great Lake natives, as well as some First Nations. It is based in and around the east coast forests of Canada, the Great Plains region of the United States, and the Great Lake region of the United States and Canada, grouped in modern ethnology as speakers of Algonquin family languages. Algonquin family languages, and the Algonquin are one of the most populous and widespread North American native language groups. They historically were were prominent along the Atlantic coast and in the interior regions along St. Lawrence River and around the Great Lakes. These groups, I'll stop there. Now, the Wendigo is often said to be a malevolent spirit, sometimes depicted as a creature with human-like characteristics, which possesses human beings. The Wendigo is said to invoke feelings of insatiable greed and hunger, the desire to cannibalize other humans, and the propensity to commit murder in those that fall under its influence.
Oh my gosh.
In some representations, the Wendigo is described as a giant humanoid with a heart of ice, a foul stench, or sudden, unseasonable chill. No, a foul stench or sudden, unseasonable chill might precede its approach. In modern psychiatry, the Wendigo lends its name to a form of psychosis known as Wendigo psychosis, which is characterized by symptoms such as an intense craving for human flesh and an intense fear for becoming a cannibal. Wendigo psychosis is described as a culture-bound syndrome, and a culture-bound syndrome is in medical and medical anthropology a culture-bound syndrome or culture-specific syndrome or folk illness is a combination of psychiatric and somatic symptoms that are considered to be a recognizable disease only within a special society or culture. Now, in some First Nations communities, other symptoms such as insatiable greed and destruction of the environment are also thought to be symptoms of Wendigo psychosis. The concept of the Wendigo has been used in literature and other works of art, both by Native Americans and by others, including in works of social commentary and horror fiction. Now, what do you think about that?
Yeah, no, I think that's insane. And I'm reading this story about the Indians asked the Wendigo if there was any fat on them. He said, "You bet there is. I have eaten a lot of Indians. No wonder they are fat." The Indian then killed him and cut him to pieces. This was the end of the Wendigo. The giant Wendigo. That is wild. Like, I'm listening.
The descriptive part of it is like, oh, they just cut him up. Fuck you.
Yeah, they were like, you what? You ate who? Oh, okay, man, we'll show you. And that's literally what happened.
I didn't even feel any suspense when you told that story. I was like,
no.
What the heck?
Like, watch your mouth.
That was the end of the Wendigo.
Yeah, that was the end of the giant Wendigo. Like, what? That's insane. He said, "You bet there is. I have eaten lots of Indians. No wonder they are fat." The Indians then killed him and caught him. We ain't even gonna ask no more questions. You will die.
Don't say nothing about a fat Indian, or you might end up.
No. And then we had Wendigo soup. That should have been the last. That should have been the last sentence.
That's
and then they had
crazy.
Wendigo soup.
Where the hell did they come up with that stuff?
I know. What does it say? It says, where does this come from? Folklore description. But I'm just looking at it. Okay, Ontario. I mean, and see, this is why I would not be moving. Like, keep my look at this thing. I wouldn't even. I wonder if Tan ever seen any of these.
The Wendigo is actually more prevalent in Canada. I do know that from everything I've seen and heard. I've always heard more of the stories of the Wendigo coming from the Canada area. I didn't know that it was more prevalent towards the East Coast, so I thought it might have been like in Saskatchewan and areas like that because of the deep woods and stuff.
This picture that Medium has of it looks like Baphomet, like the way that they depict Baphomet to be. The skull and I don't know. I'm not
The
terrified
horns.
of. Yeah, like his skull. The way his skull looks like. Even this one, the Wendigo. Oh, there's a movie. Oh, I might have to indulge. I'll probably be scared crapless. But then this guy, the Legend of Fort Kent Wendigo. He looks like a straight human with horns. This one looks scary. Oh
Now
my gosh.
the word indigo appears in many Native American languages and has many alternative translations. The source of the English word is the Ojibwe word Wendigo or Wendigo with 2 O's instead of 1. In the Cree language, it is Wahitikau.
It sound like you about to start singing
Witikau.
for a second.
Yeah, Wedikau, also translated Wedikau. Other translations include Wendigo, Wendigo, Ogo, Windgo, or Winego with 2 I's, and then Wingo, Wendigo, just basically a whole bunch of changes in the letters and stuff.
Yeah.
Wendigo is another one, or Witiku. And then
How did you learn about this stuff?
I was fascinated with it. It's interesting stuff, and this stuff stretches throughout history. This isn't just something like Indians were talking about this before a white man even stepped foot on the freaking continent. You know what I mean?
So you didn't run into any of these or have friends that ran into any of these. This just comes from your research.
I would love to find people who'd be willing to like share their stories on stuff like this, because
I wonder if Tan has ever heard of a Wendigo. I'm fixed to text him and ask. I'm gonna chat him and ask him.
Don't get him scared now.
Yeah, right. Tan's minds would be, you know what I mean, like the super scion of everything. You're right. They better be scared of him. You know, so those common ones you got to be careful of.
No, the plural form of Wendigo is Wendigo. It is also spelled Wendigoag or Wendigobuag or Wendicoke. The Proto-Algonquin term has been reconstructed as Wentikowa, which may have meant owl. And see, the owl would be good for that UFO story that's going on up in Nome, Alaska, because like people who have been abducted swear up and down that instead of seeing aliens, they would see an owl in their mind.
Really?
Yeah. That's pretty cool. So
where did they getting abducted from?
They're getting abducted from Nome, Alaska, and they would go into hypnotics. They would be hypnotized by this therapist, and she would have them freaking look at this owl and find out that it was actually aliens that abducted them